हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग एंड नमस्कार। अंतरराष्ट्रीय युवा दिवस पे आप सबका स्वागत है। वेलकम टू द इंटरनेशनल यूथ डे। ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ द एंटायर बिजनेस वर्ल्ड टीम, आई वेलकम ऑल ऑफ यू on the range of energetic discussions today. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to youth, what is the first thing which comes to your mind? Energy, strength to fight, strength to contribute, strength to change, and a lot more. As a matter of fact, India is amongst the youngest countries in the world. 45% of 70% of our population is below the age of 45. That makes almost close to 500 million people compete at the international scale. But there are some facts which will startle us. Our creativity today is being stifled by restrictions, laws, and regulations. ये नहीं करना है, वो नहीं करना है, यहां पे क्रिएटिविटी बंद होगी, वहां पे क्रिएटिविटी होगी, क्या नहीं होगा. As far as employability is concerned, we are producing the largest unemployable workforce in the world today. That's correct, ladies and gentlemen. If you pick out the data, majority of the MBAs and engineering graduates are not employable today, yet we are shuffling them out like a factory. Society today still looks down on our entrepreneurs. We are producing entrepreneurs on our sheer wit, passion, and courage. But Indian society as a whole still looks down on entrepreneurs. Sustainability and green future is challenged by toxic waste at every step. Talk about health. The mental health of our youth is deteriorating every day with the number of suicide cases rising every year. We all are very proud of our Olympic achievements. So am I, and so will be my entire team. But I tell you what, out of the 700 million people who are eligible to play any sport in this country by the virtue of their age, 7 out of 700 million is still a very small number and is still an underachievement. Ladies and gentlemen, on International Youth Day, I welcome you all. But before we proceed forward, I would request my team to play one of the videos where we highlight what we are, what we do, and what we stand for. I'll request my team to play the video, please.
BW Business World presents of events enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक ये है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20+ virtual summits. special issues in 2020 hit the stands and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Okay, that is what we stand for, ladies and gentlemen. And in the meanwhile, we will be waiting for the chairman's message, which is certainly delayed by some internet fluctuations and some connectivity issues. So what I will do is, I will pass on the baton to our esteemed colleague, to a very capable colleague, Sugandh Behel, to moderate our first panel. And first panel, ladies and gentlemen, is on employability. You heard it correct. We produce the largest unemployable workforce in the world. That is a fact. So Sugandh, without wasting further time, I pass on the baton to you. Please introduce all our panelists and then you may go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhinav. Hi, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our International Youth Conference Day. Let's begin with, so we have three of our esteemed panelists with us. One is Mr. Shashi Kumar. He's the head of sales of Indeed.com. Good morning, sir. And another is Srinivas Ladva, CHRO, Reliance Nippon Insurance. And next on we have Ms. Anjali Raghuvanshi, Chief People Officer, Randstad India. I welcome you all to the conference today. Let's begin. Now to begin with, as per the Indian Scales Report of 2021, it is said that Delhi, NCR, Orissa, and UP have the highest pool of employable talent in the country. The study also reveals that 45.9% of the youth were considered employable resources. To the amazement of many, Mumbai alone carries the highly employable resources, with 70% of the test takers above 60%. Now while addressing the issue of youth employability, we always forget that there are certain youth expectations as well. But the focus always remains limited to the demand side of the prospect. Now, in the fast pace of the technological upgrade of the world, the employability for the skilled workforce in the market, has increased globally. Ms. Raghuvanshi, I would really like you to throw a light on the fact as to what is your view about the same.
Thank you, Sugandh. And yes, in fact, just before I came into the panel, there was a lot of discussion around what is youth and why have the definition of youth, especially in times where we are saying that age no bar and, we should let go of ageism as well. But I do agree and value the fact that despite the corporates as well as different institutions and skill building agencies who have said that they are doing a lot of work, this is a conversation which kind of remains the same, right? I mean, I am a campus product, and I would like to say that, and when I was in campus and came to work, the pretty much conversation has remained the same. So then this questions, what have we done so far, and why is it that the focus hasn't been in the right place? Right. I do remember a lot of times we heard about technology companies working directly with the campuses, in fact, even building their own classrooms in the campuses to ensure that people are prepared to meet with the demands of the future. But even today, we see the very same technology companies still struggling to get the right talent. We had some bit of data points that came in at the beginning, and it's a fact that almost 95% of youth or engineering youth in India is actually not ready to pick up any of the software development jobs, and 78% of campus hires are considered not ready to do the right things within the organization. So I think, to me, I definitely agree that the problem exists and it is a problem that we must discuss. But I think it's also about, are we going to just be opportunistic here of looking at what we can get out of it max, or are we also looking at what role do we have in the society to play and ensure that the so-called war of talent that we every year deal with as corporates, what action plan are we ready to pick up and, and really do about in the society? So that's my take. And of course, I'll go ahead with what other people in the panel have to say as well.
Of course. Mr. Shashi, I would also like you to, throw your views upon the same as to what do you think?
I have a contrarian view here. I don't think the situation is as stark as what the data seems to suggest, or what a lot of people seem to think is the state of affairs. You must remember that a large part of the world, including in India and other parts of the world, Indian youngsters are powering companies' growths. They are occupying positions where they're able to deliver substantial results for their companies, and over a period of time have also taken leadership roles in these companies. So I don't think it is bleak. Are there bad graduates being produced in India? Of course there are, as there are bad graduates produced in any part of the world. We must focus, and when we talk about skilling and learning, it is a continuous process. You don't stop learning. There are periods when you learn a lot, there are periods when you learn little. And that differs person to person and how they evolve. There are people who absolutely don't pick up too much in college, but when they do go to work, learning from their colleagues, they tend to become very good at the job or the skill or what they've picked up. So I don't subscribe to the view that it's all bleak. I think we've got phenomenally talented youngsters in our country. They're contributing immensely to our economy. Look at our startup world. There are people fresh out of college who are working on stuff which we couldn't even think of when we were young. And you go anywhere in the world, any part of the world, be it the Middle East, Europe, or United States, you will find Indian youngsters playing very critical roles in big companies and mid-sized companies and small companies in those countries. So to sum up my answer to this question, one, in India specifically, I'm sure there are different parts of it, different ways that's looked at in other parts of the world. It's always that, the new generation is bad. You think about it, your grandfathers would have said the same thing about your parents' generation. Our parents' generation said that about us, and now we are talking about the youngsters. It's not that. I think we are making tremendous progress generation after generation. Are there lacunae which need to be addressed? Of course, there are lacunae. We must always look at that as well. But we must not, in this entire picture, forget or refuse to acknowledge the progress that we've made, and refuse to acknowledge the progress that India's youth have made for themselves and for this country.
Well, it's really engaging to see a slightly different view from Ms. Raghuvanshi. Of course, we do have different views. And yes, I do actually agree with Mr. Kumar's view as well, that yes, we've come out a long way. There have been loads and loads of improvements as well. But, according to the recent reports now, top skills in demand for youth are majorly synced with technology. I hope you all would be agreeing with me. How will it impact the nature and ratio of the workforce on whole? Mr. Ladwa, I want you to begin with this.
Thank you. Thank you very much for getting me into the conversation. I have a take again on this. The digital aspect, the technology aspect is a reality of the world. And one context that I can provide is we hire a lot of youth in the rural markets. When we go about hiring them, or we look at potentially hiring them, many of them are very comfortable with social media platforms, for example. Many of them are comfortable using smartphones. So does pretty much any employable youth have a smartphone? I think at least 80 to 90% do. And people could have a variation around that. But so are they comfortable in a technology environment? I think they're comfortable in a technology environment. Now, whether you're using a Facebook or you're using a workplace, or whether you're using a very specific app that a company is using, the navigation is pretty much the same. And the comfort levels, I don't see a challenge with that. Yes, we do see a challenge with the quality of infrastructure which is available for a 4G kind of a setup to work, or stuff of that sort. But coming back to a specific response, is our youth technologically competent or enabled? My sense is yes. But technology doesn't mean, some basic jobs are going to go away, and these technologies are going to enable some of it. For example, if I take the context of RNLIC, we are in the business of selling insurance. Now, it is a very, very face-to-face intensive process, but Is technology enabling and improving it? Yes. And are people adapting to it? The answer is absolutely yes. The question that I do struggle with is, do we have a system or a program or a structure, whether it is government, the public sector, private sector, or some sort of a university program, which allows these individuals to build those skills that are required to do core jobs? Now, in this context, I'm talking about selling insurance. It could be as wide as saying, okay, if I need a plumber, and there are apps that are used to bring together a set of, create a marketplace of plumbers. Are they capable of doing the plumbing skills that are required to work in that environment? That's the bigger question. Technology, I think we are very, very apt at it. People have taken to it as fish to water. But I think we still have a big gap in terms of our core industry skills or core entrepreneurial skills that if done earlier, it will go a long way in enabling them to get employable, become entrepreneurs faster and be more efficient faster. The rate of success will improve.
In other words, we could also say that yes, we do have access to great technology, but we do have certain skills that need to be brushed up. With the help of technology, I guess, then we'll be able to succeed better. Your views on the same, Mr. Raghuvanshi? Do you agree? Do you have different viewpoints?
Yeah, I mean, I think I like the fact that we are all discussing different viewpoints, and I think that's the reason the panel is brought together, right? So it's interesting to see that. I still would maintain that while there are, things that are institutions that are in place, but is the gap there? Yes, it is. I mean, and I'll talk about it from our perspective, given that I'm representing the HR industry and the staffing industry, which predominantly works with organizations to get them the right talent, right? So if you look at it, we also at Randstad have invested in something called Randstad Skilling Academy, which actually works around hire, train, and deploy. What it basically does is that we know that we don't have enough skills available. So we actually look at youth and others who are probably looking at developing themselves and then helping them develop, and they kind of get an opportunity to then work with different clients and get them placed as well. Because the idea is to provide jobs, and that's how the question of skills comes in. So the gap is there definitely. And this is exactly where I was saying the role of each one in the whole corporate professional world becomes very, very important. And that's why organizations like ours, including big organizations, government bodies, skill bodies, all play a very important role in ensuring that we bridge this gap. And bridging this gap, to me, cannot just start when a person comes out of campus or college and then we start training them, but bridging this gap has to start much before. So if I was interestingly part of a project called Young Talent, and we were looking at globally how the situation is. And it is a challenge everywhere, as even earlier was being said. But what is happening in some countries, people are open to really take meaningful projects to campuses, let people work on it and learn from the real-time scenario. What we miss from campus to corporate is the reality. The reality is missed. And sometimes we see that even when people come with the skills, they don't have the social or the soft skills to be able to sustain in the work environment, right? We see that they struggle with stakeholder management and other aspects, because the mental well-being is also becoming a critical thing, how to deal with stress, chaos at work, etc. So I think the more we start working and actually look at integration on that side, I feel our readiness of being able to meet with the requirements of the talent will only improve. So there is a lot amount of work. And I also like the fact that we spoke about technology versus other skills. Why is it that every debate only becomes about technology? We need so many other kinds of talent out there. And I like the point of the plumbing thing, that while you may find a lot of Java people and full stack developers still somewhere, you won't be able to find a plumber. And especially if you're a company who's working around those kind of things. So I think it's about taking it also to every industry and to every skill that's required today, not just to keep keep the debate to a certain skew towards a certain industry alone. So I think that's what I would say. And yes, the gap definitely exists, and there is a huge amount of work each one. And I'm not taking the responsibility or putting the onus on one group. It is a collective responsibility for us. And I would like to share with the group here that recently I've really looked at some of the companies, and so far it is in the technology space, where people have taken up ownership of training 1 million youth on some new skills, and they are doing it free of cost. And these are big, large organizations, but they realize the gap of skill which is existing in the market today, and even if that talent goes to a competition, they're fine with it. And I think that's a very, very welcoming move in my view, and we should all move in that direction.
You know, because of the gap also, there is now a term, I mean, we've been usually talking about unemployment in a country like India. It is a redundant topic of discussion, but then now with this gap of skilling, now it is heightened to an extent, I would say. And, you know, post-pandemic, while major number of professionals have lost jobs, how do you think we can gain back this momentum wherein hiring of right talent was actually on pace, on road prior to the pandemic? I would want your views on the same, Mr. Kumar.
So the pandemic has sort of shifted the paradigm, right? I mean, for a pretty long time, we are going to have industries which are not going to do well. And some of these industries are heavy employing industries. You've got hospitality, tourism, which by itself is a pretty large industry, employs quite a lot of people directly and indirectly. And the fact is that for the foreseeable future, I mean, obviously none of us can see what's going to happen in 2022, but it's safe to assume in the foreseeable future, till we reach an inflection point where we are absolutely sure of safety, travel tourism is not going to be where it was earlier. So people need to calibrate. What's important for youth, for people to realize is that there is skills transferability. If you have been, let's say, a student who's training to get into the hospitality industry, you'll have to realize that the skills that you've picked up to train there can be applied somewhere else fairly well and fairly with large remuneration. For example, when the BPO and the call center boom started in India somewhere in the mid-1990s, they picked up a lot of people from hotel management colleges. So you have that ability where you're trained for a certain kind of skill, but you can use it otherwise. So at this stage, I think it's important that people are pragmatic. They look at what skills they have, look at where it can be applied if the core area where they're looking to work in is not as attractive as it was maybe 2 years back. So that's what we should look to get our people to do.
I understand your view, but then now that, you know, the gap has widened to the extent that, you know, people are losing out of jobs, of course, because of the pandemic reasons. How do you think, what are the ways, or, you know, youth should actually look up to wherein they see that how can we get our jobs back, or how can we get our employability back, because that was their bread and butter. It's important for them. Reskilling or upskilling them is another aspect when they're already on job roles. But then for people who've lost jobs or who are actually looking out for new jobs, what is the new way for them?
So there are three
Anybody
things.
can take it up.
There are three things. The first thing, possibly look at what situation you are in. Everybody's in a different situation. If you have the ability to wait it out, sit it out for some time, focus on what you can do to get yourself skilled further. Take up another course, maybe look at a post-graduation or some other thing where you can make yourself more attractive employably. You know, from an employment point of view. Second, if you don't have that luxury, look at what you can take up in the short term, what is available. Don't focus too much on what the remuneration is likely to be. Pick up something which you think where you can compensate your remuneration by your lack of or little less remuneration with getting more skills. So think out of the box. Think of what, like I said, what skills you have and where you can apply it, on where people are continuing to hire. There are many sectors that are continuing to hire, in fact, at much higher levels as compared to the pre-pandemic times.
So your basic line is that, you know, for immediate this thing that they need, if they're in need of jobs, they should actually pick up anything that is being offered to them. Just
No.
stating the fact.
Not pick up anything that is offered to them.
No, but then
pick up something
for some point of time, they should, neglect the remuneration part, and they should see where they are actually getting new skills to learn.
Pick up of what is available, pick up what interests them, even if the remuneration is not what as per what they expect it to be.
Exactly.
And also look at whether that job is going to provide them additional skills that will make them better honed for a job that they would love to do as they go into the future.
Mr. Ladwa, apart from what Mr. Kumar has just stated as the pointers that, the youth can actually look up to, do you have some different views on the same?
I just add to it. I don't think it's a different point of view. I think it's just adding to what Shashi said. The situation is unique for each one. The reality is the economy has had a shock. Some industries, some sectors in the economy are going to fundamentally trail for a long, long time. And he mentioned about a few. The question is, if you are in there and you're seriously impacted by that, now you have an issue of livelihood and you have an issue of what is your near future going to be in terms of whatever skill sets that you currently have. And it's a judicious decision each one will have to make, thinking of each one as an entrepreneur and saying, okay, I have to earn a livelihood. I need to do something about my life where my passion lies. And both these things, where does it take me? What is the priority? Is livelihood the biggest priority right now for me to deal with because I don't have much savings? Or can I wait it out like Shashi said, right? And those will be very different and unique for each one. Some industries are going to go through a fundamental change, and people will have to step out of those industries and get some new skill sets. It could be an MBA or an engineering or another higher education, as was mentioned, or it could simply be starting up fresh in a new industry, taking a cut, if that is what needs to be done. But the fact is that reskilling is a necessity in the near term or in the long term, and one will have to adapt. And this is going to be the new reality for decades to come. So, and these shocks have come through the technology dimension as well, and people are adapting to that. Similarly, in the core industrial space as well, the changes are going to throw up very unique opportunities. We have some IPOs that have come out, and it is based on a very different concept of hospitality and food industry. Now, how has that worked? It's shifted the paradigm and it has created an opportunity. This pandemic will also create new opportunities, new industries, and people have to go and grab them. And the smarter ones will do it faster.
Indeed, they will. I'm up to you. Now it's pretty evident that companies need to re-strategize in order to replace the conventional norms to be able to acquire new talent. According to you, how should the youth prepare for this challenge, as the need for varied skill sets is the boon these days? Companies are not just hiring for a particular skill set that they're looking for. They're actually looking for people who have varied or diversified skill sets so that they can cater to not just one job, but then multiple jobs. Mr. Raghuvanshi, will begin with you.
Sure, Sudhan. So I think you spoke about how should youth be, able to, kind of cope up with a scenario like this. I think one is, I am a believer of learning agility, and, and that's also one aspect that most organizations are constantly kind of talking about or telling their people to be agile, which is basically learning agility is moving from one experience to the other and really be able to apply what you've learned in the previous one to the next one, right? So I think that is the most important, I would say, competency that you need in the youth today. So those who are able to be agile, and we are talking about agile in every aspect, whether you are a leader, you are an individual contributor, you need that. And if you are able to build that agility and have that ability to learn different skills and move from one to the other, I think there are high chances that you'll continue to remain relevant in the current situation that we are all in. But if you're going to be one who says that, okay, I have done this and this is it, and you find me an opportunity and you figure out how I will get a job, then there's going to be a dearth of it, right? So being really agile is very, very helpful. And also, I think, look at your softer and social skills as well. We all know that in most roles, I mean, wherever possible, people are working from home or remote locations. Some have even gone to tier 2, tier 3 cities and operating from their hometowns. Now, to expect that you will only do your work and there will only be skills that are required, you also have to socialize at work, and that's becoming a challenge. So being more isolated and only expecting to make connects at a very social media level, or at a very social connects only at the digital platforms, are not going to help. So building relationships at work are still continuing to be important. So I think social skills, apart from the skills that we have, like learning agility, as I spoke of, are going to be very, very critical as we move forward. And I also would like to emphasize that one thing is about how youth is going to cope up with what's coming up. It's also about how are we warming up to a talent like this. We do know that people who are young at age are, or rather, we now talk about young at heart, young at age, because it's youth. I'll, without offending anyone, would say that those who are in that age group, they love to work with, they like influencers in their life, and each one of them, and we are now continuing to talk about influencers, marketing, etc. for this group. It's important how their workplaces are for them, and they look for much more meaning in the work than the generation before them, who was more attuned to different things. And not that we didn't love meaning in the work, but we also kind of adapted to the realities of the workplace. But for the youth, when they know that they are going to spend the maximum amount of their time at a workplace, they would like to do something which really drives them and is kind of also aligned to their passion. Doing things meaninglessly is not going to long last for this generation. So the way the managers work with them, the way they help them understand the meaning, and also letting them know that sometimes to find meaning at work, you have to do a bit of grunt work and be okay with it, I think are the challenges that people like us today face when we are working with, especially because they come with a lot of ideas, they want to do
exactly.
So I think it's adaptation both ways, having agility in the youth to be able to adapt to a newer workplace, and also managers who can empathize with the situation and what this group is looking at. Is a good bridge in my eyes in today's time.
One point we picked up is agility. Another we could have it from Mr. Kumar. What is your view on the same?
Like Anjali said, I think one, soft skills and the ability to communicate is very important today, considering that a lot of us are working remotely. You don't have the ability to sort of non-verbally communicate very well when you're sitting at a distance and over a Zoom meeting. So precise communication, ability to communicate well, connect with people, soft skills important. Two, learning is a continuous process that doesn't stop. So formal learning needs to continue. Just because you've got a great job doesn't mean you stop learning. You learn on the job, you learn off it as well. That's something which we need to do. Three, youngsters must remember not to get too caught up in buzzwords and pick up a job that is currently the highest paying one, or one that is most lucrative. If you're not interested in doing it over a long term, chances are, even if you've decided to go into this, you won't make a lot of money. So you need to invest your time and efforts in something you're interested in doing, and something which you can do consistently with all your heart and mind for a long period of time.
Exactly.
Obviously, all of us will not get it right at the first go, but you will learn. But once the moment you realize that it's not something of interest, you should have the agility to shift and start.
Yeah, because such jobs are not momentary.
I think we lost.
Yep.
So maybe we just continue the thread of discussion and wait for moderator. I was done with what I was saying. Srinivas, maybe you could tell.
I think I have started looking at it fundamentally in terms of the whole world order and the way we fundamentally lead our lives. That is changing. And agility as a word is fundamental to how we will lead our life. Today is going to be different. Tomorrow is going to be different. Our experiences are different. The youth are experiencing world in a very, very different way. And I would look at every individual thinking of him or her as an entrepreneur who has a certain set of skills, a certain set of passions that you bring to table, and you fit into an environment. It could be an organization, or you create an organization, or you work in a setup. Now, organization for me could be an NGO to a corporate to any other kind of setup. Offer those skill sets, offer that that attitude, that willingness to engage, and create value that somebody out there is willing to pay for. And that's, in my sense, a job now, rather than the old paradigm of saying I was an officer, I went to become a manager, then I became a leader, and all those designations mean nothing in the new world. And that will become more acute as we go on. So the world is changing, the world order has changed. It demands agility at a fundamental life level, or at the way we look at life. And agility of learning is a very, very core aspect of it. And I would think of each one of us as an entrepreneur who has a certain set of skill sets. If those skill sets are not being bought at a price that we hope we can get, then you have to go and reskill. Each one of us has to go and reskill ourselves, whether we are youth by age or by experience, in whichever dimension. But we need to continuously reskill and offer our skill sets, offer our what we can bring to table to people who are willing to value that, or it makes valuable purpose for them, and make a living out of it.
There are certain youth within our country who are actually looking out for jobs, but they do not have the required skill sets. And now in the post-pandemic world, skill is something that is actually a keyword for any professional to get into any sort of jobs, because you need to be really good at your skills. Now, somebody who doesn't understand this concept of skill or reskilling, what is your view on the same? How can you, as an employer, explain them that how important it is while they're applying for any position or, any genre of jobs? Anybody can take it. It's an open question.
So if I were to just say, I think it's a self-learning process. I think people go through engagement, interactions, they apply for jobs, they get rejected or they get accepted, then they miss a promotion, they get a lesser salary increase or they get a bigger salary increase, and they compare somebody who is moving and getting a bigger job somewhere else. Then they, there is curiosity to ask, oh, what do you do differently? Why am I not getting that? And as long as an individual is open and willing to evaluate it very analytically rather than very emotionally, I would say that be very objective in it, understand why people are doing well or why people are not doing well, and identify the gaps for yourselves as to what that gap is. And then one can actually prepare a plan for each one of us to say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Obviously, the organizations, human resource departments, managers could act as mentors, sounding boards for each one of them to say, okay, is this the right way to look at it? Is this the right thing to do? And that engagement itself will change the way the managers, their peer circle, the colleagues will look at, and it will lead to meaningful reskilling and growth.
Just to sum up, whatever we've just discussed, we have a lot of youth who's actually watching this seminar, and they would really like to know 3 key takeaways from each of you as to what are those 3 aspects that you would want to emphasize upon. Now, we've discussed this whole topic at a really long stretch. We can begin with Ms. Raghuvanshi as to what are your 3 key takeaways.
Sugandh, and yeah, for all those who probably are listening to this talk right now, I think I would begin from where we ended, which is about learning agility, because it's about what is it that they can take away from this and what is in our hands. I always look at what is it that you can do versus what the world will do or what we expect from the world. So what you can do is to really build the competence of being an agile person. And I think when you are agile from a learning perspective, you are going to gain, and you stand to gain out of this. There is no reason for you to worry. So I think first thing is look at that. The second aspect is, there is meaning in everything out there in terms of work. And I do know that passion, purpose drives a lot of us today at work, right? So you also have to do your 50% in that journey of finding the meaning. Let's not start looking at only the external factors and what they bring to us.
Exactly.
And skilling is a very, very important thing, whether you call it skilling, reskilling, upskilling. Our investment today matters. Those who stop that investment at this point in time are only going to find themselves not having the right jobs. As you were asking one of the questions, that people are worried about how to get the right jobs, and what if they are not willing to do beyond what they have already done after getting a degree from college. That's not enough. So I think, and I do see people at the age of 50 today investing in the right learning program. So what stops them at that age to really look at investing? So invest in your own learning, invest in your own growth. And I have said everything from an I perspective. So I is important in all of this. And let's stop looking at what the world alone has to do for us, but what can we do as the current generation and the most having the right potential today in the market.
I'm glad to see such great number of youth actually joining us, and they'd be really glad to hear your takeaways and hear your key pointers. Next on, we have Mr. Ladwa. What do you want to say to our youth who are actually looking for a job, and those who are actually in good jobs also, but then they're looking for reskilling or skilling programs? What is your takeaway?
I would say be humble, listen. There is a lot in the world that's happening. Listen and understand what's happening. Find the context. Find the opportunity for yourself. In that context, go get yourself reskilled if that's the need of the hour. And build, and always know that everything is very dynamic. It will keep changing. So always listen, always be humble, and always keep adapting or be agile, whether it comes to learning, skills, understanding, approach to life as such. So that would
adaptability, I feel today, is the key word. You need to adapt in varied environments. Now that, we did not know of the pandemic coming, we've adapted to that as well. But then, yes, I do feel personally as well that adaptability is really important, not in just youth, but also in the seasoned professionals as well. Mr. Kumar, what will be your view as to some parting ways?
Yeah, so 3 things. Point number 1, are there gaps? Yes, there are gaps, but we've come a long way. We are a lot better than where we were yesterday, and a lot better than where we were day before yesterday. So acknowledge that. Be confident. Do not let situations bog you down. Second, understand that there is no end to learning. Learning is a continuous process at every stage. Both formal learning and informal learning must continue. You must ask yourself, what is it that I learned new today, what I didn't know yesterday? And every day there must be an answer to a question. Third, yes, we are going through tough times. There are many jobs that have ceased to exist. There are industries that are suffering, but on the other side, there are many companies that are hiring and are actually struggling to find right people. So look at what is available, what is open, be flexible in your approach, look at your situation and decide accordingly. Do not be overly influenced by only one aspect, which is compensation. Look at every other thing as you make a decision. If you do that, I think all of us are in a good place. We should only look forward because the future is bright.
Thank you so much. Indeed, it was a very enlightening session. And I believe all the people who've actually joined us might have taken a lot of takeaways from this session. Over to you, Abhinav.
Thank you, Sugandh. Thank you, Srinivas. Thank you, Sashi. Thank you, Anjali. This was really insightful. And indeed, when we talk about youngsters, career की शुरुआत कहीं ना कहीं से होती है. Like all the panelists said, agility, soft skill, this is a lifetime process, ladies and gentlemen. Your final goal is made up of many small goals. And first goal can never be the highest remuneration. अब ये society की irony है that we judge people on the basis of their deep pockets. I think we should tell Forbes and other publications not to publish the richest billionaire list. We are done through this. And our generation and the generations beyond need to look beyond just the paycheck. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This was really insightful. And Sugandh, thank you so much again for making this panel a huge success. Moving on, the internet glitches have ended. And so I welcome all of you back, and let's play the chairman's address. Dr. Anurag Batra, the chairman and editor-in-chief of the Business World Group and the Exchange for Media Group. He will give the welcome address. So sorry, ladies and gentlemen, for playing this late. There were internet glitches, and here we go. Dr. Batra, over to you. Can we please share the screen? Okay, there seems to be some backend problem. My backend team, where are you? Can we please play the clip? Thank you so much. I think we need to play the clip. Okay, we have the agenda and we have a clip and we see an arrow. Okay, here we go. Internet glitches. I think this is taking some time. Can we play the clip, please? The screen is blank. Okay, as far as I think there is some problem with the backend. Can we please end the screen if it's not playing? Okay, we can play the clip later. Okay, I think the internet still is getting ahead of us. It is still dumping our aspirations, and we have not been able to play the clip. Prashant is sharing the screen again, and yes, here we go. All right, there was some internet glitch. I think we'll get back to the clip later. Moving on to the next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel on the International Youth Day is about creativity. Creativity, ladies and gentlemen, has always been curtailed by the administration, by people in power, and across the world. The only segment of the population which has retaliated, which has stood by itself and has stood for the rights of creativity are the youngsters, are the youth. Pick up the Osmanian Revolution, pick up the Iranian Revolution, pick up the Russian Revolution, or pick up the Jantar Mantar Revolution. The youth is one common factor. And today, we're just discussing that. We discuss creativity and youth. And who better than independent content creators who are taking their content to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome me in joining. Please put your hands together in welcoming Anshu Moore, who's the stand-up comic. Anshu, hi. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, I can. Hi. Hi, Abhinav. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. Thank you. We're joined by Ankit Pant, who's a Red Bull gamer. And we are joined by Vignesh Pandey, who's a ventriloquist and a YouTuber. Can I see the other two, whoever are present? I cannot see Vignesh and I cannot see Ankit as well. Okay, Vignesh is there.
Hello, everyone. Hi.
Hi, Vignesh. How are you?
This is, I think, a standard sign of a creator online. I and Anshu both have microphones in front of us. क्योंकि हमको पता है हमारा काम आवाज पे चलता है तो हम अच्छे दिखे ना दिखे आवाज पहुंच जानी चाहिए.
चलिए,
How are you, Anshu? Big fan.
Very good, Vignesh. How are you?
I'm good too.
चलिए फिर आपकी आवाज आज आगे बढ़ाने की कोशिश करते हैं. So, gentlemen, by the time we are joined by Ankit, let me insist on the fact that today we will be discussing how creativity has been curtailed, has been tried to curtail in the past few years or months, and what experiences have you faced? So I'll start with you, Anshu. Right now, I am on each of your pages and I can see your YouTube videos. तो ऐसा कौन सा एक इंसिडेंट पहले आप लोग बताइए जब आप लोगों को बोला गया है कि यार इस पे बात नहीं करनी है, ये बात नहीं करनी है, this needs to be not mentioned. How many times have you come across situations like this? Anshu, let's start with you.
So Abhinav, we as stand-up comedians come across this situation every day. I think before every show we are told क्या nahi baat kar sakte hain. And sometimes that list goes on for too long. I remember I was once doing a corporate show, and just before the show, the head of HR of that corporate walked up to me and said that there's certain things we don't want you to address or talk about. And I was like, okay, fine. I knew what those would be, right? Because there's some standard ki gali mat dena, ye mat karna, which is understood, which is known. Nobody like does that in corporate shows. But then she started pointing out all the things. I think it ran for like about 15-20 things.
Okay.
Of things that I could not talk about. तो उसके एंड में मैंने उसको बोल दिया था कि like I told her, I said इससे अच्छा आप सत्यनारायण की पूजा करा लेते. Like stand up comedy कराने की क्या जरूरत है, like if you can't talk about those things.
Yeah.
So I think we've I think we are now outraging too much over everything. There are two aspects to it, and I'll be fair to both sides as comedians and as audiences or anybody who gets outraged, right? One is that we seem to be outraging over everything. People have forgotten what a joke is. You know, a joke is not meant to hurt anyone, or it is not told with any, bad intent. And the other side, as creators, we also need to be cognizant of the fact that if you're talking about sensitive issues, right? For example, in our country, very clear, religion, politics, very sensitive. Right? You've got to be aware. You can't be like, I'm a rebel, main baat karunga uske bare mein, right? But if you're talking about it, there are better ways to crack jokes about it.
Okay.
There are smarter ways in which you can still crack jokes about religion and politics, and not like there are some crass level jokes wo jo aise bol diya because ek ka naam leke joke maar diya, because obviously like it might just hurt somebody, the joke needs to be good. I have cracked political jokes on stage, I have cracked religious jokes on stage, and but I have worked on those jokes for months together. Like just like a 4-line joke, I have worked for months together to make sure that it is intelligent enough
to not hurt sensitive.
It is not hurting sentiment, but yet it's funny, right?
Yeah.
So both sides need to be a little careful. Is all I'm saying.
Sure. Now I'm joined by Ankit as well. Ankit, hi. How are you?
Hi, Venom.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I was able to hear you guys. I was just chilling, but you couldn't see me, so.
No, I can see you. And is there a reason you are looking towards your right? Or?
Yeah, I have the screen this side.
Oh, like that.
Then look at us, no.
Then I'll be talking like this, but I can't see you guys.
No, look up where the camera is.
It
camera
looks like
is there.
There you go, Ankit.
Having a surveillance over your life right now.
Sorry?
Okay. Yes. Okay. So Ankit, what we are discussing here is how creativity has been curtailed over the past few years and how youngsters have always found a way to express their creativity, their thoughts, and their ideas. So Anshu told us a bit. Let me get you along, and then of course I'll come to Vignesh. Has there been a specific incident in your entire career so far which you remember clearly? जब आपको बोला गया था कि इस मुद्दे पे बात मत करना, अगर आप पब्लिक फोरम में कुछ डाल रहे हो, then do not go on that road. Do you remember any specific incident?
मेरे केस में तो it was my profession only. Now I'm a professional esports athlete, a gamer. So मेरे को बोलते थे कि ये मत बोल, गेमिंग मतलब लोगों को लगेगा कि ऐसे टाइम पास कर रहा है, कुछ ऐसा अच्छा बड़ा चढ़ा के बोल. मैंने बोला बड़ा चढ़ा के क्या, I am a gamer, I play on a computer. अभी उसमें बड़ा चढ़ा के क्या बोलूं, I play esports. So ये एक चीज मेरे को हमेशा से याद थी. And that was because of pressure in society की computer पे technology, just wasting life and all those things. But eventually now that I am here, अब लोगों को नहीं लगता है. Once my articles started coming in BBC World News and all these things, now you guys invited me here, so then I became a Red Bull athlete. तो वो change आ गया suddenly कि हाँ अब बोल, बिंदास बोल, कोई problem नहीं है, professional esports athlete बोला कर, कोई tension नहीं.
अच्छा, तो because it was all because of credibility आ गई तो आप बोल सकते हो, पहले नहीं बोल. Vignesh, what about you?
I remember this show that I did in Delhi once, where it was for an IT firm, तो corporate of course था, और मुझे वेन्यू पे 1.5 घंटे पहले बुलाया गया by HR, just to tell me what all things should I be talking about and what all I shouldn't be saying. तो मैंने बोला मेरे को बस लिस्ट बताना कि मुझे क्या बात नहीं करना है, जो मुझे करना है वो मुझे पता है, मैं लिख के लाया हूँ, बहुत टाइम से लिख रहा हूँ मैं. So this happened and then all this briefing was happening and I was being patient about it. Having said that, now I'm a ventriloquist. Right. So I tend to do things spontaneously. So they specifically told me, do not make any political remarks about anything. I said, that's all right. It's all right. I won't do it. But just in the flow of some situations where I was roasting a few people in the audience, I went on board to say that because my puppet was making those remarks, right? So I just went on board and said, because of you, I have to apologize to everyone. And in just that fraction of a second, I don't know what happened. The puppet just out loud said that, do you feel like the government right now? और मेरे अंदर से हवा tight हो गई थी. But I was still continuing with the script, saying, no, it's cool, nothing's wrong, right? And after the act, I came backstage and the HR came towards me and I'm like, ये गया मेरा आधा पैसा with that. But then he came to me and he said, I specifically told you not to make any political remarks. I said, yes. He said, but this one that you made was amazing because you got a standing applause for that because it's Delhi. So, so everyone actually felt happy about that joke and I was like, oh my God, that's really nice. And once I remember where the same thing happened, people are telling me, okay, वो नहीं करना है, ये नहीं करना है. And the show wasn't going as well. The corporate में था and they had opened the bar and everything was happening. Right? The show wasn't going well. You cannot believe that the organizer was actually slipping me notes on stage while I was performing. I'm opening those tissue papers और उस पे लिखा है शीला की जवानी पे जोक मार, चुलबुल पांडे पे जोक मार, और ये मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ माइक पे and I'm like, they are not responding. I have to go. So when they start taking control over the content, no, I think that we as artists lose what
the sheen and the charm.
Us. Yeah,
the sheen and the charm about it. Now, Anshu, I remember you mentioning that we have to be sensitive, and that's the mature way to go about it. You need to be sensitive. Of course, we are far more sensitive when it comes to markets like US and Europe. They're far more mature markets. But we are far more mature markets when it comes to Afghanistan, Africa, or maybe Middle Eastern markets. If we set the paradigm and the relative context right. But to understand from you, because an artist's job, and especially content creators like all three of you, there is equal amount of work on stage, but a lot of preparation happens off stage. You meet a lot of people, you form opinions, you get in touch with a lot of aspects of life which otherwise you won't. Now, I'll come to Ankit first, and Ankit, then of course I'll come to Anshu and then Vignesh in that order. Have you seen this shift in sensitivity in the last few years, or that has always been the case, which you have observed about this Indian market? What has changed? Is it that people have suddenly become too sensitive, or is it like our society suddenly is new to this concept of stand-up comic acts, content creation, independent online content, or was this sensitivity always there?
I will talk about my thing, like being a gamer. I've seen, people now understanding the potential and, the numbers coming in, the brands coming in, and the society accepting it. Being a professional gamer or a streamer or a gaming content creator also, you can, sustain your life. So abhi it has changed, but earlier when I started, it was very difficult, starting from convincing your parents to get you that first computer, which will help you, start your journey, getting that gaming gear, upgrading your PC, then traveling for tournaments, making parents understand that I'm not doing something wrong, because gaming cafes mein, there are black tinted glasses and gaming characters all over it. So my parents thought it was gambling, so they would not let me go inside कि नहीं तो अंदर नहीं जा सकता, यहाँ पे सब गड़बड़ चीजें होती है. And then my friends coming out in smoking and drinking, but I was not the one who would do all these things. So parents को लगा कि नहीं अंदर ये gambling भी होती है, ऊपर बाहर जाके ये गलत चीजें भी होती है, तो ये profession ही गलत है. You should not become a gamer for at all. So वो धीरे धीरे I started deleting those misconceptions कि यार there are multiple people and multiple professions जहाँ पर ये सब चीजें होती है, but that doesn't mean that profession is wrong. So वो करते करते when today they see me that I don't drink, I don't smoke, I sit on a computer and practice for 10-12 hours till I'm fit, I don't have back pain, I don't have spectacles. So सारे misconception delete होने के बाद that change has come कि okay, if you are doing it right, then there is no problem.
But Ankit, this is more of a personal example. Anshu, if I take the societal aspect into picture, what do you think? Has the sensitivity always been there, or it has just started coming
No,
out?
I don't think it was there always. And the classic example for that is watch any movie from 90s or 80s or even 2000s for that matter, and you'll be shocked कि वो movie चली कैसी थी. There are so many things which are said, which were said in a comic way or a humorous way.
Can you give an example?
Now, I mean, I can't think of anything off my head, but pick any movie. Pick any movie where comedy is being done. There's certain aspects which were wrong, right? The way women were projected or being sexist, etc. Those were wrong even then, but they were not called out. They should have been, and they're called out now, which is a great thing. But there were a lot of funny things said, whether it was around religion or even politics for that matter. All of the I can't imagine Jaane Bhi Do Yaro in today's world. Yeah. I can't, it was a political satire, so to say. And, I can't imagine that everybody would be happy with those kind of things. But I think this thing has happened in the last 6-7 years. Okay. And I think primarily because of internet now spreading far and off, there are different people with different sensibilities who are watching your content, and they've all realized it is just so easy to outrage. I mean, we as comedians daily on our social media, on some very innocuous tweet or an innocuous post, would have somebody who would get angry, right? And then when people were getting angry, they were getting attention because they were getting angry, right? So then it became a mob kind of a thing. Now people have issues with names of movies or a joke being cracked on certain things. Who is it hurting? How does it make any difference? If you don't like it, don't watch it. It's as simple as that. There are a zillion things that I watch as content, which I don't like. I don't appreciate. They don't talk to my sensibilities. But I ignore them. I don't go keep typing about it to them saying, kya kar diya tune, you are this, you are that. I think this, social media has to, and as creators, I think we have to accept that fact that there will be outrage. There are people out there who will get angry and will show that anger. And it is okay. Right? As creators, you need to be okay with that fact. What is not okay is threats. What is not okay is putting these creators in jails. Yeah. What is not okay is filing cases against them for a joke. Right? That is intimidation. And that is, you were talking about revolutions in the past led by artists and arts. You need to respect art in that format, whatever art it is. And if you keep intimidating art and artists, then, culturally as a society, I think we're taking steps backwards. We don't need to do that right now.
Touche. Vignesh.
Yeah. I think I always thought that we were always sensitive about all these issues, but internet abhi sabke haath mein hai. Until I heard Anshu speak about what he just said, which is true. But I said this once, in an interview where the times that we are going through as a nation right now, you can be rebelliously funny, but you cannot be a funny rebellion right now. To put it simply, like he said previously, कि आप टॉपिक को छू के निकल जाओ तो कोई ऑफेंड नहीं होगा, मगर आप बात का बतंगड़ बनाओगे तो there is a strong chance that you might end up hurting someone's sentiments, because we as a country are very emotional about everything.
But who defines that line, Vignesh? Is it the artist who defines that line, or is it the administration?
There shouldn't be a line, because at the end, we as comedians also, what are we doing online or what are we doing on stage? We are making funny content out of criticizing something, right? So what these people are doing are indirectly or directly the same. They are criticizing our work. But like he said, if you're going to give us threats, that's not the way to go about it. You want to criticize our work, you want to say something, we signed up for it as artists. We know what we are getting into. We know the sensitivity that comes along with it.
Ankit, you gave this parents one example. Of course, the first set of audience or the first set of critics which artists usually face, especially in this country, is the parents. I think there was some audio disturbance.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine now. Okay, so what I wanted to ask you, Ankit, was, and of course the same is replicated to the other two as well. We have seen John Olivers of the world. Okay, we have seen Jon Stewarts of the world, Trevor Noah. Matlab, there is a different aspect of comedy. Now, these comedians touch sensitive issues. Do you think sensitive issues, I mean, if we do try to cross that line, because in any country or in any society, today journalists are at the back foot. Comedians are giving more information out there than any journalist would, through their art. Now, the fact is that if there is a joke which is mixed with facts, does that work or does that not work? There is still criticism. कि भाई आपकी तो कोई औकात नहीं है, आप तो comedian हो, comedian ही रहो.
I think it will be better if they answer this.
अंकित कह रहा मैं तो गेमर हूँ.
मैं तो actually मैं गेमर हूँ, मतलब exactly.
I'll first come to Anshu and then come to.
It's better if they answer. It makes sense.
Anshu.
Yeah, so Abhinav, it is not about facts. See, comedy is all about perception, right? I am showing how I see the world. On stage, this is what I talk about. This is my view of the world. And sometimes that view of the world will sound funny to you. Sometimes it might even change your perception of how you see the world. Right? Both are applicable. And I think that is when it is seen as a threat to the powers that be, right? Because when they think that if a comedian is cracking a certain joke about certain aspects of politics, then it will change opinions. That's giving to us too much credit right now. Okay. When you mention John Oliver, when you mention these kind of guys, right, out there in the US, you have to also understand one aspect. These guys have been around for decades. All right. They've been doing comedy for 20 years, 25 years. They have built a voice and a personality for themselves where people not only come to hear jokes, they come to hear their thoughts and perspective. Right? We as like stand-up comedy in the format in which we do right now has been around for about 10, 11 years in this country. So we are very nascent like that.
You're saying it depends on the confidence and maturity of the nation as well.
The nation as well as the artist. You have to, like, if I'm 20 years into my career and if I've been successful in doing comedy all throughout and people have appreciated me, I have a certain bit of a respect where if I'm saying something, it means something to the audiences also. Okay. And that is a huge difference because it's both credibility and relatability, right? If I'm talking about an aspect which is slightly, controversial, then I need to be credible enough to take it out on stage and throw it out to the audience. So both sides work. But yeah, मतलब टॉपिक ही कम होते जा रहे हैं. अब क्या बात करेंगे हम? I think थोड़े दिन में, like we all, as comedians, when we start off now, all of us go through the same phase. Early, like first year or so, we all cracking jokes on mom, wife, son, husband, family, air travel, social media, those cliche topics. And then when your writing becomes better, when your thought process becomes better, is when you start talking about other things, society at large or major issues, etc. But it feels like all of us are being now thrown back into, तुम अपने घर के बारे में बात करो, बीवी के बारे में बात करो, वहाँ joke मारो, वो सब ठीक है. उसमें भी लोग outrage कर जाते कभी-कभी. So there was a guy actually who came to me after a show and said, how can you talk about like this about your wife? I was like, वो मेरी बीवी, मैं बात कर रहा, वो खुश है, तेरे को क्या प्रॉब्लम है उसमें? तू उस पे गुस्सा हो रहा है. So yeah, it's a crazy scenario right now. Yeah, but I'll come back to the same point, Abhinav, that for artists, it is about saying those things more intelligently, smartly, and for audiences to be a little more tolerant and understanding what that art is all about, especially comedy. And it's a joke, for Christ's sake. I mean, तुम उस पे कैसे सेंटी हो सकते हो?
Sure. Ankit, you know, gaming is relatively new to India. I mean, if stand-up comedy is it's 5-6 साल पुराना, gaming अभी PUBG के बाद that has gone into that household level. You know that there is something called gaming, and you can make a career out of gaming as well. Now, if I remove your Red Bull hat, which you're wearing right now, you know, how
under contract.
How seriously is gaming taken as a career ecosystem in India?
See, to be honest, my life changed since last 4 years, but I have been playing since last more than 15 years. So gaming, जैसे आपने बोला, after PUBG, it has really picked up. And now in PC also, you know, after the ban, there was a game which was launched called Valorant that picked up. So now there are a couple of titles, you know, which are doing pretty well in the gaming ecosystem. And abhi aisa lagta hai ki, you know, you can go to your parents and tell them that, you know, this can be taken as a career if you give me time. You know, if you can buy me a PC or help me get a PC, then maybe I can be a pro gamer, or maybe I can, you know, stream content, give entertainment. So there are a lot of things in gaming as a whole which you can do. Mere case mein, it's more of pro gaming because I compete in tournaments internationally, nationally. Then when I have a, you know, off season, that time I'm streaming more, so I'm giving entertainment. उसमें से content आता है. So अब जाके parents को भी, you know, जब मैं meetups भी करता हूँ, there are a lot of fans and their parents come and say कि after, you know, watching your videos and you making us understand what esports, what gaming is, you know, we are thinking of giving our child chance to, you know, pursue this.
Okay.
Abhinav, can I come in here?
Yeah, please. It's a free panel.
Yeah, because in my previous avatar, before I became a comedian, I used to head the gaming and entertainment business at Microsoft, which is the Xbox business. So I was very deeply associated with obviously console gaming and gaming in the country. You know, one of the things that we realized back then, and this was, you know, till 2016 when I was with Microsoft, is that you have to understand in India, sports is considered good. Okay, gaming is considered bad. It's negative. Like जब तुम अपने बच्चों को बोलते हो ना कि बाहर जाके स्पोर्ट्स खेलो, फुटबॉल खेलो, क्रिकेट खेलो, कुछ खेलो, it is considered good, healthy. Gaming from like in our culture is considered bad. Think of Mahabharata, right? वो चौसर वाला game. Think even today when you play तीन पत्ती in Diwali time घर पे, तो तुम अपने बच्चों को बोलते हो तुम अंदर चले जाओ.
नहीं, बहुत इसकी वजह ये भी अंशु कि हम बहुत जल्दी टाइपकास्ट कर देते हैं, लाइक गेमर.
एंड ये कल्चरली बहुत टाइम से चला आ रहा है, where gaming is considered like if I give you a scenario of 4 guys in a Bollywood movie, 4 guys playing carom, what is the first thought that comes to your head? Your first thought is street light के नीचे 4 गुंडा लोग carom खेल रहे हैं, right? That's how we think, and that's the perception which parents carry, generations carry along with them, that gaming is negative. And the other aspect is gaming is not really taught as a profession. I mean, there are few instances here and there, but there's so much involved, especially in gaming these days, right? Just creating those games, the technology which is involved, the whole creativity which is involved. The games look real. They look like Hollywood movies now, right? So obviously there is this whole massive industry working at the back end. And if you're part of that industry somehow, just not as a gamer, but a creator, it is so lucrative that you can't imagine. But in India, that information is not still out there. People still think, gaming मतलब ये बिगड़ जाएगा, drugs लेना शुरू कर देगा, dark room में बैठेगा, किसी को गोली मार देगा, those kind of things, which is wrong, right? Excessive gaming, obviously not great, but regular gaming, people need to understand it's an industry, and you can be a part of it, right? And make a lot of money and make a career out of it.
But Vignesh, before I come to you, I'll just throw this question open again to all the panelists. We are celebrating International Youth Day today. ठीक है, आज सिर्फ youth पे बात हो रही है. And by youth, I relatively mean 45 से नीचे, मतलब हम उस
generation
45 से नीचे youth.
Okay, bye. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. मैं डाई करा के आया था बाल फिर भी.
चलो 50 मान लेते हैं, 50,
हाँ, वो ठीक है,
60 मान लेते हैं.
50 ठीक है.
You are young at heart, चलेगा. What I wanted to ask was, that there is a certain amount of perception and old age baggage which certain people carry. Like हम अपनी पुरानी जनरेशन को जितना भी कन्विंस कर लें कि गेमिंग अच्छा है, स्टैंड अप कॉमिक अच्छा है, आर्टिस्ट का आर्ट अच्छा है, there will always be a certain gap existing. What becomes problematic is when you've got 25-year-olds fighting for issues which are trivial. They are as sensitive as their 60-year-old grandfathers. They are as, volatile and have that ability to become violent or maybe threaten a person who does not agree with their point of view or maybe is projecting a different voice publicly. I'll take Ankit's example. There was this one video recently where he said no to racism. Okay, and I see some comments down there, and that was the reason why I was for a time being looking at in this direction. जिसके लिए मैं अंकित को भी मना कर रहा था. What I found was, there was this there's some comments which are aghast. So how what is the difference you find? आज की generation, मैं youngsters की बात कर रहा हूँ, and I'm including youngsters, the youngest person in the panel, say Anshu.
Thanks.
Okay? I'm including such people. How open are they to such concepts? और मैं सिर्फ बम्बई, दिल्ली, बैंगलोर, हैदराबाद के youngsters की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं tier 2, tier 3 टाउन की बात भी कर रहा हूँ. How open are they, Vignesh?
मैं एक बात बताऊं कि अभी ये it comes to how much you're feeding on the media on a daily basis. All right. Now, sensitivity, I understand, because we are a group of people who say that no, feminism is all right or gender neutrality is all right. But at the same time, we're looking at reels where एकदम openly थप्पड़ मार रहा है, लड़की को लात मार रहा है, उसको वहां गिरा रहा है, इसको ये कर रहा है, which is normal. People are liking it. Now, to give you an example, my father is a magician, and I saw his friend's video recently on a reel that he was showing an online show. पीछे से camera record कर रहा है, where he showed a note, currency note, and he just did this, and it vanished. The all other of his reels are just 100 views, 150 views, 200 views. ये एक video को almost 1 billion views हैं. तो मैंने बोला this must be a viral video. I went into the comments. It was disgusting. It was he was getting trolled and he doesn't even know about it yet, because he's around a 60-year-old magician who was just trying to show his art, and he doesn't use Instagram as often. But if he sees that tomorrow, so his impression will be first the views will be like, oh shit, I'm now a star. But then he opens the comments, he will have to deactivate his profile. It is that bad. So I feel that it's pretty, of course, the younger generation is a little violent right now. It's a little sensitive. And it also comes from somewhere where free will has now become an issue. Right. It was an issue back then also, but now that we can openly speak about it.
Ankit, you agree with Vignesh?
I think there is aggression and there are, things which should not happening. But then eventually, जैसे अभी comedy में, if something is wrong, these guys need to speak for it and change it. वैसे gaming में, if there is something wrong, I need to speak for it. So वो incident इतना बड़ा हो गया था, that racism वाला video which I made. I thought कि अगर ये एक XYZ YouTuber ने किसी minister को बोल दिया है and then the FIR is raised and he's taken into custody, तो लोगों को अब at least ये समझाना पड़ेगा कि this is serious. आप किसी को भी online जाके कुछ भी बकवास नहीं कर सकते हो, even though you are behind a screen and you are sitting in your comfort zone. So that's the only reason I made that video, and a lot of people appreciated that. A lot of people told me कि यार, the thing is, in gaming, people listen to me, and I don't make XYZ, random videos for just for the sake of views. अभी कोई important topic है, I need to speak for it because people look up to me. तो वो video बनाने का वही पूरा मकसद था कि यार, you need see there is a profession, there are a lot of misconceptions when it comes to gaming. जैसे ही अंशु ने बोला, तो वो सब I am slowly trying to clear. अब उसके बाद आप randomly आके अगर आपने गाली वाली दी, तो एक incident था. So this should not be a trendsetter कि भाई हम किसी को भी कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं. People should take it seriously कि नहीं, there will be consequences. We need to be in our limits.
Okay, Anshu.
Abhinav, I think I give a lot of credit to youth, honestly. Because there is again this stereotype that just because you're young, etc., you're wild, you're angry, you don't have experience. I don't think so. Like I think the younger generation right now is far more balanced, far more intelligent than we were at their age. And it's just on metros, it's all across everywhere in the country. But I think this whole outrage thing, getting angry over stuff, is just not a younger generation. I think more of this is happening with slightly older generation than the youth.
Okay.
Because most of the time, the larger outrage that you see in the country is motivated by some other interests.
Yeah.
Okay. Nobody's like, whether it's against a movie or a song or or a comedy set, that whole intent is very different, and it is led by groups in whatever who are who are not the young people. There are a lot of young people who get kind of influenced by it, but most of the time, for example, I'll give you a simple sense, right? Most of the time I have gotten trolled on social media by a very young guy, which I know, if I would check the profile, etc., that guy would be in college or maybe even school. That guy is just trolling for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's not fighting for some right of,
he doesn't mean it.
Sect. If I actually talk to that guy very sweetly now, even though he's trolling, his third or the fourth comment to me back is, "Sir, huge fan. I was just having fun." Like itna kyun gussa ho raha tha, main gaali kyun de raha tha. So younger generation is smarter that way, and I hope they understand the difference between how they are fed outrage, on social media through vested people, vested interest, and how they can filter it out and still look at art the way it should be looked at.
Okay. Art simple as the way it should have been looked at. Now, moving on to the next part of the discussion, future generation jaise aayegi, because in the future, like, there'll be more stand-up comedians, there'll be more gamers, there'll be more ventriloquists coming forward. Like, वो एक अलग दौर था, ये एक अलग दौर होगा, कल और लोग आएंगे सुनने वाले, मुझसे कह जो भी अच्छा गाना था। मैं लाइन भूल गया,
मैं पल दो पल का राही।
हाँ, मैं पल दो पल का शायर हूँ, बहुत अच्छी लाइन है। कल और आएंगे मुझसे बेहतर कहने वाले, सुनने वाले। Now, what advice do you have for youngsters? How prepared they should be? How कितना मोटी चमड़ी करके उनको अपनी आना चाहिए? Ankit, I'll start with you.
मोटी चमड़ी तो काफी करनी ही पड़ेगी, बिकॉज एज सक्सेस कम्स टू यू, आपके नंबर्स ग्रो होते हैं, आप नोन होते हो, तो देयर आर लॉट ऑफ पीपल जो आके आपसे अटेंशन पाने की कोशिश करेंगे। मेरे केस में भी होता है वो, जैसे अंशु ने बोला कि आप एक दो बार बात करोगे, फिर आप रिप्लाई कर दोगे तो अरे सर मैं तो खाली अटेंशन के लिए कर रहा था, आई एम अ वेरी बिग फैन, वही चीज होती है। सो आपको वो रेडी रहना पड़ेगा और ये समझना पड़ेगा कि व्हेन यू आर देयर at the forefront और आपको ये सब हो रहा है, तो you cannot reply with negativity या that aggression. You have to be mature and you have to understand कि यार ठीक है, अभी मैं इस स्टेज पे हूँ, तो मे बी ये अटेंशन के लिए कर रहा है, या मे बी इसको जेन्युइनली कुछ कॉन्वर्सेशन में आपको समझ में आ जाता है। जब आप कमेंट्स का रिप्लाई करते हो ना, आपको समझ में आएगा कि जेन्युइन क्रिटिसिज्म है या सिर्फ एक फेकनेस है जो आप ट्रिगर करने के लिए कर रहे हो।
ओके,
वन ऑन वन जब भी होता भी है ना, ये लाइव इवेंट्स का भी, फॉर एग्जांपल आई हैव सीन अंशु make comments on the younger teens wherever they're sitting there, in the audiences. He's made that, I've done that. We always do that and nobody really gets offended. At best, someone will try to have a comeback, which is like a jackpot for us
a comedian.
As comedians, because अब ये हमको और 2 मिनट का एक्स्ट्रा बेट देगा YouTube के लिए, तो that becomes a goal for us. But otherwise, I have never come across a youth who comes to me after the show and says कि मुझे इस बात का बुरा लगा. I actually agree with what Anshu said before, that we only see it maybe in the form of bots, if we are being trolled for something that's sensitive, that come across as 13-year-olds or 14-year-olds, but these are not the mindsets that we actually see as trollers. Here, if we really dig deep into it, like I come from a family where, I'm being honest, मेरे बाप को पता चल गया तो मेरे को धकेल देगा बात. But it came to this point where I went for vote, I came back and my father just came up to me and said, "Acha, so did you vote or did you waste your vote?" So I already know what the target audience here is, who's trying to troll us or who is trying to tell us what's wrong with the society and what's wrong with you. We have come from that. So the teens they're okay with anything. It's a joke. They can take a joke.
Okay. Now this will be the last part of the conversation because I'm getting messages constantly for the next panel. Anshu, abhi beech mein a few months ago, Tandav, the Amazon Prime series, was at the center of attention for one particular scene. There have been constant efforts, not only by the right-wing brigade, but also by the left-wing brigade.
Yes.
I recently came across a series of tweets where a minister was trolled for not speaking proper English.
Yeah.
I mean, that is as pathetic as it can get.
Correct.
दोनों में ज्यादा फर्क नहीं है, दोनों एक जैसे हैं. The fact is, what are the government interventions which can be made that creativity is not stifled? Of course, every administration across the world has always tried to curb creativity and expressions. And this has been the case across the world, not just in this democratic market. It has been the case everywhere.
Yeah.
What can be done from the government and I won't say the activist lobby, but people who are very active on this front? What are the policy changes which should be enacted to make tangible returns?
I think I'm going to give you a very idealistic answer to this, and it's not going to happen. But government, political parties, left wing, right wing, whoever it is, just should stay away from art. Just stay away.
But they're already trying it. If I'm not wrong,
like they are.
I'm so sorry that.
No. They need to. I mean, there should not be a policy around it.
Yeah.
See, the simple fact of let the audience decide. If you are the guy who's talking on stage about a certain type of content and everybody feels that this will outrage the country, that artist career will be over in any case, because people will not go watch that person again. No. If people are laughing at your jokes or enjoying what you do, in other art forms, then the audience is enjoying it for what it is. They don't have any other meaning or vested interest behind them. I really feel government should, it's an idealistic statement. I know it will never happen because art seems to threaten power, and powerful people would always be involved or
since the beginning,
kind of monitoring what art is. But ideally it should be aware. I don't like this idea of rules of what you cannot talk about, dictating on behalf of the entire country what they should feel angry about. I mean, who are you? How can you decide for the country that a certain web series will hurt the sentiments of a particular community? That community is busy living their life, or whichever, right? Everybody is busy living their life. तुम कौन होते हो बोलने वाले कि तुम उनके behalf पे बोलोगे? These are all, we all know, these are all politically motivated moves. They are meant to garner votes. And it is done by every politician. This is not just one party or the other.
Ankit, I remember when PUBG caught the nation's eye, and this was during the times of COVID, because everybody was busy playing PUBG. Because everybody was working from home. But at the same time, the Chinese threat crept into every home. PUBG was largely banned, and a lot of TikTok apps and other related apps were banned because there was this label of China made in China. Now, as a gamer, you do not choose a game depending on which country it is from, right? You play it as it is. Do you think the government's intervention on that aspect is right to a certain extent, or do you feel that it is overjudged?
See, at that, जो मैंने पढ़ा था at that point of time, it was affecting our national security. तो उसमें तो कोई भी गेम हो, मैं भले वो 15 साल से खेलूं या 20 साल से खेलूं, if it's coming on my country, I'll just quit playing. But अगर उसका कोई दूसरा मकसद था या दूसरा एंगल था, then I feel that people should stay away, because we don't see कि कौन सा गेम कहाँ बना है, क्या कैसे बना है. We are just playing, we are enjoying, and we are competing. And I don't even play PUBG, but there are a lot of other players जिनकी वजह से जब वो ban हुआ तो वो 1-2 साल for them was very difficult. Their income was gone, उनके पास कोई और source नहीं था, game बंद हो गया, you cannot play, it's illegal now. So वो सब चीजों में there was a pushback कि ये क्या हो गया, why is this banned? But if it's a threat to a national security, then everyone was fine कि हाँ ठीक है, if it's on the nation, then I don't care which game, what game.
But as a gamer, do you think that you will be reluctant to play any game which is made in China in the future, or maybe
if they're sharing data and all those things which I read in the news, and that's going to affect our country, then I would always obviously stay away. I will not download that game. I would not play that game for sure.
Agree.
Okay. Yeah, Anshi, you were mentioning something?
No, I was just agreeing with him. I think when technology is involved and data sharing is involved, I think that's when we should kind of listen to the government. If they're saying it's a threat, it's a threat. I mean, you can't really argue with it.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
यार देखो, if we were comfortable being told what to do, तो आज मैं खुशी कोई एक डेस्क जॉब करता, और अभी अंशु खुशी एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बना रहे होते ताकि अंकित के पीछे एक Xbox का भी लोगो बने.
अभी तक मैं सोच चुका था उसके बारे में.
हाँ, क्योंकि because we came here because we know that we have to talk about things that people usually think about, but there are different ways of saying it, which they might have not explored or already knew. So मुझे लगता है कि ये पहले कोशिश भी हुई थी, जहाँ पर I read this article where they're saying that they might start censoring online content now. But why would you want to? Internet is a deep space. There is all sorts of content available. It's a simple answer. If you don't like it, don't consume it.
Vignesh, trust me, it's easier said than done. You know, in today's scenario, it's far more easier said than done. But I'm likely to end this conversation with the last thought. I'll start with you, Ankit. One thought as a content creator, as a gamer, which you should be careful of, and one thought which you need the society and the upcoming, the people who watch your content, the people who watch your stuff, to be mindful of. I hope I'm clear in my question.
So one thought which I would be careful of would be, not to influence people in a wrong way, because a lot of misconceptions already get attached to gaming in itself. So I always make a valiant effort to not portray a gamer or do something bad, because wo pura घूम फिर के मेरे profession पे आ जाएगा. And secondly, I would urge people to give gamers a chance to pursue this, because it's a $1 billion market. If I was not making money, my parents won't allow me to do this. So these are the two things which I would tell people and all the upcoming gamers, that be aware of what's happening, but don't just give up.
Don't just give up. Vignesh?
I would like to say that, what do you want to say? He does nothing. It's just me who does everything. Hello there. Hi. I'm Anna. Hello, Anshu. Hello, Ankit. Hello, Dino. I hope all of you are doing well. Hi there.
You can go now.
They're not here to see you. They're here to see me.
Okay, bye. Yeah. So, I'm so sorry for that. Hello there.
No, that was a smart brand integration. I'll give you that. But
yeah, of course.
मैं भी set करूँगा 5 मिनट का भी.
Please go ahead, Vignesh.
हाँ, क्योंकि मैंने सुना ना, क्योंकि अभी before we end, तो मैं बोला हाँ, तो दिखाना पड़ेगा. So I think the responsibility has to be taken somewhere. You can't just go out blatantly speaking what you feel. There should be some kind of consideration that you do, because we have people who do that also, and they have their own kind of audience. They have their own kind of fame, which is agreed. Yeah, but how much of risk are you willing to take along with it is what you have to consider.
Okay.
Right, is what I feel. I feel that with certain kind of risks, you also have to understand what you're doing, or vice versa. If you're doing something, you need to know the risks. If you're comfortable with that, go ahead with it. It's your spotlight.
Anshu, closing thoughts?
Yeah, very quickly, for creators, comedians or otherwise, don't create content just to create controversies, because it seems it looks easy that I'm a controversy create karunga, I'll become famous.
Yes.
That's a very temporary phase. Don't do it unless you really feel strongly about something, you've studied that subject, and you have authority over what is happening. Then you can create content around it, whether it's a joke or a song or a poem. For the audiences, just I just have to tell you this, at least from stand-up comedians' behalf, that I can give you a guarantee there is no stand-up comedian in the entire world who gets up in the morning and says, let me hurt somebody's sentiments. Okay, his only intent is, let me make people laugh. That's their only job. And just like in every other job, you will have a bad day. Sometimes a joke doesn't land. Okay, so be patient with that. And remember, a joke is a joke.
Sometimes a bad day ends up to be a bad year.
Yeah, so whatever it is, right? So just be patient and relax. It's just art.
Just be patient. And I think that is what we can do as a country in the times where creativity is not stifled, where creation and the artist are free. Thank you, Anshu. Thank you, Vignesh. Thank you, Ankit. This was really insightful. Thank you for taking out time and talking to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Now, moving on to the next panel, ladies and gentlemen, we have a range of panelists and a range of subjects to be covered. But before that, I think our internet glitch has finally been sorted, and we can finally have our chairman and editor-in-chief, Dr. Anurag Batra, who is the chairman and editor-in-chief of the Business World Group, as well as Exchange for Media Group. We will play his welcome address now. Can we have his clip now, please?
Good morning, It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to the BW Business World initiative on the International Youth Day. Today is 12th August. We celebrate it as the International Youth Day. BW Business World has lots of young, youthful and millennial readers. This is an important segment in community for us. The hopes of our country are on the shoulders of these young people, these millennials. A lot of young people are turning into entrepreneurs. They're entering in the workforce, and some of them have done this in the last 18 months. A lot of young professionals have graduated in the last 18 months. So clearly the post-COVID impact on these young people itself is something that can be the subject of a deep, detailed discussion. Today, when we talk of youth, we talk of aspiration. We talk of, their responsibilities. We talk of what they can do to change the country. And youth are very responsible. They, contrary to the perception that they don't read books or physical newspapers or physical magazines, they're deeply involved in the seeking of knowledge. Also, today's youth want to have an active part in the gig economy. They want to learn new skills. They want to learn, unlearn and relearn. They're simultaneously pursuing many learning options. So clearly, the youth of today is much more aware about sustainability, about environment, about human issues, about entrepreneurship, about technology. Youth and technology are synonymous with each other. Millennials are about technology. Youth are about technology. And I am not young, but I'm definitely, like all youth, a screenager. I may not be a teenager. So today's initiative on the BW Business World's International Youth Day celebrations, we have a whole day of leaders, young leaders, YouTuber, influencers, entrepreneurs, HR leaders, CEOs lined up to talk to you about the future of work, future of business, future of life, future of achievement. And dare I say that the age of achievement is coming down. So these young people are achieving a lot at a very young age. So I wish them luck. I'm sure they'll contribute to nation building as well as find their ikigai in what they do. I'm sure you will enjoy the BW Business World International Youth Day Conference. I wish you luck and look forward to more interactions with you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Batra. Of course, youth are the nation builders. Youth are the future of the nation, future of any nation for that matter, future of that world. Moving on, when we talk about nation builders, how can we ignore the entrepreneurs, the self-motivated, the cults, people who sustain themselves on their own, who do not need a ship to run on the ocean, but have their little boats who somehow swim and bear the currents, bear the challenges. And to discuss entrepreneurship, fostering next generation of entrepreneurs, we have with us an esteemed panel. This panel will be moderated by my very privileged and esteemed colleague, Noor Fatima Warsia, who's the Group Editorial Director at BW Business World. I'm joined by Amit Agarwal, who's the CEO and co-founder of Agri Bazaar, Mr. Ajay Lakhotia, who's the founder of Stock Grow, and Sakshi Tulsian, who's the co-founder and CRO at Persist Technologies. Noor, over to your able shoulders.
Thank you very much. I do feel privileged because I have an awesome panel, actually. I was going through all of your profiles, of course, as research for this, and I was not feeling very good about myself. So first, I will have to just thank you for all of your time. Second, while our topic might seem easy, actually it's very difficult to get into it. What we are trying to understand here today is how can we motivate, or how can youth be currently channeled into becoming global entrepreneurs. Global is the key word here. I have to first officially welcome everybody. I have to thank our audiences. They have been with us since morning. Thank you for staying with us. I was seeing some of your comments on social. My eyes are on my device. Like my boss said, I am not a teenager or young, but I am a screenager. So if you send me your questions, I will pose it to them. Do leave your name, where you're from, if you can, and that'll just make it easier for me to know where I'm posting it to. Now, again, welcome Ajay, welcome Sakshi, welcome Amit. As I said, easier topic, but let's just first kind of understand. I think what our audience is hoping is to understand all three of your experiences. Some of you have a dual hat, as in Ajay, at least he describes himself as entrepreneur at heart and investor at soul. I thought that was really cool. Also, he looks at global markets as his ambition, which is, again, not easy done. Then there is Sakshi. Sakshi actually works with multi-markets already, 35 markets, if I'm not wrong, Sakshi, that your platform already is connected into. Again, very cool. Plus, you have a very tough role. Chief Revenue Officer for every editor is always like, how do they do it? So how do you do it? And then, of course, we have Amit Agarwal. Amit dabbles into a very important sector. I would say it's a sector of passion for him, because I could see his history has something or the other to do with agriculture, whether it was Agri Bazaar, whether it was Agriware before this. So all of you actually will have the experience that can benefit the people today. My first question, however, while laying the foundation is it a fair comparison? The youth or your decision-making time, or the time when you were pivoting into your current avatars and what our current generation is going through, especially because of the pandemic, the way even something as basic as exams, etc., have changed. There's a lost generation that we're looking at. Are the challenges similar? So who wants to go first? Are we doing the thing of ladies first?
I don't mind taking that. Thanks, Noor. Thanks for having me here, and really excited to share the journey. To answer the question, I think the world is changing pretty fast. I mean, I started my entrepreneurship journey back in 2009 with my first startup that I ran for 2 years, ran a team of 80 people, and then exited, started the other one. I can tell you the era back then, right? And 10 years fast forward, things have changed, problems have changed, the penetration for the internet penetration, the technology aspect, the problems, everything has changed. And that is where the mindset of the youth is coming into picture. They are experiencing these problems. They are facing it real time. They are the ones who are, facing it, solving it, and shortening the cycles where the things come for us. The platform for all of them today, I think, is much, much better than what we had 10, 12 years back. Because I can tell you, 10 years back, if I'm in a room, I mean, I was 2 out of 100 women entrepreneurs, and the total capacity was also 100. I mean, angels were not known, VCs were barely there, and the concept was alien to all of us. But fast forward today, we have, bunch of capital available. We have so many problems. We have global exposure, and COVID has just accelerated it more. COVID has just made it, problems are same for everyone around the globe. And whosoever is picking that problem is ahead of the curve. Doesn't matter if you're sitting in India, you're sitting in US, you're sitting in China. So resources are same, problems are same. And I surely feel the platform for youth today to solve, and their motivation is very, very different than what it was 10 years back, at least for me.
Great, very, very different. Anybody wants to add to that in terms of not just what's different, but some challenges that always are there, that today we can discuss and we can actually help people who are considering becoming entrepreneurs or young entrepreneurs who are eyeing international markets. Anything that will continue to be a challenge that you faced and they are likely to face? Because Ajay, you started nodding. I'm going to you. You are on mute though.
Okay. Noor, sir, I've been on both the sides. I've been an investor for almost a decade and then moved on the other side, building a business. It's very interesting. Founders, entrepreneurs, they are always the trend setters. They create businesses and they create a whole sector by themselves. Investors are always trend followers, right? And they would always have that skepticism in mind. And I had all that skepticism in my mind before I started saying, 50% of the time, the conversation starts with, "Ye nahi ho sakta. This is not possible," right? If it was possible, someone else would have done it. They have all the money, they have all the resources. but it's not a function of capital and resources. It's always a function of insight, passion, grit, capability. It's never a function of saying, can someone else do? Everyone else probably can go out and do it, right? When you see the athletes, they have dedicated their life to do what they are doing. And that's the reason they have built that capability themselves. Every founder, every entrepreneur now being on the other side of the table, I celebrate their journey because they have dedicated their lives to do this. It's a mission for them. It's not a job for them. And that's what creates a differentiation. So for every youth, every guy who's thinking of building a business and gets just discouraged by looking at someone else, saying, can someone else take this away from me? Can someone else do this? There are a lot of comparisons. Just get out and do it. That's the only answer to your passion. If you're passionate about it, you should just go out and do it. And there's so many occasions when I get, say, younger guys who are coming in asking for money, saying we want to build this out. The only question that I generally check with them is, what is the kind of life you want to live, right? Do you want to live a life of regret, going back and looking back after 5 years saying, main ye shayad bana sakta tha, yeah? I could have done this and someone else has done it. Don't live a life of regret. It's probably give yourself a year or two to do what you want to do. If it works perfectly well, if it doesn't work, jobs are always there in the world for you to go and get one.
I love what you said. In fact, it is said that the only thing you regret in life are the things you did not do.
Exactly.
However, I'm going to counter question that, and I'm going to put it on Amit. Amit, there is a school of thought that even before you consider going crazy in your entrepreneurial journey, go and learn a little bit. Go work somewhere for a couple of years in your area of interest. It could even be like not even completely your area of interest, but just get a hang of it. Now, advice, is that good advice? Aap bhi mute pe hain, by the way. This has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, correct.
You're golden.
Sorry. Yeah. So first of all, good afternoon. And I would like to thank Business World and Mr. Anurag Batra to creating such a vibrant platform for, for this discussion. And I am thankful to invite me here. So first of all, the earlier thought was, people used to work and then they used to start their business. But, I don't agree with that. And I agree, people any youth, he can start his business and he become a better person, while getting exposed with the many other things. In India, as if you talk about the challenge, many youth, we recruit a lot of people, young people from, villages, because I run an agri company from last, 15 years. So I interact with a lot of, young people. The only thing is, they have very brilliant ideas and all, but their education, we don't give, complete flexibility. Attendance is still a norm in the colleges.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. That is why they are not able to, attend full-time or part-time job. If I, recruit someone who is very good at, work or content writing or any good skills and all. So he is not able to join, full-time. As a full-time is 3 hours a day or 4 hours a day, in a day. So he just, spend only internship, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. We also give a lot of chances for, young people to have a company as an intern. But when we say why don't you continue? You will learn a lot of things and you will also, earn something. But again, attendance is a norm. If you look at the US or somewhere else, Western country, attendance is not a norm. It's a very good, flexibility which college provides. So I think, that's a, big challenge. Otherwise, and today's economic environment is such people are, those who are, starting their business. So they are lucky people because funding is not a problem. If they have good idea, good capabilities, passion, and, so they can raise money, every week, every day we hear that, this startup has raised 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, and they succeed. They get money. In my times, I started, India's first agri startup in 2008, Star Agri. And I was not able to raise money. That time, VC was not there. Or 1 or 2 VC were there. And they said, first you make a profitable business. People language was like ROE, return on equity, EBITDA and all. And today, people are now, they are beyond this profit making. They are saying you just get the revenues, you get the customers and revenue will come. This profitability will come. Look at the Zomato. Zomato is not profitable, but it's an essential services today. If Deepinder has not started, 10, 12 years back and, so then it's we know that without the Zomatos, without Swiggy, it's very difficult to live in urban cities. So the time has changed. Like as Sakshi has said, time has changed. Internet has come. Investor mentality has completely changed. They are betting, on ideas. Earlier it was not there. So today, youth, if any youth, it's a very good, environment. So my advice is like, they should start their business if they have any idea. So they will get, a good exposure, and they will also create employment for this country.
All right, brilliant. See, arguably, this conversation that we just had, we were having a similar conversation probably 8 to 10 years ago when the startup culture in India was really picking up. And then it got boosted by Make in India, and then things went crazy. Then we had this entire slump, if one could use that word. It was like the bubble burst. There were so many, the e-commerce companies per se were facing problem as a sector, but there were several other entrepreneurs that were really tested in terms of you really should have the will to continue, otherwise pack up, do something else, or just turn non-entrepreneur. So we're kind of coming down to a circle because pandemic moved that. Pandemic threw people out of their jobs, and one of your best option was go employ yourself, become your own boss. And then again, we saw a surge of new kind of companies that came up. So we've gone a little bit cyclical in that. If I had to now ask you from your own experiences, how do you crack this wave of the current entrepreneurs? How do they crack or take advantage of the technology adoption that we're seeing for going global or for looking at international markets? What is some advice? How are you people looking at it? Any shortcuts? Who wants to take it? Ajay?
Yeah. Noor, one thing, there are no shortcuts in life, and I've learned it the hard way. We started building our business probably just a week before lockdown happened. My first guy whom we hired was like a day before lockdown happened. And after that, everything changed, right? So all the investors who promised money, they were like, hey, I have to preserve the cash for my existing businesses. All the guys who wanted to join, right, they all said, I think we'll stay back in the kind of business we are in because we don't know what's going to go from here. The way you have to start looking at these businesses is how many people, what kind of resources do you need? And what is your vision for a business that you're creating today? 90%, and I'm more than sure about these numbers, more than 90% of the businesses today are online first before they go offline, right? So food, deliveries, agri, manufacturing. If you leave these core sectors, right, where you have to be offline in a factory shop for manufacturing, you have to be on the farm to do the cultivation, right? You have to be on the road to do deliveries. Everything else is online now. So all the buying and selling has technically moved online. It can be education, it can be food, it can be cars, it can be anything that you're buying and selling. All the transactions have moved online. That deliveries are still offline because it has to be a physical delivery. So whenever you're thinking of business, saying, can I build this business online, right? Logistic would be taken care by someone else if my business requires offline logistics. But can I build this business online? And if I have to build this business online, is my audience local or global, right? If I have to go global, right, what are the kind of resources that I need to do that? And then geography is the smallest of your constraint. You can sit in any part of the world and run this business. I and my team can be sitting in Maldives and run my business from there. It doesn't matter. Right, so that geographical constraint with online business has completely gone away. There's no geographical constraint. There are no boundaries for an online business, right? The only boundary is when you have to merge with an offline delivery, but that's pretty much it. So whatever you're building, in whichever sector, be it finance, be it fintech, be it education, be it HR businesses, right? Be it say content business. You are out of any kind of boundaries out there. You can build a global business sitting anywhere in the world today.
What if we went sector agnostic on this one, or rather we went into sectors like, say, retail, or looked at agriculture? Some of these sectors, are these sectors fair to have global ambitions?
Yes, agriculture, certainly. If you look at our export number, India's export, so we now, if you look at the recent export number, you can say it's a lifetime high export number, which India registered in recent times. So agriculture has a, secondly, it's a global ambitious plan for India. Yeah. And secondly, I just want to add, I see one more, challenge, during this, what, usually these youth faces. So somebody is, very good, in ideas, in strategy and all, but he's not good at coding. He's not a techie, and some engineers, they are good at technology side, but they are not good at ideas and execution. Yeah. So, meeting founders, creating a good team is a challenge for current, in youth, which the youth are facing currently. So, I've seen a lot of, youths, they have wonderful ideas, but they don't have any kind of, coding experience, engineering experience. So my question is, my point is, if, somebody create a forum where, this pre-founding team can meet or, develop, discuss regularly. We have a lot of, forums like BNI, YPO and all, but they are, beyond youth's, you can say, capabilities to attend that because they are for, just for businesses. So I think that's a challenge to create a initial founding team.
Got it. I completely got it. So what we have all agreed on, and what we have, unless until Sakshi is going to raise her hand and say no, we have agreed on is that because 90% of businesses right now are online first or online max, it is very easy for a business to go global right now. If you know who your audience is, as Ajay had mentioned, then the where part of it is the smaller problem. So get your audience right, what you're trying to do, and then where will take care of itself because of the collabs that are there right now. So now, if that is in fact the case, Sakshi, do you want to contest the gentleman?
No, I don't want to contest. In fact, I want to add, we're talking about global. We all agree, right? Sitting in India, you can sell everywhere. And I can take my example. As Fossil, we sell software to restaurants. Very simple approach, right? But to be in 35 countries, we had to travel to almost 15 of them to close these deals and be there, be present. But last 18 months, we've added 20 more countries, and we are now in almost 56 countries, right? And we haven't traveled, we haven't got on the plane. So things have definitely changed, and every business is adopting to that. But on the same side, I can also say that within India, there are so many opportunities, right? Which were restricted, being present. I can take the example for restaurants as a vertical, right? So we were all mostly, dine-in first.
Yes.
Swiggy, Zomato came in 2015 to between 2017, but I can tell you what kind of challenges they faced to actually get restaurants online. The best of the best restaurants, right, who are legacy restaurants, been there in the industry for last 20 years, never came online, right? They thought that the experience is dine-in, the experience is ambience, right? Food is a byproduct, right? So they can't just deliver food, they're delivering experience. This was one reason which was also, stopping them to expand. Because अगर आपको restaurant खोलना है, आप physical location लोगे, आप कितना expand कर लोगे? You need huge capital, right? To open a place, you need $1.5 crore to set up all operations. But Noor, in last 18 months, I can name 100 new age restaurateurs, right, who were born, who've grown at the rate at which no one else could have imagined. Right? Restaurants who've been sitting there for 10 years, 20 years, right? Now they are competing because now people want food, people want delivery, right? And COVID may stay, right? Delivery first gave them this opportunity to be present in Delhi, in Bangalore, in Mumbai, right? If you're doing good food, you can expand globally. So COVID definitely gave a lot of opportunities in different verticals, whether it's food, whether it's education, right? One point which Amit made earlier, that colleges have an limitation in India, which is stopping our youth, from maybe taking that step while they are studying, right? Because I call the college time as a zero period, right? You don't have any responsibility, right? Your parents are just putting money on you, on your education. They're not expecting the return. But the minute you step your foot out of the college door in your 3rd year, 4th year, now you are carrying that tag of a package expectation in your head. राइट अभी आपको लोन भी एक ही दिन में पे ऑफ करना है, अभी आपको सीटीसी भी एक ही दिन में कमाना है. आपने कॉलेज का टाइम दोनों तरीके से, आपने भी इनिशिएटिव्स नहीं लिए, कुछ लोगों ने लिए, दे डिड एंड फॉट विद द अटेंडेंस, बट मेजॉरिटी ऑफ देम डिड नॉट. So education has also changed, right? In 18 months, people have got, all the youth have got this opportunity to think, to have access to all these forums, right? all these events used to be offline before, right? It was not possible for people from Bangalore, Bombay, Delhi to join in together. It was not possible for youth to travel. But technology and access has just changed and accelerated the thought process of the youth. And it is creating a lot of opportunities, which we'll see coming forward in next 2 to 3 years. Chahe wo within India hai, chahe wo global hai, I think we are here for a good ride.
Very cool. All positive comments right now. The problem is we are sitting on International Youth Day. We will have to talk about India's youth in totality, which also means that I don't know how fair it is to kind of reflect on this, but there is youth that is there in the markets that we know. Then there is youth in India's lower tier markets. The pandemic did create a flat India because data, device proliferation, everything at least ensured that ambition was trickling down, then action can happen. But the enablement part may or may not have happened. Now, if we had to kind of broad base what we are saying right now, is there any reason that anybody who's probably joining us from a tier 2 market right now, probably not joining us, but probably reads about it later because they simply are not even into the webinar concept so much in their current markets, unless and until it's entertainment. Any of them, if you had to give some advice to them in terms of why there is this opportunity applies to them as well, what would be some advice? What is something that will motivate that section a little bit more? Who wants to go first? Why do I keep going to Ajay every time I ask a question? It's just happening. I think it's the screen, the sign of the screen.
Yeah, so what we have done is, and given the pandemic, we have not just hired people, say in tier 1, tier 2 towns. We have gone across the globe. I have team members who are sitting in Ukraine, who are sitting in San Francisco. But very interestingly, I have 2 team members who are currently in their villages and they manage their farmlands and they are techies. They work on the platform with us. They are both developers, right? And their salaries are at par with anyone else out here, because for us, the constraint is not for these guys to be sitting in my office and doing it. He can be sitting anywhere as long as he's able to deliver on our requirement. We are good on them, right? All that we do is necessarily get on a call with everyone once in the morning, figure out how to do things for the day. And that's pretty much it, right? So the routines for everyone has changed, including ourselves. And my suggestion to all those folks out there who think they should be a part of the larger ecosystem which is getting created, right? There are enough education tools available online, both free and paid. And even if it's paid, it's extremely cheap, right? Get those tools, educate yourself with whatever basic skills are required. And then there are enough startups and businesses who are keen to hire you, irrespective of wherever you are, whether you're sitting in your village, in your town, in your any location, it doesn't matter. As long as you have the skill to deliver, everyone is keen to hire them.
All right, perfect. Anybody wishes to add to that point at all on our youth in tier 2, tier 3 markets? Any advice or any good change that you're seeing? Maybe some positive green shoots? Anything?
I think, education coming online, right? And in last 18 months, we've all seen the kind of companies that have come, right? Whether it's Byju's, Unacademy, and likes of that. If you have to start, right, it has to come from within. For all of us who took this challenge, it's not easy, right? We can talk about all good things, but it is tough, right? I mean, the journey is pretty tough. All of us have gone through COVID. We have changed our avatar. We had to figure out. We had to just stand to stay alive, right? So we've seen all of that. So if we are talking about the youth who want to start and who want to, make a difference, they're already figuring it out, right? I mean, they're already figuring it out. Ajay, as rightly mentioned, right? There are so many free and cheap online courses available. Basic skills are giving them access to change their livelihood. And there is no rule that you have to start first or you have to gain an experience and then start first. I mean, there are people who start in their 40s, in their 50s, right? Yeah. There is no right time. There is no right time. And you can't define your success, right? People fail in first 3 startups in their, 20s, and they end up doing a job. Nothing is wrong. Point is, you need to make yourself happy, right? You need to upgrade your skills. अब वो skills आपका as an entrepreneur कुछ problem solve करने में जाएं या फिर as an entrepreneur एक बड़ी ship के साथ जुड़ने में जाएं, right? It has to give you a good sleep at the end of the day when you see people using your product. I can tell you my technology team, right? The software they build, they sit in a room, they code. उनको नहीं पता है बाहर क्या हो रहा है. But the software हम बनाते हैं, it's being used in restaurants.
Yes.
Then they go out, right? And they see कि okay, process is being used. They feel so happy. They feel so proud. And they come back with 3 more recommendations कि हम ये भी कर सकते हैं.
Correct. Yeah.
Right. So in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities, I think people are getting on access, and there are a lot of startups who are enabling them. I mean, a recent one, I mean, most of us know about Joe Skills, Joe Stocks, right? They have started this another vertical called Joe Skills because they are actually in the tier 3, tier 4 cities, right? One of the co-founder I know, last 1 month, he was in Bihar, going to every street, every village, just to talk to their visitors, their viewers who are there on the portals. अभी उन्होंने English speaking का skill course start किया है, personality development का course start किया है, right? Yep. And people are coming to them. I mean, for them, getting a 10,000 rupees job is great sitting at home, which was not possible earlier. You know, travel करना पड़ेगा, office जाना पड़ेगा. So things are changing. You just need to, you know, access that and keep trying. Don't be afraid of failures. They will happen. वो job में भी होंगे.
Awesome. Got it. I am ready to move the discussion forward. If nobody else has anything to add right now.
I just want to add, my recent experience. So I recently met, one of the, very young person called Divyam Agrawal. He is from, very small city called Alwar. And he was, super expert in crypto. So I asked, how did you, learn this? Is a so complex subject, and, I can't, even think of it. So he said, like, there are a lot of, online tools are available. And I just took my, 70,000 rupees from my father and ensured him that, this money will not be lost. And I learned a lot of things and I made good money. So people are now aware through WhatsApp groups, through, social media and all. So today's youth are much more aware than earlier.
And also just to add there, in last 10 years, Noor, India has also seen a lot of success. Right? I mean, all these Swiggies and Zomatos and Byju's of the world has actually given validation to the world, right? And the ecosystem that we've built in last 10 years, right? This is the time when all of us are giving it back also, right? So जो गलतियां हमने करी हैं, अगर हमने कुछ 5 साल में सीखा, आज किसी को 3 साल लग सकते हैं if I help him, but 3 लगेंगे, right? But now I think the support from the family, the support from spouses is increasing, which was not there earlier, right? Instead of spending on education, people are understanding. Maybe they can hedge. Still, we are not out there open. Degrees are of value, for all of us. But it's changing pretty fast. I think the cycles are getting shorter and shorter every year for these changes.
And Sakshi, to your point, I actually failed in first 2 startups that I did. This was right out of college. And fortunately, I think I chose a college where the attendance was not necessary. I've never gone to my college except the examinations. Not setting an example for others to follow, but
yes, let's just double underline that.
No, I'll do that. So I had 88% attendance, right? I was an academic person, right? मैंने college नहीं miss किया और मैंने college में शुरू किया, and I worked after my college for 2 years also. But I think that working gave me a realization कि नहीं ये कम access है मेरे पास. I need more. Right? How to try that out? So
88%, but seriously, what kind of a child were you? 88%.
I wanted to make sure that the college did not send a letter to my home. Honestly, 85 से नीचे letter चली जाती थी. मैं diary रखती थी.
These are good drivers. All right, while we're talking about resilience, which is required in your global ambitions, we must talk about things that can go wrong. So anything that you want to tell them or you want to give out as do nots, is right now a good time to talk about it. Risks that they are likely to face, handling rejections, handling failure. We should be able to talk about all of this. But also I'm hoping a few this will happen or this can happen risks, especially when you're looking to expand your business. Anyone can go at it. I'm not looking at Ajay. Go for it, people.
So I want to start today's my advice is if people are now quite influenced by the fundraising valuation and they feel that
IPO boom.
Yeah, if they start business then they can become करोड़पति in रातों रात में हो जाएगा. वो होने वाला नहीं है. वो मतलब 10,000 में से एक का होता है. Real good idea and all. So people like youth should feel like, they get, more exposure, they will get, more experience if they start their own, and they just not think about the valuation and, too much fundraising and all, and do not, influenced by others. And secondly, like, if they have idea and there are quite bright chances, then they find, this app is already running and they get demotivated. But, they feel they should, like, consider that the market is so huge. Sabke liye jagah hai.
Yeah, okay. Bigger and better. Me too, always works.
Yes. So I go and, talk to, many colleges. So people say, like, I got this idea, but when I realized kara ki yahan par to pehle hi isme bahut crowded ho gaya. So it's like, it's a game of creativity. If somebody is very creative and he's, deliver some creative options to some customers, then I think he will be more successful than the available ones.
All right, perfect. Challenge number 2, or risk that is likely to come in your face. Any next? Who wants to take it?
See, I think no idea is perfect. What matters is execution, right? So whenever someone is starting, right, doesn't matter if you're starting a new company, if you're starting a new product within an existing company, or you're starting a new country, right? There are challenges. You are bound to fail, right? I think what matters is your homework should be done very, very right. Today, we are seeing a lot of youth, a lot of people, seeing the successes. कि अच्छा ये सब 10 startup news में है, सब बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है, चलो सब करते हैं. They don't know the 1,001 sales, or who are still, there. So don't get blinded, right, by numbers, by funding, right? कोई पैसा free में नहीं देता, right? I mean, there's a lot of responsibility that comes to it. First of all, you should have belief in your idea, right? You should believe it, that you can do it. You should plan it कि आपको पैसे कब चाहिए. आपका business plan सिर्फ Excel में नहीं होना चाहिए, आपके दिमाग में होना चाहिए. You should be able to fund yourself, right? Whether it is by reducing your life cost of living, or if you have a certain cost, making sure that you have that arrangement. If you get money in advance, if someone believes in you, great. But that should not be your plan A. कि पैसा आएगा तो शुरू करेंगे, right?
Got it.
And second thing is, as an entrepreneur, I believe there should not be a plan B, right? I mean, you should not be like कि अभी ये हो गया, अगर ये नहीं चला तो मैं ये कर लूंगा. No, I mean, you have to take that risk. It's high risk, high reward, right?
And planet B नहीं होता. This is the first time I'm hearing plan B नहीं होना चाहिए.
Plan B नहीं होना चाहिए. मतलब अगर आप if you're diving into it, right? You have to believe in yourself. अगर आपका plan B है, मतलब आप अपने आप में believe नहीं कर रहे, आप chance ले रहे हो. You're just hedging it. चलो try कर लेते हैं, luck लग गया. Luck is nothing. Luck will follow if you act, right? So there is no rule book, what to do, how to do, and what are the successes, what are the failures. There are people who failed on few things, and on the same plan, others have succeeded, right? It is you who have to get on the ground. अपने हाथ गंदे करने पड़ेंगे, मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी. As Ajay said, there is no shortcut. And I think one thing, which the last thing I'll I'll submit with, is learn from others, right? Always have mentors. Always reach out to people who've done that without any expectation, right? Just talking to them. And again, in COVID, सबके पास access है सबका, right? Social media, LinkedIn, there are places you can connect everyone. हमें लगता है कि वो बंदा busy है, मैं कैसे reach out करूँ? We have, that problem, but नहीं, सब खाली है, सबके पास बहुत time है, right? And if you just have to that intent कि someone is reaching out, and all of us who are there, building our businesses, and still we are work in progress. We should have this commitment to give it back to the society, not with equity, not with money. Money may follow, right? I mean, between me and my co-founder, we've invested in 28 startups till now, right? I can tell you we've not got any deal from AngelList or platforms कि अच्छा ये deal अच्छी है. We've worked with the founders before, right? We've put money on the person, right? So I think reach out, ask for help. That is the only way you can shorten your cycles and learn more. गलतियां होंगी, don't be afraid.
Very cool. Ajay, you became the last word in this one. Just such prime positions he keeps getting.
So, Noor, I think one thing that we need to change out there is the definition of an entrepreneur, right? We all have been brought up with this idea that an entrepreneur is a risk taker. Yes. It's just the other way around. They are not risk takers, they are risk mitigators, right? So when most of us look at businesses, we think of all the risks that are going to come, right? And I call it Murphy's Law. Everything that can go wrong may go wrong.
Will go wrong.
And you have to plan for it, right? So you have to figure out, if this goes wrong, what should I be doing? If this goes wrong, what should I be doing? And that's how every entrepreneur is able to mitigate all kind of systematic risks which are available, right? An earthquake, you can't help it and you can't plan for it. But everything else that can go wrong in a business plan, you will actually work out how to mitigate it. That's how you have to think. On the other side of the table, I think now the culture is changing. Iske pehle, failure was a taboo, right? So if you have failed in something, it does not work. And you carry that baggage with you saying, yeah, I did this and it went wrong. Now people have started embracing failure. It's learning, it's not failure, right? So you don't call that I failed at something. You said, I tried it and I learned few things, and I'll probably be implementing a better plan next time. So the moment you start embracing failure, and this happens like with us every day. I decided to do something. I went after, say, a client, a customer, investor. It did not work out. I failed, right? And this is going to happen to me almost every day. If I start getting depressed about it, I'll not be able to build the business. So all I have to do is keep myself self-motivated. I know that these are the chances I'm taking. And even if before I'm entering a room, I'm excited to convert the person, but I know that there are chances it might not just work out. So I'm ready with that. You have to embrace that as you move forward, be it smaller failures or the bigger failures in life. As long as you say these are not failures, these are learnings for me, and I have more chances in life to move forward, you'll not worry about things.
All right, perfect. Amazingly, we're on the last 5 minutes of our conversation. I didn't feel it. I just got an alert of wrap up. We did cover a lot of ground. All of you are very optimistic in the current setup, which is from a country to an external dynamic standpoint, also what people are facing. So what the youth right now is facing. From both standpoints, you are very, very optimistic on turning entrepreneur and entrepreneur turning global or going after global ambitions. So that's a good point. Moving forward from that, you have given some words of advice and you have given some words of how cool everybody is. I'm just going to go with a word of advice because we really have we have very, very less time. Manage your expectations. Don't be influenced, be inspired. Don't go after or don't make wrong calculations on how soon you're going to get rich from what you're doing. A bigger and better Me Too works. I have to say, I loved Amitji's advice. A bigger and better Me Too always works. So don't think your idea is out there. It's a bad idea to do it. Even if you're getting any kind of feedback from the market that this may or may not work out, give it a push. Probably the most revolutionary advice would have had come, aggressive advice would have had come from Sakshi when she's like, no plan B. So as Ajay was saying, you can plan for your plans because you're not the risk taker, you're the mitigator. So keep planning on what things can go wrong, but don't already start thinking of if this whole cookie crumbles, what will I do next? Go in it fully. I think that's what Sakshi really meant. Give it your all. Then execution most important than the idea. Nobody owns the idea, so that makes sense. Again, very good advice from Ajay once again, which is failure is equal to learning right now. Nobody is looking at it as failure anymore. It was really a thing of the 2000s. If anybody still talks about failure, we are in the 2020s. Look at it as learning and go for it. We do have last 3 minutes, and the reason why I spared it is because I did get somebody who put a question on social. And it's more like a comment plus a question. I think they kind of took it when we were talking about how tier 2 and tier 3 markets are also picking up. And they said, thank you so much for the examples that you have shared. This is coming from Namrata Chainani. She's not told me where she's from, but yeah, so she's just written that, thank you so much for the examples that you have shared across different markets. Are you actively looking at doing something to recruit people or to increase your count from lower tier markets? Anybody wants to take that just to give a sense? Aisa hota hai kya? Do people go geography specific in your recruitment?
No. Earlier people used to, right? So you would say, I'm based out of Bangalore, and I would say, hey, if you are based out of Bangalore, or if not, right, the office is in Bangalore and you have to come and work here. That has changed. So it doesn't matter. Can I get people sitting in, say, a smaller town or say any other village? And if they have the skill and capability, why not? It doesn't matter wherever they are based out of.
All right.
Yeah, plus one to that, I think, in last pre-COVID, we definitely had this requirement right? If we are in Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, we have to have people and who have to come to office. But in last 18, and we did a lot of mistakes, right? We rejected a lot of people whom we needed, whom we wanted to hire, but we were like, nahi, abhi Delhi nahi aa sakte, to kaise kaam hoga? Right? It was stupid. And now things have changed. I mean, none of our most of our JDs don't have a location, right? And in last 1 year, we've had a lot of people who are based out of Kerala, jahan hamara office nahi hai, who are working out of Lucknow, who are working out of Bihar, their villages. So if you're good and you are there to add value, I think it doesn't matter where you're sitting.
All right, perfect. I do have one more question, Amitji, so that's why I'm asking that question. As in, we will have one more question from social, and you can take on this question first. This question is coming from Sush Boktawala. She's basically asking, or again, commenting plus asking, she wants to get a sense that when you are looking at, or when you were, Sush, what have you written? Yeah, when you're looking at your overall strategy for growth, especially when you're looking at global, was this a part of your starting point? Did this become a part of your growth over a period of time? I think she's trying to ask, did you factor it in when you were starting, or did it just happen because the market opened up?
So when we started the AgriBazaar 3 years back, it's my third startup. So it was initially planned that this platform has no boundaries, and any farmer can sell anywhere on our platform, whether it's from Africa or from America or from India. So it was there in the plan on day one that we had a global aspiration because of internet.
Got it. All right. I will have to close up, everybody. We are at 1:30. Abhinav, can we have you back? Is my watch showing the right time?
Yes, your right watch is showing the right time. Thank you, Noor. This was a very insightful session, and there's a reason why I called Noor as a privileged journalist. Her ability privilege, the privilege of ability, always gets the best out of all the panelists, and the most philosophical quotes come out from here, as Noor summed up. But as most of us would agree, that 9 out of 10 startups still shut down in this country, Noor, every year. So when Amit, Sakshi, and Ajay mentioned that just don't go on funding. Focus on the remaining 9. That is when you have the skin in the game. And when we say skin in the game, there's one book which I would refer to everybody, every entrepreneur's favorite. It's The Hard Thing About Hard Things by Ben Horowitz. And I'm sure all the entrepreneurs would agree. Noor, thank you so much for this insightful discussion. Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Sakshi. Thank you, Ajay.
Take care.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Noor. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next panel, ladies and gentlemen, the other aspects of the youth. We're talking about sustainability. The future of the planet very much depends on this aspect. Will the youth have a green planet? Will the youth be able to fight, to put their fight on for a green planet, for a cleaner planet, and for a sustainable future? And to discuss just that, we have with us Rupin Dang, who is the Himalayan conservationist, Suyash Gupta, who is the Director, Indian Auto LPG Coalition, Mr. Chetan Solanki, he's a scientist and professor, Department of Energy Science at IIT Bombay. We have with us Mohammad Mofizur Rahman, who's an academic instructor and Anand Fellowship for Climate Action, and former Alexander von Humboldt. You've got to tell me whether I pronounced that right or not. And to take this conversation forward, we have Urvi Srivastav, who's the editorial lead at Business World. Urvi, over to you.
Thank you so much, Abhinav, for the introduction. I'll take it over from here. I would like to welcome all our panelists and the distinguished guests we have who are achievers in their own right and in their own fields. So today we are living in an era where there is an unavoidable urgency to transition to a greener future and sustainable way of life. So let's just dive headfirst into the conversation. Mr. Solanki, I would like to start with you. Given that you are more in the academic space, how have you seen the attitude of the youth change towards green energy in the past decade? Are they willing to adopt it readily?
Well, thanks, Urvi, and thank you for inviting me to join this. I feel, first of all, forget about the youth. The old of this country, or in general in the world, the policymakers, the politicians, do not understand what is sustainability, what it requires to be sustainable. And we have been talking about it for decades and thousands of conferences, But look at how the climate is becoming, and so it's actually turning out to be worse every single passing year, which means that we do not understand. Youth is not able to recognize the problem because we are not directed in a proper direction. Because one side, every country keeps saying we need to grow economically, economy should grow, consumption should grow, production should grow. On the other side, every time you grow your consumption, you are consuming extra bit of energy. And that extra bit of energy, 80-85% of it is coming from fossil fuels. And if it is coming from fossil fuels, it is directly contributing to the climate change. So you are in this contradictory problem. And I think we do not recognize that one side we want to increase GDP, but GDP increase means climate change increase. GDP increase means less green future. GDP increase means more problems. We have seen how catastrophic events have been in the world, be it Canada, be it Germany, be it Russia, China, everywhere there are problems in the world and unprecedented. So therefore, to your answer, I feel that the youth doesn't know where to go. Neither the current policies or the leadership or the direction or the economics actually guiding the youth in the right direction. But I think that it is the youth who has to really understand that why do we need to adopt green energy much sooner than anybody can imagine, because it is the youth who is going to live longer on this planet. And all the people who are in 40s and 50s, I keep saying, they will go away from this planet in another 30-40 years. It is the youth who is going to spend longer time on this planet. And therefore, that understanding is really must, which unfortunately is not there. What direction to go? Should I focus on economic? Should I focus on green? Should I do this? Should I do that? That is not really clear, Gurvi.
Yes, there's a common saying in English that we have not inherited the world from our forefathers, rather we have borrowed it from our children. So indeed, it is going to be the next generation that suffers the act of any generation before that. So coming to you, Mr. Rahman, about this, what do you think is the issue here at hand, in the sense that why are we not able to communicate properly with the youth? Where is the gap?
Oh, thank you very much for inviting me and providing opportunity to talk. I would like to start where Professor Chetan Solanki ends. Like, there is an intergenerational aspect to climate change. So the people who are suffering the most are not responsible for this, actually. If you look at nationwide, the nations who are suffering, for example, Maldives, Bangladesh, from flood, cyclone, and so on, all the Pacific Islands, they have contributed insignificant in the climate system in terms of carbon and other greenhouse emission, but they are suffering the most. Now, if you look at generation-wise, the younger generation haven't contributed in that extent, but they are the victim and they will be the victim in the future. So if we look at climate crisis, it's one of the biggest challenges we have ever seen, and it will be growing over time as we are not taking the right path. So, there are various issues, and when we talk about transition to green, I think there are few aspects we have to be aware about. So it's not like moving from coal to renewables. It's not only that. There is also kind of societal change is required. There are behavioral changes required, like how we think about our future. What's the future? And who will be responsible? And what's the path? So the societal transformation have to go hand in hand, with the technological transitions. So I think this coupling is needed. So it's not only that we build up new business on solar and wind and so on. At the same time, some sort of behavioral transition is required. And I think that's the point we have to work on. And youth have a very, very bigger role in this societal transformation. It's the choice. Because very often I tell my students that Climate change is not an atmospheric or oceanic phenomenon. We are the climate. Every decision we make is related to climate. We are the climate, because the transportation we take from our going from home to office is related to climate change. The food we eat, the way we do our business, it's our luxury product we buy, and so on and so forth. So for me, we are the climate, and if we don't change our behavior, it's pretty hard to protect our climate. I think I will stop here and listen from other, then I come back again if there is scope.
Okay, Mr. Rahman, thank you so much. So, Mr. Gupta, I would like to bring you into the conversation now. As Mr. Rahman said that there's a need to change the outlook we have. Do you think that pedagogy has a role to play in it? And what changes can be brought about in the education system overall so that people are a little more conscious?
Thank you, Urvi, and thank you, BW World, for asking me to be in this conversation. Maybe, before I take your question, I'll draw a context to it. See, all the policies we have and what's happening in the environment today, we saw the IPCC report, the Diamond report, and I think the subject which you have for today is very pertinent in light of that. Now, the number one stakeholder who's responsible for this situation we are in is government, the policymakers. And policymakers, and again, I'm looking at the panel, I'm the only one probably from the industry, and and we have big experts today from the academics and environmentalist side. So talking from the point of view of industry, the policy which the central government and the state governments, they need to promote needs to be conducive, needs to be practical. Today we come up with some really big aspirational figures, which are 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line. But youth today, and I'm not saying in a negative sense, requires some immediate gratification. Today, 14 of the world's top 20 cities are most polluted cities are in India, and that's a very that's a very sad state of affairs, and it will continue that way. I'll give you an example. Today we have electric. We're talking about electric. 20 years down the line, we are completely quiet on the impact of COVID on the financials of the government, that they will not be able to support in terms of subsidies. So nobody is talking about that in media, but I'm pretty sure that the whole electric movement would take at least, it's pushed at least a decade away. So that is one part. And again, it's important for us to realize in the education system also that not all energy can be clean, fully clean. But so let's look at a lower carbon fuel rather than a zero carbon fuel. I do not think there is any, and again, we have experts on the panel today. I do not think there is a possibility of having any kind of a low carbon fuel, zero carbon fuel, when you compare well-to-wheel emissions. And transport has had a major role to play in air quality issues today. I'm looking at some figures here. Almost India will have 600 million people, which are under 25. So what kind of future are we trying to provide them if we are going to only talk about aspirational fuels? We need to have a roadmap, Urvi, and that roadmap needs to be from a lower carbon fuel to even lower carbon fuel. We need to first start with low carbon fuels, move away from liquid fuels. Look at, of course, electric is great. Of course, ethanol is great. Of course, CNG is great. Auto LPG is great. But again, we need to look at the viability. What can come in first? What can provide immediate respite to the youth of our country? And then we take it from there. So I'll limit my comments here, the opening comments, so that we can listen more to the panel, and then I'll try to contribute more. Thank you so much, Urvi.
Okay, thank you so much. We now have Mr. Rupen Dang joining us. He's a Himalayan conservationist, and since he's a little late, I would like to ask a very difficult question to you. How would you plan to get the youth to, what kind of language should be used, be it in advertising, be it via UN pamphlet, be it via IPCC report, that really appeals to the youth? And given that you are working at the ground level with them, how is it that the psyche operates, and where are they at the sustainability quotient? So you're on mute. Can we please restart that answer? Right, there seems to be some issue with Mr. Dang's audio. So Mr. Gupta, I will come back to you with another question that I had. When we are talking about vehicles, there is a buzzword going on around electric vehicles, sustainability, green economy. What are the drawbacks? What are the issues as to why they are not able to transition smoothly from fossil fuel driven cars to electric vehicles? You're on mute as well, sir.
Let me unmute. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah. See, again, Urvi, there are two parts of this to this question. A is how many vehicles are we planning to sell, and how many vehicles are actually on roads? Today, there are 300 million vehicles which are running on fossil fuels on the roads, and there is no way you can convert those vehicles to electric. You cannot convert a fossil fuel and an internal combustion engine to an electric engine. You cannot do that. So we cannot get rid of these 300 million vehicles which are polluting our air day in, day out, day in, day out. So the only solution for us for these vehicles is to convert them to low carbon fuels. That's one part, which again, the whole narrative, we've been trying to bring this up in the media aggressively. We've written to the policymakers. We have been engaging with the ministries in a very deep manner. Now, to answer your second question on electric. Now, electric is a subset of, you've seen FAME 1 funding, you've seen FAME 2 funding. Electric is great in terms of, I'm all for electric, not to be quoted, not to be taken otherwise, but electric will clean up the cities, but it will certainly, pollute the power plant more. It needs to be a transition. Today, almost 65% of our electricity, of Indian electricity, comes in from fossils. Major portion of that is coal. And you saw what happened in Texas recently when all the electric grids were off because of that huge outage. And so imagine Texas is almost a country, and a state of Texas, one of the biggest ones in the US. Imagine, literally nowhere to go for almost a week or 10-day period. So we need to have a portfolio, and where electric is facing issues is completely subsidy dependent. We need to have a transition. The component, I remember in one of the conferences I was speaking, one of the co-panelists was from Hero Electric, and they mentioned that the amount of the content of imports from China is almost more than 60% in case of an electric two-wheeler. So again, energy security also comes in. So we need to look at it holistically. Electric is certainly the future, Urvi, but it would take much longer than we imagine, than we contemplate. It's going to be much more costlier. It's going to be, the cost is going to be much higher. And again, there is an energy security cost here also. So just in case that answers your question, because I think Rupen is back and I think his audio is probably working. Urvi, back to you in case that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. Mr. Rupen Dang, can you hear us? I mean, I can figure out what you're saying, but I really can't hear you. Maybe you can log out and log in again. That would help. Okay, so moving ahead with the discussion. So Mr. Solanki has joined us back again after a 1 minute break, which he took. So Mr. Solanki, I would like to ask you that talking about electric vehicles or solar panels or any of these buzzwords of late, do you think that they will be able to make their mark in tier 2 and tier 3 cities and not just in metropolitans?
Well, Urvi, I mean, the problem of the world is that it doesn't understand and follow the fundamentals of living on this planet. And if you're not following fundamentals, any amount of science and technology will not help. So the fundamental is as simple as this, as Mahatma Gandhi once quoted, makes things clear that there is only enough in the world for everyone's need, not for the greed. And therefore, when we come up with a new technology, when we try to consume more, manufacture more, produce more, for the God's sake, realize that this planet is finite. The size cannot be stretched and make it bigger. We cannot create more water, we cannot create more air, we cannot create more minerals. Whatever is there is a finite. So going to electric vehicle is a slight less of a solution, but actually it is not the solution. First realize that Earth is an ecosystem which is hanging in the air, right? In the entire universe. Our Earth is just a ball. We cannot take anything from outside the universe. So everything is here only, everything is finite. And therefore, until unless we learn and our youth learn and our elders learn and our policymaker learns and government learns that it is impossible to continuously increase your production and consumption and GDP, not possible. So in an ecosystem of finite resources that our planet is, there has to be finite consumption. That's a fundamental to existence of human life on this planet. What we modern humans are doing it, the modern humans of today are violating this every day in and day out. And as a result, you see what is happening in terms of climate change and how much more it is than anybody could anticipate. It is not estimated by any climate models, whatever is happening on this planet. So it is not a question of this car or that car or electric vehicle. It is a question of when we on this planet learn to limit our consumption. And that is I don't know, that is a technology and science of the behavior, as Mr. Mohammed mentioned. It is the behavioral change that is required. More of a science, more of a technology, more of economics is not a solution, because science, technology, and economics, each of this will lead to more consumption. And look at the history of last 40, 50 years on this planet. Every time you develop more science, you consume more technology, you consume more economic growth, you consume more. More consumption can never be a solution. It doesn't matter whether you can reach to moon. It doesn't matter whether you can reach to Mars. You cannot solve the basic problem of this planet, which requires all of us to limit our consumption. Look at what we are trying to do. So that is the fundamental. And therefore, in one of the talks, somebody was telling me that, I of course talk about solar energy and how solar energy can power electric vehicles. Then somebody said, stood up and said, in our cars, there is not enough space and we can't generate. And I told the gentleman, you understood, first of all, you're taking that for living on this planet, car is essential. Let us first of all figure out that it is not the essential part of your life. Don't make it so compulsory that you can't live without the car, and therefore charging the car on the rooftop panel is required. So I think, Urvi, that's a big gap, which also Suyash Gupta ji mentioned in the policy, because policymakers only understand GDP badhana hai. How much to grow? Nobody knows. No CM, no PM can answer how much GDP should grow. Should it be 8%, 9%, 10%, 12%, 15%? No. Everybody would say better, higher the better, right? Nobody knows how long the GDP should grow. Should it grow for another 5 years, another 10 years, another 20 years, another 50 years? Nobody knows it. These so fundamental questions, and that is, I think, grossly missing in the policy, grossly missing from the education system, and that is why we will never be able to find a solution until we go to this very basic fundamental, that ecosystem, the Earth as a planet, as a biological ecosystem, has finite resources, and we have to only have a finite consumption.
Mr. Dang, I would like to pose the next question. Okay, I don't think you're audible. So apologies for that. Maybe you can try logging in once more. So Mr. Rahman, I'll direct this towards you. Given that we are living in more or less a capitalist society, is it possible that we have development at the same rate, which the youth has grown up seeing, which they are accustomed to, while maintaining the balance between green economy, sustainability, and capitalism?
And that's a very, very hard question. Yeah, but to simplify, I would again follow the lead of Professor Solanki. Every time I listen the discussion, it's the discussion of going from one type of vehicle to another type of vehicle, energy efficiency, going from one to another. But there are ways beyond that. For example, from privately owned vehicle to public transportation system, making more efficient, more brilliant. This discussion is less compared to electric vehicle discussion. But what about making a city which is bicycle friendly. I don't listen that discussion. It seems it doesn't exist. But I live in a pretty big German city, and there is large movement now. Young people are interested on bicycle, like bicycle path movement, or riding bike, making community for cycling and so on. It has a lot of co-benefit. But very often when I go big conferences, that discussion, as Professor Solanki says, that car become kind of essential thing, but there are many other way to think beyond that. But personally, I'm interested on that kind of discussion. But of course, as you mentioned, that we are into a capitalist society, and we are kind of locked into it. We think that this is it, and we're kind of bound. But there might be something else beyond this box. And if we really want to be 1.5 degree below this Paris Agreement, we have to go beyond it, actually. We have to think about our behavior. We have to think alternative way of living. I'm not saying that we have to go primitive. We have to go like the way we are living 1,000 years ago. That's not the discussion. But within current framework, many things we have taken as a granted. Many things, for example, I live in a city where public transportation system is brilliant, excellent. In 24 hours, you have metros and things, and the metro can like take a lot of people from one point A to point B, but still, most of the people have their car standing, and even many families have few. It's not only one, there are many. People go like few kilometers from home always by car. It's the comfort zone. But it's possible. I come to my university every day by bike, and a lot of young people, and I'm very happy about it, are doing so. So like many cities I know in Europe, bicycle is taking over. Bicycle is getting popular and popular, because people understand that a lot of co-benefits, health-wise, pollution-wise. It's reduced the pollution. It's very good for health. And so on and so forth, and it's good for climate. So this is just an example. I'm not saying so this is the ultimate solution, but just a discussion point that we have to go the business beyond the business as usual discussion. I'm not against car or things like that. It's like electric car or car will remain, I believe, but we have to go beyond this discussion if we want to be meeting the Paris Agreement.
Mr. Dang.
Should we try once again? You can hear me now?
Yes, you're audible now. So I would direct this question to you as well. Given that you work at the ground level as a Himalayan conservationist, what is the attitude shift you are seeing amongst the youth, say between 2010 to 2020? Are they more receptive to the idea of a green economy, green energy, and sustainability?
Yes, I think young people are not the problem. It's the older people who are the problem, because young people are actually really open to new ideas. They get frightened easily, they get influenced easily, and social media makes a big difference. So when there's a big landslide in Himachal or in Uttarakhand and they're all sharing it on their Instagram, they're all actually concerned for what's happening in our country. When there's a cyclone, when there's a flood, we are being bombarded with such imagery, which is good. Because the more cruel the imagery, the more stark it is, the better it is. And young people are open to ideas. Ask them for solutions instead of asking our old politicians for solutions, and they'll come up with much smarter solutions. So when Suyash is telling us about the electric, my college professor in Dartmouth in the US used to talk about electric cars. But when you really look at electric, all you're doing is you're throwing off the pollution to the source of electricity. And in India, what is the electricity? It's coal. So all you're doing is you're saving the cities from pollution, and you're throwing the electricity consumption somewhere else. And between what's produced and what you use, there's so much loss of power in between that actually electric is probably even worse than clean diesel, like Suyash said. So what we need is clean fuels. Coal are just digging into the earth irresponsibly. And there's all kinds of issues around coal. And of course, the people who've gone into solar, they're not getting the kind of power tariff rates that they that they expected when they got into those investments. So India is in a bit of an energy crisis. That it's not the cars that are to blame. People want to move. They want mobility. Like, you said GDP. Chetan said GDP. Of course, we have to sort of, curb that stupid ambition of ours to keep going for higher numbers and higher things. We have to go for higher quality of life. And that's what older people and young people all want. You want a high quality of life, but a high quality of life does not come from air conditioning and expensive cars and big cities and tall buildings with enormous amounts of glass. A high quality of living comes back by going to our roots, our Indian roots. We forget that India is a rural country. We're not an urban country going to a mall, give us this daily mall. I'm sort of taking off from Nehru's thing. So we do not need malls. We do not need these enormous buildings. And guess what COVID's done? It's just told us that all the stupid corporate towers we've gone and built in Gurgaon and Noida are no use. Nobody wants to build corporate towers. We are all sitting here with this Zoom thing, which is a damn Chinese product. And it doesn't work for me all the time, as you've seen. But fortunately, it's letting me, let out my venom here. But the fact is, what COVID has done is it's told us, hey, India, you've got it all wrong. You've got your plot wrong. You don't need corporate towers. You need people working with good quality of life, sitting at home, eating good food, breathing clean air, drinking clean water. And what do our cities give us? They give us foul air, foul water, foul tempers. So where are we going with this model of urbanization that we are in with India today? Energy, of course, dovetails into it, Suyash. But it's not just energy. I think our youth, instead of being taken to hill stations and national parks, we need to take them to garbage dumps outside Delhi. We need to take our youth to those big mountains of garbage with smoke coming out of them and, the kind of mess we've created in our cities. And if you show that to the youth, believe me, they will start segregating garbage at source. If you show them what a mess we've created in the last 3 generations, since independence, we have messed up our country. So when it comes to energy, when it comes to garbage, now, since you called me in on a Himalayan context, let me sort of give you the grim picture from the Himalaya. It's not just the Uttarakhand floods from 2014 and now the landslides. What are we doing? Why are these landslides being created? Because we are creating a 4-lane Char Dham Yatra. Because we believe that pilgrimage in the olden days used to be about going on a dandi or being carried up or suffering to go up to the mountains. No, you should now be able to go by helicopter and by luxury car. So let's build a 4-lane highway. No, next time we'll say, let's make an 8-lane highway. Let's flatten out the Himalaya, because the Himalaya leads to landslides. And what happens is, when we do road building, bulldozers come and they send the big rocks to the edge of the road. Those rocks go hurtling down like missiles, as you saw in this recent video from Himachal. Those missiles go and damage forest cover below, they ruin the stream, they block the migration passages of the Mahaser and other river fish, they go and damage nesting birds and animals. Those missiles you're sending down the valleys, all to try and make the Char Dham Yatra a motorable exercise. That's just one small example I'm giving you. But the fact is, do tourists and pilgrims have a right to luxury pilgrimage and luxury tourism? These are all questions we need to ask. So the Himalayan environment is being sullied by this concept of Mussoorie and Nainital, and let's keep creating more and more buildings and let's create more and more tourist infrastructure. The fact is, the British did the smart thing. They went and put all the hill stations on hilltops. Mussoorie, Nainital, Ranikhet, Shimla were all on hilltops. What have we done? We've gone and created roads along the river valley so that we can get to our Char Dham Yatras. And those roads are 10 feet above the river, without looking at the historical flood levels of the Ganga and the Yamuna and all their tributaries. So when the big flood comes, as it will every 10 years, those roads will be washed away. Those temples, those towns, those dhabas, everything will be washed away. So we are doing all our development in the river valleys, whereas they did everything up on the ridges. So frankly, we are not handling our resources comfortably. We are always looking at a 4-year plan, 5-year plan. India needs to look at a 50-year, a 100-year plan. And that includes what Chetan says about the GDP figures. We need to look at lifestyle for our young people. When they grow up, are they going to be breathing this foul air that we are generating 10 times worse? Are they going to be drinking this horrible water that we have, which is completely contaminated by leachate from our garbage mountains and from all the sewage drains that are being, there's so much untreated sewage. We protect 2 river valleys in the Himalaya. And when that water comes out, it is better than any Perrier or Evian. It's coming out from oak leaves. And those oak trees suck up any water that comes in a flood. And they slowly percolate that water down over the next 1 month, so that the streams are fed in a nicely slow recharge fashion. Whereas I'm laying the blame here on the British. What the British did was they planted pine trees all over the Himalaya because they wanted pine wood for apple crates. They were trying to send apple crates down to the plains. So they planted pine trees. Now, pine trees do not allow understory. They do not allow under shrubs to grow. So when it rains, the pine forest will just let the water go down to the river, and that causes floods. So now we are teetering between floods and drought in India, as opposed to growing oak trees, which give us constant flow in our rivers with no drought and no flood. So these two streams which we are creating in the Himalaya, which we are looking after, nurturing, they go as beautiful drinking water streams into Dehradun. 12 kilometers down, they're both turned into open drains and sewers. So that's the story of our life in India. We are given such wonderful things. We've been given the Himalaya, the most wonderful geographical feature on earth. It's the most important geographical feature on earth. We have the monsoon system, which feeds our country. What do? We abuse the monsoon. We abuse our groundwater. We abuse the Himalaya. What do we want? Like you said, we want GDP. We want big vehicles. We want big glass buildings. Forget the seismic risk factor. Now we are emptying out all the groundwater from North India. Guess what? That's going to further lead to seismic issues because you're going to have completely hollow underground. There's no groundwater. Gurgaon is on 350 feet and there's no meetha pani, khara pani, chodo. We have the worst kind of water. So we are dealing with a country where the water is foul, the air is foul, and the human mind is foul. Now let's clean that up. Get these young people to teach us a lesson or two. I think all of us here on the panel are open-minded to listen to these youngsters. Let's tell them to give us lessons because we have mucked up. Let's face it. Over to you, Urvi.
Urvi, I just wanted to add to this. The whole, yeah, if there is a time, just wanted to add, whether it is a capitalist model, whether it is socialist model, doesn't matter. Ultimately, the main aim of any model is to, have the derive that happiness, all our scripture, every religion, ultimately, what do we want? I mean, we want to, study well so that we earn a lot of money, so that we get a lot of material, we get house and fridge and car and BMW for what? Ultimately, we feel good about it, isn't it? Fundamentally. So if capitalist model is not giving that happiness, if my 5% GDP is growing, but with the 5% GDP, my smile is not growing with the 5%, there is something terribly wrong in this world. And that is what is happening is with the GDP growth, am I getting my smile growth? No, my smiles are going down, the depression is increasing, all kind of problems. So there is something terribly wrong in this world is what we need to pause and realize. And Rupin has beautifully mentioned that ultimately, I ask people, what is the most important thing in your life? People say job and parents and this and that. And stupid, you cannot live more than a minute without breathing. You cannot live more than 3-4 days without drinking water. You cannot live without eating. Those are the most soil, river, forest, and the life supporting elements of this planet. Everything is in a bad shape. Nothing you can say as a modern human, we have left anything in a good shape. Air, water, soil, and everything. So there is something terribly wrong. Let us pause and realize and leave something for the youth, so that they can actually have chance to live, and just give them, and all parents, tell it to all parents that just leave behind a clean air, as Rupin mentioned, clean water and clean fertile soil. That's it. Our youth are much more smarter than we are. They will take care of themselves.
Right. Mr. Gupta, the next question is for you. Given that we have so many issues at hand, as Mr. Dang and Mr. Solanki pointed out, how will we make the youth stakeholders in making the environment greener? What is in it for them? Because an incentive works very well for most people. What can we say to them, and how will we get them on board?
We need to also show them a very positive future ahead. Of course, when we highlight an issue, we need to be very vocal, because unless we are vocal, the policymakers and overall the society wouldn't listen to the issues at hand. But at the same time, we need to also go beyond being a naysayer, and none of us here on the panel are naysayers, because the future is bright if we do it well. And Mr. Rahman mentioned about Europe. In the Scandinavian region, particularly in countries like Norway, they have decisively moved towards renewables, and they've done that. And today, whether it's good life, and I agree completely with Rupin when he mentioned that we are caught in a very wrong narrative of the GDP being a mark of growth. It needs to be the quality of life, and the quality of life will be dictated by by facilities, as Mr. Rahman said. Public transport if we have, imagine if we have an ecosystem which is based on renewables, and in that ecosystem, the transport system is shared transport, public transport, which is as reliable as it can possibly get. And youth today wanting to go and hop on a bicycle, not wanting to go in for that fuel guzzlers, which guzzle almost 3 or 4 liters a minute, with those 5-6 liter engine also. So yes, the future is bright. We need to give a roadmap to the youth, that if we do this the right way today, if we focus on the right way to live, which is the quality of life, then the future would be bright, not just for us, but even for them and their future generations. Urvi, thank you.
Yes, we have to make an impact at a deeper psychological level, no doubt about that.
We have a very positive mindset, a very positive narrative going for them. Yeah.
Certainly, yes. And with that, we have the last 5 minutes left. So I have this one pressing question, which I would like to ask everybody on the panel, which is how will the transition to green energy impact the job prospects of the youth? Mr. Rahman, we'll start with you.
Oh, thank you. I think this is very interesting, that turning a crisis into a potential, it's a climate change is a challenge, but at the same time, I feel it's also a greatest opportunity we have to transform from individual level to societal level to the global level. And when I look at India, is a very large youth population with huge aspiration, because I see Europe, because I studied here, but I also did part of my study in India. And I have seen a lot of, I was in IIT Chennai, and I saw my friends have very large aspiration, very, very motivated youth. So for me, this can be a huge opportunity in terms of creating new job, in terms of social transformation, doing kind of social business, or not only making money, also doing goods. I have seen many of my friends also in that kind of venture. And I really have a high hope that together we can transform this challenge, this to an opportunity. And I see a lot of jobs in the green sector, and I think that's the future. Thank you.
Mr. Gupta, you are in the private sector yourself. So I would like to ask you this in a different way. What kind of jobs can the youth look at, or they should aim for, which fulfills their material aspirations as well as the green economy consciousness that they're gaining?
Urvi, today, if you look at the green economy ecosystem, that's not very well developed in our country, unlike a lot of other countries. So, to begin with, I would say it's not going to be an easy transition for the youth. It is going to take time. And the policymakers, again, they need to play a big role. Providing $2 or $3 billion of subsidy only for electric for FAME 1 and FAME 2 is not going to be enough. We need to reward the private sector, and we need to encourage even the PSUs to invest in green technologies and provide a facilitative ecosystem, provide subsidies, provide incentives, provide grants for the private sector, because you're looking at it independently. If we look at for gensets in the NCR region, as Rupin said, in summers we have only diesel guzzlers gensets powering buildings in Gurgaon and NCR. But again, if they were to go completely the natural gas way, the cost is higher. So, or biofuels, the cost is going to be higher, initial capital costs. So we need to invest on an ecosystem, and the kind of jobs, Urvi, which the private sector could get into. And I have a lot of takebacks from Rupin's talk today in terms of waste management. That could be something which India needs to invest in today. This is a problem not just in NCR, but it's a problem nationwide. We see cleaner cities, but as soon as we are out of the cities, we see a huge amounts of pile. Even in Faridabad Gurgaon Road, Rupin, if you've been there, you see that big hill which is a complete hill. It's a hill made of garbage. So youth needs to be more entrepreneurial, and there would be opportunities in pursuing innovative ventures, maybe looking at waste management, and maybe looking at greener fuels, and air quality. And again, how do we incentivize non-usage of groundwater? The NCR region is sitting on a big mess. I again would completely agree with Rupen. Rupen, you actually highlighted a lot of issues which I resonate deeply with. So yeah, this
Wonderful.
is Urvi,
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Dan, please.
So lovely opportunities, exactly what Suyash has said. Waste management, waste is gold. I mean, you know what? Our local kabadiwala does such an important job for us for the last 200 years. A kabadiwala has done that job, segregating things. When he can actually pay you 12 rupees a kilo for plastic, that means he's getting 16 rupees a kilo for it. He deserves that. He's taking plastic off our roads. He's taking all kinds of garbage off our roads. So if he can scale that model up, if young people today can figure out businesses where they can make money out of garbage, that's a fabulous new business area. And then another sector which we need to have young people look at is low impact tourism. Low impact tourism is wonderful because we are actually seeing a de-urbanization happening since COVID. People are going to the mountains. People are moving to the forest. They want to move into smaller dwellings in greener places. It's a fabulous thing. So COVID has hit us, but it's also taught us that, hey, you need to rethink. That reboot has started. So that reboot is what's going to give us cleaner water, cleaner air, and cleaner thinking. And I think we're all moving in the right direction because of the wrong reasons, because of COVID. But let's go with the flow and let's make our lives better and have younger people make lifestyles and professions out of those forceful choices.
Okay, Mr. Solanki, what is your take on the future of the youth and green economy? What do you think is one of the best industries for them to step into?
Well, I mean, as we talk about future, first of all, one of the basic driver of all the mess that we are talking about are the fossil fuels, right? And it is very important that we move away from it. 1850s and before, we have been living on renewable energy. We have, unfortunately moved out of it. We have to bring sun energy at the center of our life once again. And so today, solar PV technologies or other technologies are so advanced that it can really take care of everything. And one of the mission that I am on is asking people to surrender electricity connection, go off the grid, which is very much possible most of the places. Now, when we consider this, the energy generation and consumption will happen or should happen in the form of decentralized solution, right? So we do not need to centralize, like 100 megawatt power plant, 500 megawatt, rather 10 kilowatt, 5 kilowatt, 20 kilowatt. So when we decentralize, by nature, the production and consumption happens in decentralized manner, which invariably requires more manpower. So as Rehman mentioned, that is also an opportunity. Climate change is also, garbage is also an opportunity where our youth actually can, that is where they can use their intelligence. All policymakers, there is no innovation in subsidy. Just give 10%, 20%, 30%, 30 years, 10, 20, 30 ki number hi chalta hai. There is no innovation in how do we incentivize people. But this challenge that we have today can beautifully decentralize the production and consumption, not only of energy, but many things. And that's what another fundamental law of human existence, I call it. In an ecosystem of finite resources, there has to be distributed production. And Gandhiji said, we do not need mass production. We need production by masses. The moment you start production by masses, it automatically solves many of the problems that we are facing today, including the job creation.
Yes, going back to the roots never really harms anybody. So I guess it's high time we do that. And with that note, I would like to take your leave for the day. Thank you so much for joining us. And this was really insightful and quite engaging.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Urvi. Thank you, all the panelists. Indeed, waste management, startups, and de-urbanization are the key. And, before Rupen leaves, we had this session in the morning where there was this ventriloquist. Rupen, I am very tempted to make you my ventriloquist.
Okay.
The kind of thoughts which you have expressed resonate with the masses. And I think we need that kind of aggression now. It's high time. We have postponed environment and climate change for too long. We need that kind of aggression. So thank you, Rupen, and thank you all the panelists. Very insightful thoughts. Chetan Solanki, of course, as usual, coming up with his Gandhiwadi Vichardhara. Suyash Gupta, Mr. Rehman, thank you so much for joining us gentlemen. This was really
wonderful,
insightful session and very pleasure.
All the best, Abhinav. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It was
Thank
a
you all.
pleasure. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Now, moving on to our next part of the conversation. It's a fireside chat with Vivan Marwa. And to do just that, I have my very dear colleague, Soumya Sehgal, who would take this conversation forward. And the agenda for this conversation is, which Soumya very specifically mentioned, कि announce करना है, is decoding the largest generation of people in the world. Let's see what we have. Soumya, over to you.
Thanks, Abhinav. Indeed, we have a very power-packed day for today. And on that note, I have a panelist with me who seems like a perfect fit for this event. He's just concluded writing on one of the most pondered upon questions, which is, what do the millennials want? His upcoming book is an intimate biography of the Indian millennials, the world's single largest demographic group. On that note, I'm welcoming the author, Vivan Marwa, for a candid chat. Hi, Vivan.
Hi, Soumya. Thanks for having me.
Okay. I hope you're all geared up for this fireside chat today.
I am. I'm excited for it.
Okay. Let me begin with the most strenuous question first. What do the millennials actually want? What are their desires, their anxieties, their habits? Please throw light on it.
So as you know, Soumya, I've written an entire book on this, which is available in 3 weeks. It's called What Millennials Want. Decoding the World's Largest Generation, and Penguin Random House is publishing the book. It's already available for pre-order on Amazon, and we have a variety of people from politics and business and the cultural industry endorsing the book. And as you know, because I've written an entire book about this, I can go on for a while, but to distill your question into 3 main points. Indian millennials, economically, they want stable jobs. So what that means in today's economy is that most young people in India want government jobs. And I know that that's that's a little bit hard to understand for people in Delhi or in Bombay or in Bangalore. But when you go to places like Bhopal or Indore or Jabalpur, which is where I've done most of my research, most of the jobs available, and there's very few private sector jobs that are available over there, or stable jobs. So mostly everyone just wants a government job because that's the only stable sort of employment that's available. Number 2, if you look at a social aspect, young Indians, once again, they want stability. And what that means is that most young Indians today are having arranged marriages. And once again, if you follow a lot of, Bollywood movies, you might have a different image, like, oh, this is, everyone is looking for their, the ye jawani hai diwani, but the reality is actually very different from what's portrayed in the media, what once again we see in big cities. About 84% of young Indians today have had an arranged marriage, which is, that's more than 8 in 10, millennials that you'll meet on the street would tell you that they've had an arranged marriage. And that's not good or bad or right or wrong. I'm just telling you as it is. And that in a lot of ways, the norms that used to exist many decades ago continue to exist today. And then finally, in the political arena, we see that there's a lot of support among young Indians for what's happening in India politically, which also I've written about in a few op-eds about how they support the Prime Minister and many of his initiatives. So to break all of that down, the one theme that emerges from all of this is the desire for stability that's in the political life, in social life, and in economic life.
Okay, so delving a little deeper into this, you said you researched amongst the different tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. While juxtaposing the millennials in the rural areas versus the urban areas, any particular insights that you would want to share?
So, at the end of the day, there's, while, sitting at a vantage point, and I said this earlier, sitting at a vantage point in Delhi or Bombay, we might believe that there are a lot of differences between rural and urban young Indians. But when I went out there and I did my research, I actually did not found there to be that much of a difference. And I'll tell you how, because if you go and talk to a young Indian man or woman in a village, they would have had an arranged marriage. If you go and talk to them in the city, they'll tell you the same thing. I'm not talking about people you're going to meet at BKC or at Cyber Hub, but I'm talking about people you're going to meet in Okhla or in, Kalyan in Mumbai, which is again where I've done a lot of my research. Similarly, if you go and ask some of these young people, how important is the role of caste in your life? A lot of people will tell you it's very important. But then if you go and talk to some, people who have, multinational jobs, they might tell you it's a bit less important. But the majority of Indians are those who are in these smaller towns, and they're those who are, in working class jobs that might not be super stable. And that's sort of, where the majority of the country lies. And there's not a lot of differentiation right now between urban India and rural India.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so if I were to ask you, any key traits that these millennials exhibit, that's one, or, how would you define a typical Indian millennial?
I would say young Indians today, Indian millennials, are incredibly aspirational. And this is something we haven't necessarily seen every generation has a certain level of aspiration attached to it. But one of the things that I found in my research was that, the pivotal, and I think you might ask me about this later as well, but one of the pivotal events in the stories of Indian millennials that no other Indian generation has is economic liberalization. So if you were a young Indian in 1970, India was very different from what it was in 2000, 2010, or 2020. Because in 1970, what was India? India was socialist, right? There were few private companies. Most of the economic activity was taking place within the government. There were one or two brands of soap and shampoo, and I don't even think Doordarshan was a channel at that point. But today, you have Netflix, and you have ZEE5, and you have Hotstar, and you have, Alt Balaji, and then you have the traditional cable channels, then you have the mobile, only platforms and content providers. And you can work at an MNC, or you can continue to work for the government, or you can work for a Zomato or an Uber or an Ola. And so, today's economy is very different from 1970s economy. That's number one. Number two, along with technology, what we've seen is that young Indians today, whether you're in Bhopal or in Bombay or in Delhi or in Dehradun, you have the exact same access to information and opportunity as anyone else. So your geography no longer defines you, and your geography no longer limits you. So, you are seeing what life is like in India's big cities, but you're also seeing what life is like in the world's big cities. You know what Singapore is like. You know what London and New York and Paris are like. And that's created a whole lot of aspiration among young Indians. One of the things that I write about in my book is, I don't know if you're familiar with, a few years ago, this trend had gone viral on YouTube and Instagram called the Kiki Challenge, Drake's song, Kiki. Yeah. And there were some, farmers in Andhra Pradesh who had bullock carts, and they were doing the Kiki Challenge. And, how would those farmers have otherwise had access to this, to be a part of that pop culture trend? And it's because of technology, it's because of social media, it's because of the internet. And so one of the things that I've found that really differentiates millennials today is technology, and what technology has brought with it, which is aspiration, that I can be anything that I want to be. The downside to that is that it's also brought anxiety, because number one, social media creates a lot of anxiety. It creates a lot of complexes with regards to your popularity or your income or your money, but it also creates anxiety for people who might not be in good situations. And they say, well, look at me, my situation is so bad. And look at that other person, that other young Indian, they're doing so well. And that's causing some level of division that, once again, we haven't really seen social media is so new. It's such a new concept to mankind that we're still sort of seeing its effects. We're seeing a lot of polarization taking place. And then the second, downside is, or the advantage as well, is that not only has social media allowed young Indians to, develop their own identities online, but as I sort of said earlier, it's also created a lot more polarization. Because if I, online to a stranger, people will say the most vicious, vulgar things that they might not otherwise ever have the willingness or the courage to say in person. So if you're an anonymous online profile, you can call someone ugly, you can abuse them, you can call them whatever. But if you see them in person, you would never call them that. So there's some upsides, there's some downsides, but I found overall the story is one of aspiration, and the story is one of, really letting young Indians unlock, lots of opportunities that weren't available earlier.
Got it. I think you very well explained the bell of the ball, which is social media's relationship with the millennials. Now coming on to one of the other chapters, which is on marriage and social use. What kind of insights did you gather in that?
So, this is one of the most interesting parts of my research. Is I was out in, small towns, and I was talking to young men and women, wherever they were willing to talk to me. And almost everyone I was meeting told me, we had an arranged marriage, and no one was very excited about it. And that's something I found so interesting because, nowadays, if you watch a Bollywood movie, you would think everyone is having love marriages, and that everyone is, falling in love in these romantic ways and, going on these road trips and, rail trips and holidays with friends. But reality is totally different. There's been many instances where I've in small town India where I ended up talking to some people. I still remember in February I was talking to a young woman, and she was telling me initially she was just putting on a facade how good everything is, and then she just started crying, and she's like, this is not how I imagined my life. She completely broke down, and she was telling me that how she grew up expecting something very different, and that married life was actually not what she was expecting. So what I write in my book is that, arranged marriage is one of those institutions that has sort of survived the test of time in India and has not changed, as technology or as, India has progressed. Arranged marriage has stayed the same. And in many ways that's actually linked to the lack of economic opportunity available for young Indians today, because at the end of the day, if you are unable to pay your own rent, or if you're unable to buy your own home, and you're living with your parents, and you're a man or a woman, then you kind of have to do what they say, right?
That's
The
right.
cost of disobeying, or the cost of saying, I'm not going to marry that girl, or I'm not going to marry that boy, means that you could be thrown out of your house at the very least. And as we've seen, news stories, you could be killed. And this is not one news story from one city in India. We see the reports of this happening all the time. So-and-so's relatives killed her, so-and-so's relatives killed the couple. In Kerala, in my book, I write about an incident in Kerala where, a Christian couple, one of whom was a Dalit Christian and another who was a Syrian Christian, the boy was murdered, and that was that case made headlines. His name was Kevin. And so this doesn't only happen in one society in North India, but it happens around India. And I found that it's very closely linked to economic opportunity. I found some people who had love marriages, and in their cases, they had love marriages in a way because they were able to afford them, that they, that they had stable incomes, that they had their own homes where the cost of, being excluded from the family was not that high, or that people were able to make it on their own. So, that's something very interesting I found. I also found that, in many ways that I write about this incident in my book where I was sitting on the Delhi metro and I happened to glance over. There was a middle-aged man sitting next to me. And I know it's rude, but I happened to glance over at his phone. And it seemed like he was on a dating app, and there were, a lot of men on the grid. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. In the metro, I didn't expect, a man to look at a dating app with other men on it. But then I found out that, those weren't meant for himself. They were meant for his daughter. And he was on the Shaadi.com dating app. And then when I went back home and I opened Shaadi.com, I found that you can create a profile for your son, your daughter, your brother, your sister, your nephew, your whoever. And when you go on there, it's not as simple as age, height, gender, all of that. It asks very detailed questions like caste, gotra, subcaste, things like that, skin color, eye color, income, all sorts of very detailed questions. And what I found is that that traditional matchmaker, someone's bua, someone's masi, has just moved online. Nothing else has changed. It's just made that traditional parochial matchmaking more efficient because of technology. And so what I say is that things haven't changed as much as they have in other areas of society. In other areas of life for young Indians.
Okay, I'm very glad that you've shared some real life anecdotes with us. And we realize that the book deals with trying to better understand this massive, section of the population. So since you've mentioned so many anecdotes, how do you think this book is, going to benefit the public in particular?
Yeah, so I mentioned the anecdotes because those are the most colorful parts of my research. But the book, and I think you had a chance to read it, relies heavily on data. And I use a data set, which is one of the gold standard data sets conducted by the Center for the Study of Developing Societies, CSDS Lokniti, their Lokniti project. The contribution of this book to the existing discourse, which is very limited right now, is that I combine data with trends. So it's not like I'm just throwing out figures like 84% have had an arranged marriage, 80% want government jobs, is that I bring in anecdotes to illustrate those trends and to demonstrate an urgency for what these numbers mean. Because a number has no value if you don't have a story behind that number. And, I can tell you that, 8 in 10 young Indians want a government job, but why is that? Why do they want those government jobs? And what does their neighborhood look like that, people with advanced degrees, including MBAs, are applying for positions such as couriers or for positions such as peons? Like, why is that happening? Now, only data will not give you an answer, and only stories will not give you an answer. So if I just gave you stories, that would be extremely anecdotal and you would have no idea how to compare this nationally, which is why in my book and in my research, I combined the two. So I looked at the data set that CSDS had, and I used that as a starting point. And in my field work, I then went out to find people who either illustrated that data or who didn't match with that data. And I present both sides of the story that, for in a lot of cases that this is where a lot of young Indians lie, but here's the opposite and here's the flip side to that. So it's really presenting a very comprehensive understanding of this generation.
Right. And one of the chapters also talks about the political engagement that these millennials have. So we realize that millennials believe in the value of political engagement and that they are convinced that the government can be a powerful force for the good. So speaking on their political opinions, do you think this book will help inspire a positive change in the society, given the power of, this generation in itself?
Yes, this is one of the largest This is the largest generation in the world, and including in India. And one of the things that I found is that millennials are indeed politically engaged, and this sort of came about not in the 2004 or 2009 elections when most millennials were not able to vote, but in 2014 when a very aspirational image of India was being promised. And that sort of continued till 2019, and now the next election is 3 years from now. What I found is that, in a lot of ways that there was political engagement, but then also in a lot of ways that there was not political engagement. So a lot of people who vote will tell you about personalities, that they'll tell you, we like so-and-so's personality or we don't like so-and-so's personality. But they'll never tell you about the policies that they support or don't support. And at the end of the day, personalities don't make government, but policies do. Someone can have a very nice personality, but their policies might not help your life, or their policies might not bring change to your life. And Business World is a business magazine, and we know that employment growth has not kept pace with population growth in India. And we have a situation where we have millions, 100 millions, or hundreds of millions of people, that more than we have jobs available. And at the end of the day, I believe that, everything, political engagement, social engagement, is going to spread from, economic opportunity. And that, right now we have a very short window of time for us to change the trajectory of this generation, because, and I'm primarily talking from a jobs point of view, because that impacts everything else. If we're not creating enough jobs, and if we don't have enough economic prosperity, that is going to bleed out into every aspect of millennial life, including the social and political lives as well. We're seeing right now in India that there are a lot of millennial politicians who are coming of age. So you have an Aditya Thackeray in Maharashtra, who I'm proud that he's endorsed my book and he's read my book. And you also have people like Tejasvi Surya in the south, and you have Mimi Chakraborty and Nusrat Jahan in the east. And these are people from different political backgrounds, and they're all sort of they all have a very distinct leadership style. So Aditya Thackeray is, very issues focused. He's taken the environment as a cause that he's championing. Tejasvi Surya has his own pet issues, as do the people from West Bengal who I had mentioned. But we have not seen what India governed by millennials would look like. And that is still, the jury is still out on that. So I guess, we have to wait another 5, 10, maybe 15 years to really see that. Millennials, older millennials are about 42 right now. So I think that's still very young by Indian political standards. I'm excited to see what that's going to look like, because this is the largest generation in India and in the world. And I do believe that you have to come from this generation to understand what's really going on. And that it's enough of, listening to older people who, from any political party or any, side of the spectrum, making decisions for this young demographic, because, unless you have that lived experience of growing up in the age of social media and experiencing economic anxiety yourself, you're not going to be able to effectively solve some of those problems that exist.
I agree. So Vivaan, since I lead the marketing beat at BW, I would want you to throw light on the tips for marketers who are aiming to target this generation. What advice would you have for them?
So, the advice I have is, number one, as people in marketing know, and I work on user research projects myself. I'm in Seattle right now. Is that this is not one monolith. So not every Indian millennial is the same, right? We have tremendous diversity within the generation, and you need to understand, as marketers know, so I am kind of stating the obvious over here, is that you need to understand who you're targeting. Now, even when you're targeting that sort of, higher income millennial, who have that MNC job and maybe their own home, they might be a small percentage, but they're, in terms of numbers, are huge. And ultimately, there is diversity, but the unity is that there's a lot of aspiration. So people who have money aspire for more, which is again obvious, but also people who don't and aspire for a lot, but they don't also view their current circumstances as holding them back. So in a lot of ways, it's not like, oh, this is my situation and I'll never be able to afford that expensive product. It's more that I have to work towards affording that product. So one of the products that I've been working on in my user research project in Seattle is a solution for people to purchase something upfront and then pay for it in installments later. And it's essentially a loan to buy, any regular purchase that might not otherwise be easily financed. So in the US, you're seeing this a lot with iPhones, but you're also seeing this now with jackets and things like AirPods and things like that. Is that, you can really create meaningful results by, playing into that aspiration that Indian millennials have, and that very few people believe that things are out of bounds for them. It's just that they need you need to help out and really show how you can get there. So it's not that, oh, because you make 10,000 rupees a month, you can't afford a product that costs 8,000. It's that if you break that 8,000 up into 12 installments, you can pay for it. And, it doesn't mean that you don't have, that this is not available to you. It is available to you. So I guess what I'm saying is innovation and, playing into the innate aspiration that young Indians have.
Right, very well said. I have a very intriguing question for you. So we all agree upon the gap that forever exists between generations. How are millennials dealing with that gap? Did you find any insights pertaining to this subject? I mean, how are they dealing with their previous generations? Because there has been a fundamental conflict when it comes to their thinking abilities, their ideologies. So how would you define that, and any insights or surprise elements perhaps that you gathered?
I think the surprise that I found is that they are not fighting back, and this is what I found interesting, is that, again, this is very contrary to what you're seeing in the media. And in a lot of ways, it's contrary to India's own history, because you earlier did have, even in independent India, you had young Indians who would fight back. The 1977 movement was predominantly young Indians who were fighting, the emergency. And you had so many people in 1991, the Mandal, anti-Mandal protests and the pro-Mandal, that was all young people who came out. But I can't really think of any mass movement on that scale, that has predominantly been young people in India. And, you can talk about Lokpal, but that was every, Indian from all walks of life. And even the farmer protests are predominantly older farmers. But, tell me one, movement where young people have come out onto the streets and they've said enough. Whereas you did see this earlier in India. And that's, I think, been the most surprising, is that young people are not challenging the status quo, and they are not challenging existing systems of power and existing institutions that, in a lot of ways do not empower young people. So, why are you not seeing, why are you not seeing people agitate about the employment situation in India? Most people who I surveyed when I was doing my field work in small town India did not have any jobs, but they were sort of content with their lives. And why are these people not demanding more? Why are they not saying, give us jobs, give us incomes, give us economic freedom, give us economic security? And you see this really in all walks of life, that I don't see any struggle that, that's taking place right now.
Okay, fair enough. So my last question for you is, we realize that this generation is the future force of the country. How do you look at the potential of the millennials or this generation?
I think millennials have an incredible, future and potential in Indian life. It's called the demographic dividend for a reason. That, we have so many talented young, this is also India's most educated generation, after decades of, policy making and investments to, create universal literacy and things like that. You have seen a generation that's very educated on paper. And this is why, in the early 2000s, this was called India's demographic dividend, that when these young Indians have good paying, stable jobs, they are eventually going to generate economic returns that are pumped back into the economy and creates consumption and higher investment and higher tax revenue. And I think overall, this generation has a lot of potential. But we do need to take steps towards actually realizing and unlocking that potential. So that's not going to be realized if we have 45-year or 50-year high unemployment, which is what we have right now. We need to create the conditions for job growth. Now, no one person or one man or one government can do that. We need a national consensus about job growth, and we need a national consensus to prioritize job growth, because if we don't, we're going to sacrifice this generation and we're going to sacrifice this demographic dividend. So I think the incredible numbers and the incredible potential, technology is just equalizing access to such a great degree. We really need to be making the most of that, and we need to focus on solutions as opposed to division.
Right. Some very interesting takeaways from this session. I would want to thank you for your time, and I wish you all the best
Thank you.
for this book. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Vivan. Thank you so much, and good morning to you too. I think you're joining from Seattle. What time is it there?
It's 2 a.m. So I'm going to go to bed now.
Oh my God. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for taking
Not
our
my
time for
fault.
us.
Not
Thank
my
you so
fault.
much. No, I'll blame Soumya completely for this, Vivan, but thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And I recommend our viewers to go out and buy and pre-order his book. It's called What Millennials Want. It's available. Where all is it's available, Vivan?
So you can pre-order it on Amazon India, and then it'll be available in bookstores on the 30th.
Okay, great. So you all heard Vivan, and Vivan, thank you so much. What millennials want? That is a tough question. You know, people have been trying to answer this question since eternity, and they will be answering going forward as well. But moving on, an important aspect of the millennials today, of the youth today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about mental health. When we say mental health, usually people confuse. हमारे इस पैनल का नाम ही ऐसा है कि दिमाग खराब है क्या? Usually people do not understand what is mental health. It has always been associated with a psychiatrist or with some, ilaj ki zarurat hai, just snap it off. These are today's realities, ladies and gentlemen. Our generation is dealing with a very peculiar kind of a challenge, and generations going forward will also deal with it. This issue was existing even in the earlier generations, but there was not a fair amount of recognition. You'll be surprised with the fact that NCRB data tells us that between 2017 and 19, more than 24,000 adolescents within the age bracket of 14 to 18 years became victims of suicide. Day before yesterday, I was reading my morning newspaper, and a 14-year-old boy committed suicide because he spent 20,000 of his mother's money on buying an Xbox, and he didn't know how to apologize. He was very insulted when his mom scolded him. We are dealing with a very difficult and a very different kind of a challenge. And to talk just that, I'm joined by Shipra Dawat, who is the co-founder and CEO of iWill, and Dr. Nimesh Desai, who is the director of IHBAS Delhi, Department of Psychiatry. And this panel will be moderated by my very senior colleague, Kavi Bhandari. Kavi, why are you so sad?
I'm not, sir.
Okay, great. So I leave this to you, Kavi. Go ahead and please.
You,
thank you, Shipra. Thank you, Nimesh, for joining us. Dr. Nimesh for joining us.
Kavi, my first request, you need to allow me to switch the video on. The host does not allow me to start the video.
Okay, Dr. Nimesh.
Right. I think got there, and then I think
I think we'll get that sorted for you, Dr. Nimesh.
Not at all,
in
sir.
the back.
Not at all.
I think the backend team can be accommodate Dr. Nimesh's request. His video is not being. वो देख नहीं रहा है हमको. Kavi, you can go ahead and start the session, please.
Sure, sir.
Got you.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Great.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, Kavi, please go ahead.
Hi. So I just want to ask the first question to both of you. We'll start with Ms. Dawar. That how has it been for you personally and professionally? In a brief manner, if you could please mention.
That's a great question, Kavi, and thank you. That shows that we're talking about mental health because that's where empathy is, asking people who are going to talk about it, how they have been doing. I was doing pretty okay for the last year, 2020, but 2021 was personally very challenging. All of my family members had COVID. We are in Delhi and Gurugram, and my father was very, very unwell. The good thing is that, he made it. But I lost a loved one. So it's been a tough and rough year for sure. And it's not been easy on any ways, even to my mental health, because with so much going on and with you being isolated in your home and when you're sick, you want your loved ones to be around you. Unfortunately, COVID is just, completely flipping that thing on its face. You just can't see your loved ones. So it's been a rough year, but it's also been a year of reflection, also been a year of knowing that, as a founder, as somebody who works in business, we do give too much importance to how well we are doing in our careers. I think this year, more than anything, was a reflection year for me, a tipping point where I thought that, career is important, but there are many more things which are much more important, like the health of your loved ones and like they're being okay, and even more than that, the health of the planet. Yeah, so it's been a pretty mixed year, but thank you so much for asking.
Thank you. Dr. Desai, you please.
Hi, yes, I completely agree with Shipra. I think it's a great value addition that you start by asking the two panelists how they have been. Not only you ask that, but you also ask them how they have been personally and professionally. So I think that's a great start to any discussion on mental health. I must say, I was reflecting, I also agree with a few other things that Shipra said, but I'll come to that. I was also reflecting, has anyone in last 16 or 18 months ever asked me that question directly? Additional webinar, and I don't think so. The trouble of being mental health expert is that you are never asked that. I'm with Shipra when she says that. I must clarify, the organization, the institution that I work is a public academic mental health institution, and so I haven't had any lockdown, any day of work, or even working online. So in terms of work, my schedule has been the same or a bit more extended than it was. I turned positive. I turned positive in April 2021. Spent 2 weeks at home in isolation by myself since I live alone. And my mom lives by herself alone in Ahmedabad, and I've been shit scared for her health. Only last week, I ultimately went to Ahmedabad physically and got her vaccinated, taking her to a hospital by an ambulance. I was vaccinated, fortunately, and so my COVID status was reasonably all right. It's been, I haven't really had stress, I must say, unless I'm denying it, which is always a human possibility. But denial apart, I am completely with Shipra when she says, and I'll go a step further, one or two. I'm almost sure she'll agree. One is, it's been a time of reflection for every human being, at least somebody who has any thinking or feeling level. Two, for many of us, it ought to have been, and for me, it seems it's been at my stage of life, in the mid-60s. It's not only been a time of reflection, but it's also been a time of learning a few lessons, like Shipra said, and most importantly to me, basic human values and being a little more detached with the routine day-to-day material things of life. I must say, I feel bad to observe that that positive beneficial effect that this epidemic ought to have had on many people, us the so-called normals, other than those who have mental health problems, we ought to have benefited as a race and as a community, as communities and as individuals, to become a little more detached and a little more evolved. I don't see that happening too much. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope next few years will prove that human race became a little more evolved.
Thank you, Dr. Desai. Ms. Davar, over to you. I want to ask you, the youth of today is obviously the future of our nation. And with a large number of mental illness cases coming in of the youth, like people who are claiming to suffer from OCD, which is obsessive compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder, and a host of other problems like even depression. So where do you think we're heading right now? And do you think that the youth is, are they using, I'm not saying that they're faking it, but unintentionally or unconsciously, are they not aware of what they are going through themselves and what it is called without being diagnosed, obviously?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think mental health issues were always there. They have been there. Physical health issues are there, and mental health issues are no different than, physical health issues. You have a tough life, you have genetics at play, you have so many other things that Dr. Nimish will be much better to reflect on, in terms of the clinical side of it. But purely speaking from the numbers. So mental health issues have certainly gone up, and it's more to do with how our lives are changing. It's also more to do with awareness about talking that they have an illness. Like, I remember that when we were young, having a bad day, at work or not feeling okay was something which was my problem. Like, I had to get over it, right? And no matter how much I suffered because of it, no matter how much I was keeping it inside, and every day I was struggling with it, but it was expected that I should get better on my own and better soon, and this is something which is a phase, or I'm taking things too personally and things like that. So since those things have evolved and changed, people are more open in talking about what they're dealing with, whether from childhood or from as a teenager or even as a young adult. In terms of what the diagnosis is, schizophrenia, ADHD, depression, anxiety, and bipolar disorder, only a psychiatrist or a clinical psychologist can diagnose this, and they are the best people to give names or labels, even if we have to give labels and names in the first place. But what really needs to be done here is that if you feel a little off, and if somebody feels a little off, they feel that they don't have the same energy as they used to have, or they feel that their concentration is going down, or they don't feel happy within themselves. That's one. I don't feel happy within me. Like, I don't feel to people, then it's a good idea to go and see a psychologist or a psychiatrist, whoever is more accessible, whoever you're more comfortable with, and let them do the job of healing you and helping you and telling you if it is what it is that you're thinking, or if it is not something that you're thinking, then what could this be? So I think the way I see this is that rather than thinking that it's fake in nature, like you rightfully said, that you were not implying that at all, there is certainly some misinformation around what depression disorders actually look like, what anxiety disorders actually look like. And we in mental health, unfortunately, try and solve the wrong problem. If I have a physical illness, I will like to go to the doctor and let him or her diagnose me and look at me and tell me what my problem is. Unfortunately, when it comes to mental health, the Google doctor comes to the rescue. We start looking, and then we start labeling ourselves, and people start labeling us. Unfortunately, my mother likes to clean and she is an OCD. So that's where the problem lies. And the solution to that is actually going to a psychologist and a psychiatrist and letting them decide and talk it out what this could be.
Thank you, Ms. Davar. Dr. Desai,
let me
yes, sir.
Sorry, if I may. Let me just continue from what Shipra said so well.
Sure.
If there is discomfort, if there is distress, if there is dismay, reach out. Reach out to whoever you feel like. Shipra is very, very proper in saying reach out to a clinical psychologist or a psychiatrist. I'll perhaps fine-tune that a little. If you can't reach out to a clinical psychologist or a psychiatrist, or if you don't feel like reaching out to a mental health professional for whatever valid or invalid reason, that's fine. Reach out to a friend, reach out to a family member, but reach out to somebody. In fact, my motto, if I might say, Kavi and Shipra, in this period has been on successive such platforms. One of my mottos for human race, certainly in countries like India, is the bottom line of reach out. But I have two tracks there. Reach out for self, as Shipra and I are both saying, surely, but also be alert to reaching out to others if you see them as being in need. So if we really do as a society, reaching out in a bilateral manner, reach out for self, reach out to others who may be in need, we might actually be able to overcome a lot of problems. Your thing also about youth, Kavi, is and I'll try and see this as briefly as I can. Over 40 years of mental health surveys and a lot of work in disasters and epidemic and conflict situations, and from whatever science helps me learn, I am convinced at all levels that human adaptation is beyond imagination. And resilience is unfathomable, individually and collectively. One. Two, in young people and in youth, that adaptation and resilience is even more. it may seem to us oldies that the genetics and other factors. But at a cross section, youth is a lot more resilient than we ever give them credit for. Any generation of youth. Allow me to say this also. I started reflecting in the early part of the epidemic, since I'm a history buff. Go back 100 years and compare that youth to the youth of today. The youth of the first and second decade of the 20th century, or people who were born in, let's say, the last decade of the 19th century. Okay, people born between 1890 to 2010. 1910, 100 years ago. What did they go through? First, the First World War, which was of course not called the First World War, it was called the Great War. Okay, later it came to be the First War. Then for the Americans, the Great Depression, then the Second World War. Okay, and yet the youth of that period, history would tell us, turned out quite all right to make the world what it was in the second part of the 20th century. And so if I superimpose that on this youth, I am confident that the current time youth is actually going to turn out and make the world a much better place. We need to be concerned, we need to be watchful, we need to be helpful to the youth and to the young people, but only for those who might need professional or semi-professional help. I completely would disagree with any doomsday sayer about the youth being in serious doldrums. It never was, it never is, and never will be. Youth has tremendous resilience, and they'll take care of themselves if we can just lend a helping hand.
Thank you, Dr. Desai. This was very insightful. And the comparison you made to the youth 100 years ago and now, this is going to clear a lot of like misconceptions which some people might have. So over to Ms. Davar again. Things are not black and white today. There are shades of gray when you come to mental health also. And some people actually don't have the awareness that they are maybe mentally ill, or it might be the social stigma, but that they refuse to go to a psychiatrist or a professional. But do you feel that the awareness can be created by like in schools, in colleges, like during their like teenage years and in their early 20s, if there can be psychology introduced as a subject, and also maybe a counselor who talks to them on a regular basis in that period?
Right, that's a great question. I think it all boils down to the awareness of mental health issues. Yes, schools and colleges are a great place to start talking about mental health, to know that mental health issues exist. And I think a lot of schools of today, private, a few of them do have counselors on campus, and colleges do have psychologists on campus, but that somehow doesn't make the cut in itself. The reason is that people, while there are counselors and while there are psychologists, it's still the stigma is in the fabric of the institution, unfortunately. Whenever a child is scoring low, that's the time when he or she needs to see a psychologist. A topper could also be having mental health issues, and a person who is, seemingly fine could be having mental health issues. So could be a child who's not performing well. But the stigma somewhere trickles down in our approach of how we deal with mental health issues. I think Dr. Nimesh would agree, and there have been a lot of researches and studies done around this, that people who have high IQ, very high intelligence quotient, do have mental health issues, depression, anxiety. So, and the way we approach somebody who has a mental health issue is almost to reject them, right? To make them an outcast. You're not good, you're not behaving well, you're making ruckus in the class, so you need to see a counselor. Until and unless we change the way we approach mental health as a society and how we view somebody who has mental health issues as society, as people, and as individuals. Not much can be done through awareness. I can run fancy campaigns of $1 billion, and of course they can help. Of course they do help. People, when they get aware of diabetes, they're more sugar testing, they eat right, and things get better. But unfortunately, with diabetes, we do not associate the same level of generational stigma that we've associated with mental health issues. So one of the things that we need to do today, and we need to do right, and this goes back to what Dr. Nimesh was saying, that reaching out not just for yourself, but to others, and reaching out to create a new way of looking at mental health issues. So whether it's the teachers, whether it's the university, whether it's the college, merely introducing psychology or getting a platform like I Will and ESI Clinic, or getting Dr. Nimesh to come and give a lecture, and then once they're out, everybody is back to square one of treating people with issues as the problem, not really the issue as the problem, until and unless we don't make that shift, and that comes from within. I think that's the awareness that we need to create, we need to work on, to normalize how we see mental health issues, not just in others, but in ourselves as well. Unfortunately, the people that I am really, really proud of in my life do have hesitation in admitting that they may not be feeling better on a given day, or that they're not mentally fine. So that's what needs to be changed. And I think I completely agree with Dr. Nimesh that this is what youth is doing. Youth is doing a great service here. They are normalizing mental health. I have been a part of a lot of Instagram, a lot of other groups, and I see that they not only provide support to their peers and friends and family, but they also talk in a way which is very empowering and which is very, very uplifting. And that's what we need to change in order to bring this generational shift where mental health issue becomes like, just any other, not just health issue, but basic fitness. Like we take great pride in going in a gym or eating right. Why can't we take the same kind of pride in managing our mental health?
Dr. Desai, would you like to add upon that? Sir, you're on mute.
When I had a call, I had done that. Sorry. I'm completely with Shipra there. One, the burden of high IQ or the burden of any special ability, not just high IQ. See, if you have a special creative ability, you will be, the moment you are by any special Divyang Sthiti, Divyangjan, there is a higher likelihood of mental health issues. Having said that, I'm also with what Shipra and I are both saying, and this is becoming a wonderful conversation, I must say. Mere awareness will not help. The mental health issues will have to be nuanced, and there I need to touch a slightly delicate chord. I have never hesitated doing so, but lest I be misunderstood, I should be careful. All of us, I'm sure, in our right minds, respect all culture and all countries for their positives and negatives. The point that I want to make is that the late 20th century, early 21st century Western world, or the first world, especially the Americas and the US of A, do we, for mental health or larger issues of psychological well-being, as Shipra said, do we want to follow that model? I am clear in my opinion, no, we should not. What the Americans have done is over-psychologized and over-psychiatricized human existence. Every small day-to-day experience of an individual, of a couple, of a family, or of a group is given a psychiatric label and mostly medicines. That's not the way we want to go. We would very much like to go the way Shipra is suggesting, recognize the shades of human experience, including negative experiences that we might all have. I might physically one day have less energy. I'll deal with it next day. I'll take care of my diet. I'll take care of my sleep. Similarly, do it with psychological experiences. This is slightly unusual coming from a qualified psychiatrist and a psychiatrist who people might say should advocate only for psychiatry or mental health. but I don't. I would advocate for larger issues of psychological health, including mental health advocacy and psychiatric treatment. So here as a society, we have a bit of a delicate issue. And allow me to briefly go scientific.
Yes.
The global data for diagnosable mental health problems is about 25%. So 1 in 4 persons will have a diagnosable, worthy of treatment, psychiatric mental health problem. The American figures, of course, are nearly 50%, but that's another debate altogether. As it says in Irma Ladus, that's another story. So in India, and South Asia, we are still lucky. Our mental health problems are 1 in 10. But the important part, friends, is that in India, unfortunately, only 2 out of those 10 people reach any mental health service. 8 out of those 10 or 8 out of 100 do not reach any mental health service. And we have a huge responsibility of increasing awareness, overcoming the stigma, making people comfortable for going for psychiatric or professional mental health help where required. But it's only required for those 10 people. Let us not make the error of inflating that 10 to 30 or 40. Classically going the American way. Because, to repeat myself, not every day-to-day experience is a psychiatric or a mental health problem. One day, any one of us might feel sad, we may feel anxious, we may feel irritated, we may have an argument, one might behave oddly. That's fine. A couple can have an argument, parents and children may have a spat. So there we need to normalize the day-to-day psychological experiences. I don't know how are we as a nation going to do that fine-tuning of emphasizing mental health awareness and psychiatric awareness and yet not overdoing it. But if we do that, we will have possibly a much better example of overall mental health of the society than the Americans have been able to demonstrate. And the business world, if I might say, the business world actually might be one crucible for that test. High performance seeking business world, mental health issues and stress is on the high. Would the business world of India have the gumption, I would take the liberty, have the gumption and the ability to not follow purely the American or the Western model, but follow an Indian Western model? Allow me to elaborate on that in line with what Shipra and I are saying. There are at least 4 levels of health that I see, in line with what we were saying earlier. Self-help, health from family and friends, health from informal, semi-formal societal mechanisms, including lay counselors. Only at level 4, you require clinical psychologists and psychiatrists. So let's recognize the differential level of health and maintain our low rate, which is only 10%. If we are not, in many other ways, we are going completely Western and American. We are getting globalized. So our mental health is also very likely to follow the same trend unless we are careful. If we can somehow, to express a cliche, if we can somehow as a society in larger developmental social context, as well as in mental health context, do a good amalgamation of the traditional and the modern, then we would have set an example for healthy mental health 21st century model.
Thank you, Dr. Desai. Dr. Desai, also, I wanted to ask you, like not many people know about placebo. So basically, placebo,
Kavi,
sir. Yes, sir.
Kavi, hi. I'm sorry to interrupt. If you allow me, may I ask a question, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Kavi. Thank you. My question is to Dr. Desai, and of course, Shipra can come in. Dr. Desai, pardon my naive understanding of the issue, maybe, but I find a lot of contradiction in some thoughts which you're expressing. Firstly, there is no comparison of the generation born between 1890 and 1910 and the generation, the current generation. Firstly, there was no internet. There was no abundance of information. You're talking about the Great Depression in the 1920s, okay? Half of the world did not even knew about the Great Depression, that it existed at that point of time. leave the third world countries alone. It was only America. And when you said that it was the youth in those age which led the world just fine, it was the American youth. It was the century of the Americans. So what's wrong in following that American capitalism model? That's one. Number two, and I would like to invite Shipra on this discussion as well. Shipra, the biggest challenge which India faces in mental health, apart from the fact of recognition that mental health is an issue, is high entry barrier. You go to any normal psychiatrist or a psychologist, for one session, they charge a dime.
Yeah.
It's an expensive service.
Yeah.
So how do you expect that to translate on the ground? So yeah, any of you can start. So Dr. Desai, you can start, and then probably Shipra can.
Thanks so much, Abhinav. I did feel that the conversation was going too synchronous.
Yeah.
My simple thought about that in one expression is that the Americans did very well in leading the world in the post-World War scenario. The American youth did very well. As far as mental health is concerned, sadly, they went overboard. And then they went overboard for the simple reasons of the nuclearization of the family, the North European, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant value of individualism, autonomy, being carried to its extreme limit, which obviously had to lead to mental health issues getting worse. So in reality, mental health issues got worse in trying to be nice to everybody who is feeling unwell, like Shipra was advising. They only went overboard, and the psychiatry lobby and the pharma lobby pitched in beautifully. And so in the US, you will have, as I keep saying, 100 out of 100 people on therapy and on psychiatric medication, which is what I would like the global community not to do.
Yeah, but that's a different discussion altogether, Dr. Nimesh. Shipra, do you think the price of entry barrier is too high? I mean, we have a very high entry barrier.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Abhinav. And I think that's the reason why platforms like I Will Work created in the first place. I mean, of course, there was to create awareness around mental health issues, and it was to solve, this challenge of not having mental health services at the comfort of your own homes. And we thought this model much before the pandemic. But there are various ways in which this can be handled, like Dr. Nimesh was saying. So just half an hour ago, there was a parenting workshop going on by Dr. Beena Nagia, and people from all walks of life who are parents and dealing with the, with the issue of their mental health issues because of their raising kids, younger parents, were together in a group, right? And the cost for an individual level in this case, of course, was free, but this can be brought down. Similarly, through self-help, through new means of technology, through computerized CBT, which is nothing but a computerized form of cognitive behavioral therapy, you can bring in the cost down for people who need milder help. So there are, like Dr. Nimesh was saying, there are levels of mental health issues. I may be at one spectrum completely, somebody who's lost touch with the reality, and I need to see Dr. Nimesh or somebody like him to be able to help me feel better and come out of the issues I'm dealing with, and therefore medication is my only route. Somebody who's dealing with marital issues will need marriage counselors. Marriage counselors are not as hefty priced as other people. Unfortunately, they're all scattered. There's not a platform, or there's not a place where you can reach to them. Then there are people at the lower end of spectrum who've just started feeling uneasy, who've just started feeling a little out of themselves, like they don't feel good anymore. If they get hang of tools like CCBT, which is just restructuring your thoughts. If you feel consistently, I'm not good enough, and if you journal that well, of course, aided through a software, your cost of doing that will be either free or it wouldn't be nothing, and you would not progress to other levels. And then some of the things come free and cheap. And as though I have a platform in mental health, I would say that if you are social and if you are talking at the right time with your loved ones or your friends or your people, who you need, who can help you, who have empathy, you will not progress to subsequent higher levels. Also, when it comes to the cost of mental health, I feel that earlier it was, and this is allow me to wear in my business person's hat here, I also felt that there was less demand, and so the supply was very costly as well. Now, if you look at professionals, psychiatrists, psychologists, they're charging very, very reasonable because the demand has also shot up. They can actually, see more patients in a given day than they used to early on. And so they're even, so even those prices are coming down. So part of it is the demand supply, problem, which did exist. But part of it is also that there are various levels of mental health. Some problems can be solved with a group webinar. Some problems can be solved at my own paced self-help reading content on depression, which is structured, and some other can even be handled with me just having somebody who really lends a good ear to what I have to say and help me channel my thoughts around, so that all those issues can help tackle this problem.
Sure. Thanks,
Yes. I know we are running out of time, perhaps. If I might just continue from there, you see, in line with what you and I were discussing and what Shubhra is saying, the benefits of collectivistic society that we are, as Indian and South Asian society, is what needs to accrue to individual mental health. Our individual resilience is better, our family support. Obviously, Indian family today is not as strong as it was 50 years ago. No denying that. We're all in transition. And yet, the Indian and South Asian family is much stronger as compared to the Western world. The benefits of the family and the social support system, if we can accrue to ourselves, like Shubhra and I are both saying, the need to, allow me to say in a lighter way, there are very few professionals or professions who will say, I'll be happy if you don't need me.
Yeah,
and I wish more psychiatrists would say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Dr. Nimish, that is where I wanted to pick up from where you mentioned आप अमेरिकन कैपिटलिज्म मॉडल की बात कर रहे हैं. Tell me one psychiatrist who deals in mental health. I mean, I'm not generalizing, but most of them, they will not tell you that you don't need a mental health specialist. They are as capitalist as any doctor would be. So, it's more of a theory than practice which can be done. I mean,
sir, वही मैं कह रहा हूँ. मैं 40 साल से सिर्फ निम्हांस एम्स और रिवास में काम कर रहा हूँ. Okay, मैं कैपिटलिस्ट हूँ. और अभी भी, not only here, I will be very happy if somebody came to my office or my OPD, hospital OPD, and say, you don't need us. We need to really develop that more, Abhinavji, such mein. And all of you business world opinion makers and the youth of today will need to do that. I sincerely believe. Allow me to repeat. Surely go for help where it is required and take help. But don't overdo it like some societies have done. Can I say in a lighter vein? I keep saying this many times. In the American society, and again with all respect,
they're too delicate. That's what you're implying. They're too delicate at times.
No, sir. If I sneeze too much, I go to an analyst and say, Doctor Sahab, cheek bahut aati hai. And he will analyze me for 5 years. If I don't sneeze, I go to a shrink and say, Doctor Sahab, cheek nahi aati. And he will analyze me or she will analyze me for 5 years. We don't need to do that. Day-to-day experiences be taken in stride.
I also wanted to add one point here. I studied in Australia, so there are issues and there are things that I really like about that country as well. And I know that there is certain need of learning from what they've done right and including it in our own Indian system and evolve without discarding what's really good in our Indian system. So we can create a world, it's almost like when you have a startup early on in an industry, they experiment a lot and then new startups learn from it, watch it, come with newness, and then also retain what was good about that startup and build something uniquely new. Similarly, I think this is what Dr. Nimish is implying here, that certainly there are certain things, about individualism, that are great about America, but then there are certain downsides to it as well. And, one needs to not—
We need to strike a balance.
And also I feel that I'm going a little off topic, but I think as our tradition and culture, we've always been very open about mental health. I mean, it's only in the last few centuries where we've got this stigma. I don't know from where, because if you look at what Krishna was doing to Arjun, he was being a very good therapist to him, while he was also providing all the learnings. He was really kind of coaching him through, the issues at hand, and the whole system of Gurukul. I think we've been very, very okay in sharing our problems. Only in the recent century we've started to feel so uncomfortable with being wrong, or being, the need to be perfect is something that we need to let go of.
And can
Because
I quickly add to that? All,
Dr. Desai, we're running short on time. 1 minute, please.
all disabilities, that was the situation as Shipra is saying. See, our traditional societies were taking with disability with support and empathy. It was this last few centuries that has kind of led to exclusion. We need to now perhaps strike a good balance.
Sure. Kavi, would you allow us to end the session, please?
Yes, sir, sure.
We are really short on time. Thank you, Shipra. Thank you, Dr. Nimesh. Thank you, Kavi. Indeed, happiness is a state of mind. Bade buzurg keh gaye hain. But to understand that, it takes a lifetime of learning. And when we take happiness into equation, moving on to our next and a very important panel, ladies and gentlemen, Olympics ki bharmar ke baad, I mean, after Olympics, everybody is hoo-ha-ha, everybody is celebrating, and rightfully so. We have won 7 medals at the Olympics. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me tell you, we are a country of 1.4 billion people. And in 1.4 billion people, 700 million, if we go by the parameter of age, are competent and can play a sport. So out of 700 million, if we take the ratio right, we won 7 medals. That's an underachievement when we compare our market to China, compare our market to Australia, and anything, or any country for that matter, US. Now, to discuss just that, we are joined by Rohail Amin, who is our senior editor at Business World, and he will lead this discussion on how to enhance the sports infrastructure of this country. What needs to be done? And to accompany him, I'm joined by Garma Avtar, who's an extreme rally driver. I'm joined by Jayant Mehta, who's GM Planning and Marketing Amul. Amul was one of the sponsors of the Olympics team at the Tokyo Olympics. And I'm also joined by Mr. Himanshu Chaturvedi, who is the founder of the Sports Guru Foundation. Rohail, over to you and your bright eyes.
Thank you. Thank you, Abhinav. I hope I'm audible to everyone on the panel. Am I?
You are.
Yeah. You are.
Okay, thank you so much. What a lovely day, to celebrate right after, we have done some wonderful things with the Olympics. And now here we have a discussion around, how can we become the global example of a sporting nation, given the kind of population and the talent that we have, even in the streets. So without further ado, we might be joined, I just want to announce, by Mr. Charu Sharma, the popular commentator, by maybe 3:40 or something. He just called me up. So let me start right away. I want to go to you, Mr. Mehta. First of all, I think we have seen the brands coming in support of athletes and giving them that opportunity. It's no longer a public thing, that it used to be. How much belief do you have? Where do we lack? Is there a need for a public-private partnership more than ever? What are your thoughts?
Okay, thank you, Rohail, and thank you, Abhinav, for the kind introduction, and my greetings to all my fellow panelists, Garima ji and Himanshu ji, and Business World, of course, for this invite. And thank you for inviting Dudhwala for this panel. Okay, I am reminded of my visit to China, because China invited the same Dudhwala way back in the year 1996. Okay, and I'll share this small story. China, in southern part of China, there's a province called Guangxi and a city called Nanning, which is about 2,500 kilometers south of Beijing. They invited the National Dairy Development Board to help them organize their dairy industry, because they had a lot of buffaloes in that region. Okay, the bhais jo hamare yahan hai, China also has in the southern province. And they were not sure what to do with it. But then China knew that they were going to host the 2008 Olympics. And they said, we need milk for nutrition of their children. So we were just wondering, if they don't drink milk, Chinese typically are known not to have milk, and kya karenge iska? So they actually took us to one of these Olympic training centers, which now later got a lot of this fame. But I actually went to a Olympic training center way back in the year 1996 in Nanning city of Guangxi province in China, and got a feel of how they are actually training their athletes and also focusing on something called nutrition, which is coming from a very valuable beverage called milk. So this shows that how, as a nation, was planning 12 years in advance of the Beijing Olympics, and the success of Japan of China in all the Olympics, including Japan. This is the importance they lay to infrastructure. Okay, and this is the importance they have placed on sports and developing talent and children. India, as a contrast, is very different. We are lucky to have the best source of nutrition for our masses. So this infrastructure of basically food and nutrition is already in place. What we need now is all of us coming together to build upon this foundation that we have. And both, it's not just the private, public, cooperatives all put together. As an aware society, if we have a focus on developing infrastructure through policy, which of course is there, and for the last 5-10 years, we've been very articulate about it as a government and the state and the central government, and also the investments which are coming in place for putting these things together. So I think this is the right time for all of us to come and put our heads together. We've been also happy after the success our team had, Olympians had at Japan, and let's build on it.
You're right. Before I come to the only lady that we have on the panel, I want to go to Himanshu first.
Let the lady come in, Ron. Let the lady come in. I can wait.
No, there's a reason. There's a reason to get her perspective on both the insights that you will share and Mr. Mehta has shared. Then I'll come to her for that. Mr. Chaturvedi, we have won medals. We did well, but is that our best? Can we do better? How can we do better?
Well, if you ask me, frankly, being in the industry for over 3 decades, being a player, travel the entire circuit, being a player, being a coach, being a promoter, being a journalist, being a researcher, being an international traveler, collaborator, advisor. I think we should by now would have been somewhere close to what our GDP is. If you see, we are 4th in GDP. We should be 4th in somewhere in the medal tally also. So I don't see any reason when you can produce top engineers, you can produce top MBAs, when you can produce top doctors, and you don't produce top sports people. I think the problem lies somewhere else. The problem lies that the thought process has to change. And I've always said that the gateway to Olympics is schools, and we do not have a system in place in schools and colleges. And if you don't have a system in place where you have to catch them at 4 and 5 and 6, you will keep getting this sporadic self-effort medals, not a consolidated system. As Mr. Mehta just now said, that they will plan in advance. They're talking of Doodh and they're talking of children. So you need to start planning for a child from 4 years, because it takes about 8 to 10 years for a child to perform at the international level. That's my take. So we just need to collate. I think we've not been able to collate. There are efforts. Parents are making efforts. There are international knowledge which is available. A lot of our people, you'll be surprised that in US, most of the tennis academies have Indian coaches. So, and they're doing very well there. I mean, they teach world-class people. So I think we need to collect. We need more researchers. And I have just shared something with you of an article, because when we began, you said something on the PPP. So I think I wrote an article in Business World, and I think you can do a screen share here. And I said, that's the future. I mean, if you don't make PPPs, there's no future. The only governments can't do it. The public-private partnerships have to come in. The schools have to be encouraged. The colleges have to be encouraged. Private players have to be encouraged. And I don't know how much has been projected so well, because there are at least 2 foundations I know, those who have done fantastically well, JSW and OGQ. they have a very big contribution in this success which we've got, and we haven't recognized them on board. I mean, so we are very silent, and I would not mind getting vocal and saying that these people have played a very, very crucial role in our medal winning.
Right. Garima, we're talking about the overall issues that are there, gender agnostic, but when it comes to even, going granular and looking at it closely, even for niche sports like you are into, for example, give me a sense of the infrastructure, the government support, the brand support, is it enough? Can we do more if we talk about the adventure sports that you are into?
First of all, thank you very much, Ruhail and Business World, for having me here, and my best wishes to all the panelists here, Mr. Mehta, Mr. Chaturvedi, hello, Mr. Charu. Yes, so, to become a leading sports nation in the world, and yeah, a lot of ground has been covered. See, the only problem with the infrastructure is that the facilities are not available to the majority of the population, since we don't have a sporting culture. So, as sports is not seen as something which can give you financial stability or financial security, very few people who reach at the top level, primarily in cricket, actually, are the ones who are assured of financial stability or security. Or if you have excelled in the world level or the World Cup championships, or you've got an Olympics medal, or so this is a very, very minuscule number. But over the last 6 to 7 years, or I'll say after IPL, many pro leagues have started in kabaddi, hockey, football, and so I think that has been a game changer. And also today, sport has become an industry, and with the financial prowess of the private sector, the infrastructure is also taking shape. And I'm very hopeful that if the trend continues and with the focus of the present government, we are definitely going to further improve our infrastructure. This year, we have done very well in Olympics, but than the previous editions. But I'm very hopeful that this kind of talent that we have, and if we know that we complement it with the required infrastructure and coaching, we are definitely going to create a name for us in the world of sports.
Right. Great. I want to bring in Mr. Sharma here. He has just joined us. Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma, for taking out time. Coming to you, am I audible enough?
Yes, you are. And please, it's Charu. It'll always be Charu or
Charu.
No, Mr. Sharma, please.
Sure. So we've seen what we did at the Olympics. That was my starting question as well. And is that enough? Somebody pointed out that we should be where our GDP is, which is number 4. How can we do that in sports as a nation?
Oh, gosh. It's a huge macro question, and we could be here for the next, 24 days just talking about this. And also, quick apology, please. I was a couple of minutes late because I was still struggling with my instrumentation being a little low tech. I thought I'd get this on the computer, but anyway, it's a long story, so I apologize. But yeah, there are relationships to GDPs, and there's relationships to wealth in terms of the wealthier nations generally doing better in most things in life, and that includes sport. Now, sport is not something that's played only on Mars. It's played on Earth. It's played on all the countries, or in all the countries that are here on Earth. So there are correlations, but we just have to be a little softer or a little more understanding, empathetic with who we are as Indians to be able to understand why we are at the Olympics the way we are, or why we are where we are. Because, after being pre-1947, there really was no India. There was a very large subcontinent and people were all over the place, and there was no sort of, extreme national feeling before which there were sort of separate kingdoms and what have you. So it's only after 1947 that we became this wonderful entity that we are. And the priorities in 1947 onwards, as you can well imagine, actually many of them remain the same. And I'm a little tired of saying this, but I will say it again, because every once in a while on this new thing called social media, there are people who go by the name of trolls or whatever, and they really eat you up. But they say, will you please stop calling us a poor nation? Because of course there is so much money going to one sport, cricket. So we know we're not a poor nation, but we are certainly, not a very extremely wealthy nation per capita yet. So what were the early priorities, Ruhail? Let me end this by saying, this historical perspective by saying, the early priorities were not sport. Many other priorities, roti, kapda, makan, etc., which for millions in India, hundreds of millions, still remains a priority. In a nation where roti, kapda, makan is still a priority for hundreds of millions, sport becomes a slightly surreal, esoteric kind of, different platform aspect, where if you start spending more and more, in a democracy, you'll soon be questioned saying, you're spending on sport? I don't have a meal to eat. I don't have a roof over my head. I don't have clean water to drink. So, the government, in terms of its budgeting, let's understand very clearly, cannot spend more than X, because in a country such as ours, it'll be seen as an excess. So what can bail us out? The private sector. The private sector is also, in many of the private sector companies are relatively new. There are about, a handful which go back to 47 and earlier, but many of them are new. And in a corporate sense, Ruhail, people want to accumulate because of several fears. One fear is, will we see bad days? So we spend more now on something that's not really essential to us as a company. Maybe later we'll suffer. Secondly, there are these things called shareholders. The shareholders will say, you're spending on sport. What about giving us a better dividend? So there are many complications here, and it's best to understand that before we just go on and say, why don't companies spend more? It's a very difficult decision for them as well. But to my mind, as somebody who has dived very deep into the world of sport, that partnership that Himanshu was talking about is very important, where the government becomes the facilitator because they can't spare funds directly, and the private sector becomes the funder. So if there's a private sector entity, as you mentioned, a couple, JSW doing a fabulous job, Hero does a great job, many other companies, the Tatas, etc., many academies in India as well, they need to be facilitated by the government, and they will then do the funding. For instance, even taxation. What is the amount of tax that the Indian government will save, or let's put it differently, will lose if they allow companies to invest in the world of sport? A minuscule amount, next to nothing. So the first thing that could be done easily is by the government to say, okay, we're facilitators. If companies wish to spend directly on sport in terms of infrastructure, in terms of developmental activities, academies, so on and so forth, that expenditure is non-taxable and so on and so forth. So there are many other softer ways for the government to assist rather than only spend, because then that gets into a big question, Ruhail. Like I said, we could be here 24 days just talking about this. But those are some of the early thoughts I would like to project on the table.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Himanshu, yes, please.
Yeah, hi Charu, good to see you.
Hi Himanshu, pleasure.
There's a wonderful point which you raised, and I would just take it a little further down there. Then a few years back, the government had the rule that if an institution like a school or a recognized college wanted an infrastructure to be built, there were two options for them. One was something called matching grant. So if you spend 50 lakh, the government would give you 50 lakh. And second was that if you are willing to do 2 national level tournaments, the custom duty would be waived off, and that had a process that you had to apply through Sports Authority, and it would go to the custom department, and they will waive off your custom duty, saying that if you're actually importing this material for development of the sport, that has been taken off. And I wonder why these two things have been taken off, because by doing that, you could have some world-class infrastructure being developed into clubs, schools, colleges. So there is a question mark we can point out from here, because we are business world and we can talk about it. That could be a base, as Charu said, that it should be tax exempted. It is there in CSR, but unfortunately, it is the last priority, because in CSR, you have 16, 17, 18, and I have I was fortunate. Then FICCI, when did the first ever CSR conference, when CSR was implied, I had the pleasure of being the moderator of the first ever conference on CSR. And Charu, what I said? I said, I wish the government would have said CSR as not corporate social responsibility. It should have been corporate sports responsibility. Because if you make it corporate sports responsibility, give us money, we will give you health, we will reduce crime, we'll give you sportsmen all over. We'll give you a very healthy society. So you don't have to spend on medical, you don't have to spend too much on crime. I mean, well, that wasn't heard, and probably it went to a shudder box and somebody heard it and threw it off.
Right. So on this, I do want to Mr. Mehta here, so it's not just the lack of funds, I mean, though there are, of course, that is one issue, but, there's also the culture, being open and supportive that, the spending on sports is not bad, So, Mr. Mehta, do you think there's also a cultural aspect to this conversation? Though we want more medals from our athletes, we want more sporting icons, but at the same time, we are questioning if the government spends more on sports. There's a certain kind of conflict, in your view, what's needed to enhance the sporting infrastructure in this kind of a context?
Okay, thank you. And hello, Charuji. Good to see you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Charuji actually summed up the context in which the priorities of the government, which is actually based on the current status of the citizens, is actually. So that having said that, and the culture part means whether the parents would let the children play sports and then worry about the future later and so on. So this is a complex situation which all of us would continue to live in. But the good thing is that we are more than 1 billion people and a young nation so far. So that gives us a unique edge. And it is not necessarily that only rich people excel, or the children of rich people excel in sports. We have seen good quality sportsmen or medal winners coming from every state of the society and every region of the country. So this shows that we can overcome the barriers of the culture or the socio-economic situation of the country. And it is not just a rare privilege of the few to be playing sports, be it cricket or entertainment sports, or even the medal winning sports like the Asian Games, Olympics or CWGs, and even the national game events. So I think with the right infrastructure in place and starting from the early days, that is very critical. Himanshu ji said that schooling is the best time when you identify whether the person has a talent or not. And from there, I mean, we have now different state governments have different schemes to initiate activities at grassroots level to unearth the talent, the raw talent which is there. And then eventually, depending upon the interest, they go to the different academies and excel in that particular sports. So, I mean, the infrastructure has to be there for that. The partnerships have to be there. And together, if we aim for something, it can be big. And everyone has a certain sporting moment, which is actually a game changer. I mean, I talk of my times, and I heard the India winning the World Cup in 1983 on a radio transistor because there was a power failure, and that's the only news I could get from the radio commentary. Now, that was a big game-changing moment for me that, okay, India can be the world champion. Okay, and today, if Indians are watching Neeraj and all the Olympians taking the podium and you hear the Rashtrageet there, it is definitely a thing which is going to unleash a lot of energy of the country, the young people, the students, and we will see in the next 10, 20, 30 years, India continuing to do better and better in all the medal winning sports. I mean, we will continue to do good in cricket for sure, but the medal winning sports is what important because we start attaching numbers to the medals. But I did the simple mathematics के 124 लोगों को भेजा था और 22 लोग तो मेडल लेके आए, ठीक है, इंक्लूडिंग द हॉकी टीम एंड ऑल. अगर विमेन हॉकी होती तो वो फिगर 38 तक हो जाता है. तो स्ट्राइक रेट तो हमारा अच्छा ही है. I mean, let's see positive. Let's see positive. And as a brand, we are keen to associate with this sports. As I mentioned, importance of milk in nutrition earlier. Actually, I remember in 2012, we approached the Indian Olympic Association कि भाई हमको sponsor करना है इंडिया की contingent को. तब तक उनके पास कोई sponsor नहीं था. There was not even a policy कि rate कैसे fix करें और कैसे हम अमूल को on board लें. Interest तो उनको भी था कि okay, brand coming there, it gives lot of visibility and that some money also flows into their kitty. But actually, we had to work with IOA to work out what is the charge. I mean, at what rate they will invite us as a sponsor. And that's how we began the association. And from 2012 till 21, every single Olympics, Asian Games, Commonwealth contingents we've been associated with, so that we have to give a signal that the farmers of the country who own Amul are also with the sportsmen of the country who are the pride of the nation. Thank you.
Right. Garima, women, female athletes, they did spectacularly well at the Olympics this time. And overall, being someone who is a practitioner of these sports, are there enough opportunities or are there unique challenges that women face when it comes to sports like which are not cricketing sports? In your view, are there any big challenges that women athletes or women sports persons face?
Yeah, sure. See, the first and foremost thing is that motorsports is not a mainstream sport, and it is also an expensive sport, and it requires huge infrastructure by itself in terms of arenas and machines. And when we look at the international levels, then we see that motorsport is very, very evolved. There is Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula 4, MotoGP, Indy 500. I mean, there are so many motocrosses, there is Dakar. There are so many events. But even at international level, if you see that women in motorsports, they still haven't reached the level of the male counterparts. So in India, it is more so. Because here, even the men, very few of them have reached the international level. So to encourage more women participants, the entire thing has to be subsidized. And there are a lot of talented girls out there, but they are not economically empowered. So that's a very, very big challenge, So that's one of the biggest challenges actually. Because and those
Right.
who are economically empowered, they lose interest after some time. So the point is
Right.
that it has to be subsidized and supported by the government of India and by our sports ministry, because motorsport in itself is a generator of jobs. When we organize motorsport events, so many people get employed in that. There is a crew, mechanic, this events manager, the event developer system. So it's not just the driver and the car. There are so many people associated with it. So the government, I'm repeating it again, the government has to subsidize it. The government also has to set up a lot of training centers, for skill development and encourage the younger talented girls to take it on, both nationally and internationally. So,
Right.
so yeah, so this is another challenge that young talents have to be sponsored to take trainings at international at international academies. And besides that, I think the corporates should also step in and support CSR
Right.
activities, which Mr. Himanshu, I think, mentioned. Maybe make it CSR instead of social, make it sporting initiatives. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
So
Well-
yes. So,
Sorry I'll come again. I have a couple of questions and we have another 10 minutes left. So,
sure.
Charu, focus on cricket is extremely, brands are obsessed with cricket. We have, one brand here, I'm sorry, but they're obsessed with cricket. How can we shift this narrative and, make it even for other sporting genres? How do we convince brands? How do we convince people that look, there are other interesting, we had Mr. Chopra and, there are other sporting icons to look for. How do we change? How do we build that new narrative?
Rahul has already done that by inventing this famous Kabaddi League. So he's already proved it to the world.
No, I'm saying, how do we mainstream it? Of course, I think it's not happening, of course. But how do we mainstream this?
Druhel, three things very quickly. One, Garima, congratulations. I feel, I don't know how to say this. I don't know if you can see the tears in my eyes, but you are into a sport that the government is not going to support. So good luck. It's only the private sector, 100% that'll come to your assistance. And, they are the ones who are going to take it forward. I'm sorry, that's how it is. Mr. Mehta, I must thank you for Amul being such a terrific supporter of sport. So before I forget, it's very, very important that we have more people like you. And I salute you. So please accept my salams. Okay, back to you, Ruhail. We cannot pick up a hammer and hammer some company or saying you will do this or else. So, companies have their own motives, and a normal corporate motive is profit. And the company will only see to its profit. Now, they have to see value in what they're doing. But unfortunately, it's only economic value or commercial value. This corporate CSR is a good step forward because companies are forced to share their profit with other things that are useful for the building of the nation. I think where's the gulf here, the abyss, the darkness? The darkness is that in India, still, a lot of people don't associate sport with the development of a nation or the upliftment of a nation. There's a very large section of the population, and if I may say so, largely the older half, which includes me, but largely the older half, which was born in a certain set of circumstances, who think sport is still something extracurricular, something different, something secondary. ठीक है बच्चों जाओ थोड़ा खेल के आ जाओ ठीक है बस ज़्यादा मत करना don't start thinking sport is like some livelihood option. So there is a huge problem right now culturally in India, and that will reduce over time. I mean, the youngsters will see sport as a much more developmental activity, an activity that is actually leading us to much more international pride than the older people can at this point of time understand. So this linkage of development and pride is something that the nation needs to wake up to, and with it the corporate nation will also wake up to. Not just keep looking for returns. Okay, if we sponsor so and so as a wrestler, then he or she will go to that meet twice a year, 1 photograph, 4 articles. That's all bunkum. I mean, you've got to do it because you believe that if that set of athletes do well, then there's a chance that you are assisting the development of your own nation in which you operate in and do business in. So that is the key, Ruhail. It's a change of mindset. We can't, force feed people into sponsoring sport, but we can certainly make it more comfortable for them, which is where the government steps in. I think Himanshu and I have talked about the fact that the government needs to do more to facilitate the corporate sector into gradually realizing that, yes, we are developing the nation, we are assisting our nation's international respect. And guess what? We're being given some SOPs by the government. So yeah, it makes sense for us commercially as well.
Right. So my last question, everyone gets 2 minutes to respond. So this conversation is happening.
ये छोटे program तो करो ही नहीं. Talk about sport. ये छोटा program करोगे तो आगे
Topic बहुत बड़ा है, program बहुत छोटा है.
Program बहुत छोटा है. No, we'll of course do a series. I'm glad that we have started this conversation. So we'll have discussing this in the context of International Youth Day, which is today. So first of all, Mr. Mehta, your message to people who are watching us.
आगे बढ़ना है हमको. I think we've come a long way, but we have to go a long way. And together, as private, public, cooperatives, all of us put together, should be putting our heads and minds together. And of course, the heart is in the right place. As Indians, that is one thing we never lack. But what requires is this and the hands together to be pushing the country forward and achieving newer heights. So I think this is just the beginning, and we can do actually much better in the years to come. And I think this is the right time for taking this springboard and really achieving new heights. Thank you.
Himanshu-ji.
Yeah, so for me, I think that should be a talent hunt for people, those who want to work for sports and they are themselves talented to take sports to the next level. Coaches, researchers, workers, talent hunters. There are so many people, those who are sitting there, they have not been in the mainstream for whatever reasons. Second, it's very important for us to look at schools and colleges in terms of developing a world-class infrastructure. If you don't have a world-class infrastructure for them to play and practice at, you cannot expect them to go ahead and start performing at the international level. And one point before I go, my humble request to Mr. Mehta, that the toughest thing in my life, the toughest thing I have found is to organize a tournament for children for 10 and 12 years, and we don't get a sponsor ever. So please see that if you have some system where you start sponsoring children at that level of tournaments, that is the base of everything. If they get incentive there, I'm sure they will be champions for tomorrow, because you are giving 13 crore to somebody who reaches Olympic medal because he is already arrived. He doesn't need that. Tendulkar doesn't need sponsorship. You need sponsorship for a child who's playing at the school level and college level, doesn't have money to support his coaching or maybe a cricket bat or a pad.
I think Mr. Mehta has noted it. Garima.
Yeah, definitely. I would like to say that we need to inculcate a culture of sports. Sports should become a field that ensures financial stability. Sports should provide career opportunities, and then only young people will take on to sports and earnest. And I would also like to say that if it's this message is of the youth and out there that if it's driving or any other unconventional career that you want to take up, my advice to you would be that let nothing come in your way of your dreams, and don't settle for good enough, and instead do something that will truly make you happy and your life fulfilling. So gear up and do your best. Yeah, thanks.
Right. Charu ji, finally, आप पे, what would you pick to?
जी, आपने कहा था 2 minutes. If you don't mind, I'll try and take most of that time. And Garima, I hope you've forgiven me, but we need more Garimas. We need your kind of push to break through these massive barriers and take sporting life forward. For Amul, for instance, I've got a wonderful suggestion, because this is, okay, in a nutshell, people keep talking about bottom up, because sports is a pyramid, life is a pyramid, bottom up. Now, when we talk about schools and other such junior organizations to build facilities there, remember, it's an ocean. If there are 2 million schools in India, where do you even begin? Because 1.9 million of those schools don't have even a small 10-foot by 10-foot yard to play in. So it becomes a really difficult exercise. How do you beat this whole system? You beat it by a top-down approach. For instance, the Pro Kabaddi League, but I won't talk too much about that. When you create these high-performance academies or these high-output options for sports persons, there's a massive amount of aspiration and inspiration built in there. And then the trickle-down effect is very important, and everybody will start utilizing that trickle-down effect because they see a pot of, should we say, not gold, but a pot of deep respect at the end of that sporting rainbow. So, for instance, Amul, you may have a huge factory or lots of, grounds. Why don't you consider doing a high-performance academy of choose any sport you want, Amul, but do it within your premises because you already have the land. You get the infrastructure going, like JSW have at their Vijayanagar plant, and you can make a really big difference permanently to the Indian sporting scenario. So these high-performance academies are the way to go now, because they will generate a whole lot of impact and interest at all the lower levels below the high-performance academy, and people will just start training a lot harder with whatever resources they can get, because the resources are limited. The number at the bottom of the pyramid are virtually unlimited. 1.35 billion people, where do you even begin? The number of schools, where do you even begin? So when you have a high-performance academy because you said, okay, I'm going to try and at least make a difference to those who have done all the hard work earlier, and a lot of people will do the hard work, and the funds will come at lower levels, one level below that high-performance level every time, and one level below and one level below. So, there's no easy solution. But if these high-performance academies are the way the Indian corporates go, because they will feel in control of that. They're not giving money away to somebody. They're actually doing it in their own premises. Hire the best coaches, get the best infrastructure, and make it easy for someone to pursue a high-level goal in sport. So that's just one of the many thoughts, Rahel, but it is possible. Because the number of people that you support at a high level, the better the chances you'll get a champion. But of course, it leaves the lower levels empty, you may say, but that trickle-down effect will come. It'll take a little bit of time. Patience is another very big word here that we need to remember.
Absolutely. I totally agree that we've taken on a topic that needs more time. And of course, this is just the beginning. And I promise you we'll have more such conversation. I want to thank all my speakers and for joining us today and taking time and sharing their insightful thoughts. Thank you once again for joining us. And
thank you, Rahel.
Thank you. Abhinav. Yes.
Thank you, Rohil. Thanks, Jain. Thanks, Garima. Thanks, Charu. Thanks, Himanshu. Like Charu rightly said, Rohil, कि इसमें 24 दिन लगेंगे पता ये डिस्कस करने में और solutions ड्रॉप करने में. That's exactly correct. But हमारे पास पौन घंटे ही थे, पर पौन घंटे में हमने ये सीख लिया कि भाई we have to incentivize every pyramid chain, top-down approach. That could be the future, and we need people like Amul, of course, to rejuvenate the private sector and motivate our emerging sports people. Thank you all the panelists. This was really insightful and I really enjoyed the conversation. And thanks Sohail for having this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Bye.
Good
Bye,
luck.
Charu.
Bye.
Thank you
Good luck.
so much. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we move to the final panel of the day. And this panel talks about the underprivileged. This panel talks about the people who are at the bottom of the pyramid. क्योंकि ऊपरी बात तो सब कर लेते हैं, but what about the bottom of the pyramid? These people do not have basic access to education. These people do not have basic access to employability. And we'll talk just that. The agenda of the final panel, ladies and gentlemen, is employment and engagement of underprivileged youth. And to have this conversation, I'm joined by Gaurav Arora, who's the Vice President Projects at Salam Bombay, and Nitin Mittal, who is from the SMD Foundation. And my very capable colleague, Vasudha Mukherjee, will lead this conversation. She is the editorial lead at Business World. Vasudha, over to you.
Vasudha, we can't hear you.
Yeah, Vasudha, you may start now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you, Abhinav. And I'm so sorry for technical difficulties on my end. That's always an issue with working online, right? First of all, I want to say thank you to our panelists, Gaurav and Nitin, thank you so much for joining me today. International Youth Day is such an important day because we finally get a chance to talk about some really important things that affect the youth of our country. And, sometimes we forget, because we talk about education, we talk about employability, but we always talk about it from the viewpoint that this is already there and how we can improve upon it. But we don't always, talk about the people who are not necessarily getting the best of our resources or getting any resources. And that's where both of you come in. And maybe you can shed some light on what the current situation is, what the foundations are doing, and that's what we're here to talk about. To start off, I actually want to ask each of you to tell us a little bit about your foundations and what kind of projects you're doing that involve the youth. Gaurav, would you like to start?
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Vasudha. Glad to be here on a very important day. And I think, we are finalizing the day today by really talking about, the bottom of the pyramid, right? And that is very, very important. So I represent Salam Bombay Foundation, and we have a continuum model that integrates skills, education, and industry-based internships that provides a successful transition to the youth when they enter the labor market. So, I think the point is that when you really talk about underprivileged youth, right, there are very few, and you're talking about, youth from the poor, lower socioeconomic strata of the society. Now, I think what is the challenge? Challenge is that either for the quality of education that they will have, they will end up into low-rung jobs, or, they would not complete their education, they will drop out. So either ways, whether they complete education which is not of good quality or they don't complete education, they are going to end into low-rung jobs. Okay, and this is like a vicious cycle, right? One generation, similar problems, next generation also similar problems. Of course, there will be very few who will break the norm, but most of them will be into this whole cycle of it, right? So I think there is a need to break it at two levels. One, ensure the continuity of education for our youth and adolescents. Okay, and while they are continuing their education, make sure that you are able to also provide a lot of skills in addition to education. So I think this combination of skills and education will make it very, very interesting, and also lead to a very sustainable career path when they enter into the job market. So at Salam Bombay Foundation, one, at the secondary education level, we are trying to bring in a lot of vocational education, so integration of that. So I think the whole school is becoming interesting. They look forward to going to school in their 9th and 10th grade, because before or after the school hour, some bit of vocational training is being provided. And secondly, when they complete their skills in education, we are also providing industry-based internships. Okay, so that is making them more job ready. So this combination of skills, education, and exposure to industry with a lot of aspiration, make sure that when they attain the age of 18 and they enter into the job market, they are much more prepared and they are able to get into some good jobs and good career. Yeah, so that's what Salam Bombay Foundation does.
Thank you so much, Gaurav. And your Salam Bombay has been around for so long, and it's so nice to get that perspective from you. Shanti Devi Mittal Foundation is relatively new, and I think that's also really interesting because you have just recently set this up, Nitin. Obviously, there was some kind of gap that your foundation was looking to fill. So, can you please tell us a little bit about your projects and your foundation? Nitin?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. As rightly pointed by my co-panelist, we also believe that education and skill development is very, very important. That's what we at Shanti Devi Mittal Foundation, we are running a center called SKETS Hope Center, where we are imparting skills and education, both the things. We are providing skills in the field of computers, teaching and tailoring and beautician course. There are so many students who have enrolled and benefited from these courses. So the candidates are helped not only to get the better jobs, but they also become self-employed because most of the people are coming from the lower strata of the society. So we try, so we really don't want them to work as maids or drivers or cleaners. So we try to provide them basic skills, for example, agarbatti dhoop making from flowers disposed of from temples. We provide them beauty parlor classes so that they can start their own beauty salons, or we provide them teaching and tailoring and stitching courses so that they can start their own boutiques. So these are the small kind of skills that we are imparting to the underprivileged in East Delhi. Apart from that, we also run a Hope Special School, which is for the special children, where we provide occupational therapy, basic education, and other therapies to the special children suffering from autism, etc. So more than 100 students have benefited from this special school as well. Apart from that, various initiatives have been taken by our foundation during this pandemic, especially by our tailoring institute, where both the teachers and students, they have stitched more than 50,000 cloth-based masks, which have been distributed to various localities, various slums, because as you may recall that there was a huge shortage of masks when the first lockdown happened in March 2020. So we have distributed more than 50,000 masks prepared by the students and teachers of our institute. This also provided them the opportunity to earn their living as well by creating masks. So these are a couple of the activities that we do in our foundation. Apart from this general welfare, that we have organized several vaccination camps. We have provided more than 25 oxygen concentrators in this pandemic. Various quarantine medicine boxes have been distributed. So multiple activities are being taken care of by our foundation, apart from the regular ones like running a special school and this educational institution where we impart skills and we provide coaching classes to the school-going children. And this has really benefited the school-going children who are unable to do the online classes because of the lack of infrastructure, etc. So they come up to our classes. Our teachers help them understand the concepts, improve their learning and reading, writing skills.
Thank you so much. All right, so let's get into the crux of the matter. I'm going to ask you, how is it that you engage youth from different backgrounds to come into your program and join the program? Because obviously people from different backgrounds have different priorities, and those priorities might not necessarily be to learn these new skills or to take time off and actually upskill themselves. So can you tell us about how you do this? How do you approach them? Who do you approach? Tell us about their own experiences too. Maybe we can start with Nitin this time.
Yeah. So this is a big challenge that we face to accommodate youth from different backgrounds, age groups, genders. So we are operating in a slum called Joshi Colony, East Delhi, which is basically a migrant colony for migrants from Bihar, Bengal, and UP. So we counsel every candidate at the time of joining the course and also on regular basis to make them understand the benefits of the course. Our teachers adopt different methodologies like teaching on the board, on computers, practical training, quoting examples from live, short videos to each students to make the course useful for them. We also try to create batches to create a cohesive environment, learning atmosphere, so that people from different backgrounds, the youth from different backgrounds, they get engaged and get benefited from these courses.
Yeah. Thank you. Gaurav, same question to you.
Sure. See, Vasudha, in our case, as I mentioned, that we are working with adolescents in the secondary school, right? So the base is, the government schools in Mumbai, for example, the corporation run schools, the BMC schools. So we are working in 5 cities, and the model is, very simple because mobilization has never been a challenge for us because we are operating at the school level. In the last 6 years of our operation, we have skill trained around 22,500 youth across 5 cities, urban cities in India. We reach out to the schools, we reach out to the education department, and as Mittal was pointing out, we counsel them, speak to them, tell them the importance of integration of skills in education. While they're at school, why skilling is very, very important. Also, engage with their parents, because they are, one should not forget that parents are a very important part of decision making, right? So we kind of engage parents in the discussion, and and then I think the more important aspect is basically what traits are more suitable to them depending upon their interest area. So we have a range of around 14 traits, starting from beauty and wellness to mobile repair, home appliance repair, but also going to high tech courses like robotics. So for example, why do we think that a course like robotic or machine learning is only meant for children from a youth or a adolescent from an Ivy school? The idea is, if you really, I think it's only a matter of providing opportunity. So then, how do you really make sure that their interest and their aptitude, are mapped to a correct course that they want to undertake? Okay, and then we are able to engage them. So, it's a process through which we engage with the school authorities, the education department, the student himself or herself, and their parents, that helps us in bringing them together to be a part of our program.
You actually mentioned something really interesting because you provide so many different programs. Do you are there certain programs that you maybe have more interest in than others? And how is it that, how do you see interest in demand coming from students or coming from the, educators, like in your own work? Gaurav, could you just continue on that?
Sure. Thank you, Vasudha. So I think there are 2 factors, and I think we are living in a very, very dynamic world. Everything is changing. Technology is making everything obsolete. So something which is more relevant or which was more relevant 3-4 years back, might be completely irrelevant. As a matter of fact, COVID had broken a lot of norms. COVID has posed a lot of challenges, but also brought in a lot of opportunities, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so when you're asking what traits are more preferred, so I think what is also important for organizations like Salam Bombay Foundation and everyone who is into the skill development ecosystem or a space is to keep on continuously understanding the market, for the new opportunities that are coming in. Okay, because ultimately, while it is a question of the interest of a youth or adolescent, youth would say, I love to repair a cathode ray tube, but that does not matter because there are no TVs which have a cathode ray today, right? So I think it is very important that one should really keep a continuous track on how certain jobs are changing, the nature of the job. I think COVID has changed it a lot, as I'm saying, right? The whole role by itself for any job has been redefined, right? So I think so that also puts an onus on organizations like Salam Bombay Foundation to keep, continuously keep on understanding the new normal, how the market dynamics are changing, where are the new kind of jobs coming from, and so on and so forth. And then accordingly making sure that you are able to, and none of that is rocket science. As I mentioned to you, even when we took robotics to children from the government and corporation run school, I think they did wonders. As a matter of fact, they thought COVID was an opportunity, and many of them came up with products that could really prevent the transmission of COVID-19 virus from the surfaces, so IoT based classroom automation. So you can imagine a government school where you enter a school classroom and you give the instruction on your mobile phone, lights on, fan on, and so on and so forth. So I think none of that is rocket science. I think, but what is definitely more important is to really keep on understanding where the market is going, how the dimensions of the job are changing. And let me say one more thing, for example, during COVID-19 pandemic, before that, we had a lot of physical format of internships, right? Now everything was locked down, so all the retail formats of internships you're not able to do. Okay, so that's where we thought CRM, customer relationship management, telecalling, etc., could be a great opportunity. And that's what, basically we quickly took a leap in that. made sure we were able to mobilize a batch, provide them the skills, and were able to deploy them into kind of stipend-based internships. So I think it's a function of both how you understand the market. Okay, quickly build a curriculum around that, and then make sure that you're able to very quickly. It's very dynamic, and you have to be agile given the dimensions of the market today. So that's what we do at Salam Bombay Foundation.
Absolutely. I mean, and I think Nitin also mentioned that, right? You talked about making masks and also helping students to learn how to make those masks and then also sell them. So obviously you have to be on top of it, especially if the end goal is to actually have you're not just skilling, you're just skilling with the goal of having employability and having that income generation happen at the same time. So you have to be very much aware. Nitin, can you tell us about what have you seen any interest or demand in certain programs more than others? And maybe also tell us about counseling. Do you counsel the students? How do you counsel them? Not students, youth. I always forget.
First of all, the first question, the most demanding program, especially during the pandemic, is regarding the computer training, where we impart the basic computer training, which includes the computer fundamentals, using Microsoft Office, using internet, scanning, printing, presentations, etc. So this is the most sort of course that we have. So we have got a couple of batches going on, and we are planning to add more batches considering the interest and interest shown by the youth. The response from the students is very encouraging and exciting. And as regards the counseling, we do counsel whenever a student comes up. Actually, it's a big challenge. We actually have to go door to door to campaign and make the parents understand that skills development or learning of skills or education would be really beneficial for their child or for the adolescents. So it's really difficult to make them come to the center, but once they enter the center, they understand the benefits. We counsel them, we show them the testimonials, they interact with the other students, how they have benefited, what are the benefits that they can reap out of the courses, how it improves their employability, how it improves their livelihood in general. So these are a couple of the factors which we use to counsel them, and we have seen tremendous response and improvements in the lives. More than 500 students have cleared the skills courses from our center, who have been giving proper certificates during the convocation. And when we interact with those students, the alumni of our center, as I would call it, most of them have been gainfully employed. Either they have got promotions in their existing jobs because they've learned computers, or they're working as clerks, or maybe at the billing counter of a grocery store, or they are running their own boutiques, or they are providing these beauty parlor services at homes using various apps like Urban Clap. So most of them have been gainfully employed, more than 90% of the students. So that has been really very, very satisfying for us.
That's really great to hear. And it's also interesting because, there's so many skills that we just completely take for granted that I wouldn't have even thought about as something that needed to be taught separately. And that being said, I actually wanted to also ask you, you ever come across a situation, because you are working with adolescents and, they have their own interests, they have their own things they want to pursue, and, pop media always keeps telling us all these exciting new careers or from zero to hero kinds of stories. Do you ever have issues where people maybe have aspirations or maybe want jobs that are not necessarily in line with their aptitude? And how do you balance that? How do you balance someone's aspiration and aptitude with the job and education that is available?
Yes, we certainly need to find a balance between the aspirations and the educational opportunities. Now, with I think Honorable Prime Minister vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, a lot of skill opportunities are available across the country. A lot of skill centers have been set up by the Delhi government as well. So there are a lot of opportunities which are actually combined with the education. They provide a good platform to balance the aspirations and education. So we are also providing a number of skills to the youth so that they can be gainfully employed, or it can balance the aspirations or the aptitude. Our general focus is to make them self-employed, not really make them employable at a certain stage, because we are dealing with the lower cadre of the society who are generally it's very difficult for them to make the ends meet. So we try to make them self-employed by providing the skill sets.
Thank you, Nitin. Gaurav, I would like to ask you the same question. Have you ever had difficulty, or like how do you balance aspirations with the job opportunities and education opportunities that are available?
Right. So I think we need to realize that there are certain kind of jobs which are less aspirational, and then one would always have a challenge. So I think honestly, if you look at a country like India, I think the problem also comes with the dignity part of it, right? Because a job like plumber is never dignified, or a job like electrician is something basically that there is no kind of dignity around those jobs. So I think while we might try to address this problem, there also need to be a lot of initiatives around building. So I might be an MBA, in a multinational company, and basically at a leadership role. But somewhere we need to realize that a plumber who comes to my house, also is doing a right kind of job, and that job is also dignified enough. When we go to the Western world, we see less of this as a challenge, because every job is equally dignified, and the salary structure or incentives that come for that jobs are also very respectable. So I think a lot of efforts are required, one, to really make all jobs kind of dignified in our country, so there is some level of dignity attached to it. Now, as far as aspirations are concerned, one thing is very clear, that today's youth and adolescent is very, very demanding, right? They want jobs which are IT based. They want jobs which have some kind of challenge. So I think we balance that out by kind of looking at opportunities where there is some level of challenge in what they are doing, and they are not really run of the mill kind of jobs. But definitely, as I said, there is a challenge, and to certain extent, organizations like ours can address it. But I think it has to be also addressed by a lot of initiatives by the private sector, government, NGOs, parents, etc., where they start looking at all jobs in a dignified.
Thank you, Gaurav. That's actually an excellent point to make. There is the dignity factor is so big, because every job is important and every job requires skill, and both of you are working in that. You're both providing that skill, and if someone is working hard and then they're not getting the proper respect, that's definitely not okay. But actually, Nitin, would you also like to comment on that? We're talking about jobs and their reputation and dignity related jobs. Do you have any comment you would like to make on it?
Yes, certainly. I think we need to emphasize that now, to make the India self-reliant, we need to focus on becoming self-reliant. People should be encouraged to become entrepreneurs, whether that's a small, even if it's a small shop or a big multinational. So the initiatives by the government, especially like Startup India, etc., they have been, since I'm into this practice of chartered accountancy, I think that is considered as a boon. So a lot of startups have come in, people have become self-reliant. So my intent, or my recommendation, or my advice to everyone is to try to become an entrepreneur, try to bring in their energies to create an organization, to give employment, rather than just becoming a clerk or just going to a BPO, doing a particular task over a period. So they should be really happy in what they want to create a synergy around it, and create multinational organizations from India. I think now we have got all the resources. We have got the highest number of youth available in India. I think as per the study recently done, out of the total youth across the globe of 1.8 billion, I think 30% are from India. So this is a huge opportunity for Indians, for us to create organizations, to be self-reliant, to create multinational companies, to manufacture anything. And we have shown this in pandemic, that how can we be self-reliant?
Yes, absolutely. And speaking of self-reliance, I want to backtrack a little bit, because we were talking about skilling and education. And I think Gaurav and I spoke about this before, and we talked about how education and skilling is always talked about as two different notions, and really it shouldn't be seen that way. So how do we approach this? How do we do education and skilling and not see it as two different skill sets, but as one one big movement or one big resource that we can provide to our students. Gaurav?
Sure. So I think, shall I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. See, I think if we look at the policy side in India, you have the agenda of education being driven by Ministry of Education, okay, and then you have another Ministry for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, right? So if you look at the whole education system, which is focusing only on qualification, okay, and we are all aware that the education system is a factory that is creating qualified youth who are not employable. And that is the reason, I don't want to throw the stats, but all of us are aware about unemployed and huge number of unemployed MBAs, huge number of unemployed BTechs, huge number of unemployed BComs, BAs, and so on and so forth. So, then the bottom line is that what is the education meant for? If it is not able to provide me a job, so why should I really invest so many years of my life into education, right? And we also hear that for a job of peon in Uttar Pradesh, you had thousands of PhDs and basically BTechs and MBAs applying for those kind of jobs. Okay, so then the fundamental question is that what is the use of that education? And then on the other side, basically we have a skill development ecosystem which is primarily focusing on a dropout youth. Okay, so a youth who has not completed his or her education. Okay, this skilling ecosystem is providing a short-term skill that transitions him or her into a job. Okay, but do remember, it's only a job but not a career. I can give you an example. I am a 8th fail mason, okay, who can do masonry very well. Okay, I am a mason for 2 years now, and I want to now obviously, want to become a supervisor. So I approach my employer and say, I want to see a natural progression and I want to move the career path. And my supervisor says, boss, you are a very good mason, but you are not 12th pass. Okay, and hence I can't make you a supervisor. Okay, so then I think there is a problem because in our country we look education and skill differently. And I think when you're looking at a sustainable employment opportunity or a career path for a youth, you have to think of that as a combination, right? So at the education level, you have to look at imparting skills, and it is the combination that will provide. And you don't have to really wait for a youth to drop out from education, right? You have to keep on doing it at a much younger age. And somewhere the new education policy, brings forth that particular approach, where they are saying that somewhere we need to integrate the two, not look at them differently. So, I say it so many times, on one side we have an education system which is trying to prevent the dropout from education. And on the other side, we have a skilling system which in a way is celebrating a dropout, because National Skill Development Mission said that they want to train 500 million adult youth by 2022. Okay, so how else will you train 500 million youth unless and until they have not dropped out from education? Okay, so on one side, there are two parts of government. One is saying, oh, we should prevent dropout from happening. Another one is saying, oh, you are a dropout, please welcome, you are a customer. We will skill train you and will give you a job. So I think that to me is a very unsustainable approach. And I think at the country level, it's high time that we think about a holistic system that really, combines the two and put it together.
Thank you, Gaurav. Actually, I think you made a very interesting point there where you said that the skill system is preparing you for a job, but not necessarily a career. And that's a big issue with that. And also, we are trying to bring skills into education, but are we trying to put education into the skill section? That's something that needs to be done. And Nitin, I'm so sorry for cutting you off earlier, but yeah, same question to you. How do you feel about like education and skilling being talked about as two separate things?
Absolutely. I think in India, education is more related to academics, getting a qualification, passing a school, or getting a degree course, and skills is related to special training or ability to perform a task. So we understand this differential, and we try to create a cohesive environment in our foundation where we are imparting education and providing a skills training too. So we are providing coaching classes to school-going students to cope up with education. And we are also providing the skills to the students and to the youth so that they can be gainfully employed, whether that's computer, that's stitching. And most of the students, most of the girls and boys who are learning these skills are actually school-going children or college-going children who understand that going forward to be gainfully employed or to earn their livelihood, they need to have these skills. So we do need to create a cohesive environment so that they have got an education, they are literate, so that they can do their banking, they can interact with people, they can do online selling, but they also need skills. For example, as I mentioned that we are starting a center to so that people can create their own creams, cosmetics, agarbattis, dhoops from these natural ingredients. So they can set up their own small units at home and start selling on online portals like Amazon, etc. So of course, there need to be a cohesive environment where education is also important, but the skills is also important. I think in the new education policy, one very good introduction that has come up is regarding the coding. That the coding has been made mandatory from class, I think, 4th onwards, so that we have got more IT engineers starting from the budding age. People understand what that is, because otherwise, once you pass the college, then you pursue some computer course or you become a software engineer, etc. So now I think government is realizing this. Number of skills have been designed, and various skill centers have been set up so that youth and adolescents and everyone can learn the skills while they are studying.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think another thing that we kind of touch upon is essentially like, you can't just stop at skilling either, because even though the person you're putting out there is skilled, the traditional system will still require you to have a pass certificate or a bachelor's degree or a master's degree. Like there's certain positions which you can't get if you don't have that degree.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's always going to be a thing, and you can't just like give a skill and just be like, okay, well, you're ready now, and just leave them to be there, because then they'll just have to keep coming back, and it's a cycle that you can't break, right? So yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, you were nodding your head. Is there anything you want to say, Gaurav?
No, I'm agreeing with your point of view.
Okay. Yeah, because otherwise we'll. Yeah, I also want to ask, like, this pandemic has been such a completely turned our heads like upside down. We've gone 180 degrees. But how is it, like, I know it has impacted in the way like of what courses you decided to teach them, but has it impacted you in any other ways? Like, has it made your jobs a little bit more difficult to reach out to people, or did it make it easier? Did it make it like, oh, now people suddenly realize that there is the labor, like going out and working is not possible, so they were coming to you more? Like, what changes did you see with this pandemic with your programs? Nitin, you can start if you like. Yes, please.
Okay. So pandemic has impacted us badly, like everyone else, due to lockdown and other restrictions. Our skills center was non-operational for a couple of months in last year and a half. But we are providing refresher classes to cope up with the skills, with the education. But there was a silver lining to it. Our teaching center was operational throughout. We took special permissions from the local police stations, where our teachers and young girls were issued passes to prepare reusable cloth masks for the underprivileged. So this gave them some opportunity to earn as well as work, learn how to prepare masks and earn their living. So more than 50,000 masks were prepared by the young girls in our institution with the help of the teachers, which were distributed absolutely free of cost to the underprivileged in various fruit markets, weekly markets, etc., or to the in the various slums. There were door-to-door campaigns that were organized. We also focused on the various other COVID relief measures since the classes were not going on. So we distributed quarantine medicines. We organized oxygen concentrators in our NGO, so that because there was a huge shortage of oxygen in the second wave in the month of April and May, especially in Delhi. So we were working on those aspects. We organized vaccination camps, awareness camps were organized. So we were actually working on these items more during this pandemic, because the skills and coaching classes were more or less non-operational for a couple of months, because there was a lockdown, then there were other restrictions from the government. Yeah.
Gaurav, any major changes you saw with the pandemic?
Right, opportunity. Okay, I would say, for we sense, so of course, there are some very bad sides of pandemic, and we all of us have been affected. Okay, but one has to really kind of, the bad time is a bad time, but I think one has to really also think of the opportunities that are coming of COVID-19 pandemic. I don't think, we could have imagined a slum child from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th grade sitting in a 8 by 8 square feet room, kind of, basically trying to access a class, logging into the Zoom or Teams or, Google Meet and trying to attend a live session, being able to navigate to a website, an e-learning portal, and, be able to do a lot of interesting things, right? So I think I would say that, if you look at pandemic from an opportunity side and not from a challenge side, a whole new lot of opportunities have been created because the penetration of edtech. I would have taken and I speak to a lot of edtech, the education technology expert, and they definitely feel that if pandemic did not happen, it would have taken 5 more years for them to penetrate at the same level, what they are at today. Okay, so I think if there is a potential for edtech to penetrate because of COVID-19 pandemic, and of course, you have to provide, you have to enable that, you have to access that. Obviously, there are a lot of questions. Almost 40-50% of underprivileged youth do not have access to mobile phone. Okay, so how do you do that? Okay, but I think the first question is, for those who have an access, do you have a really, do you have a model to cater to? So I would say Salam Mumbai Foundation made a very early leap into that, and right from April last year, most of our programs are online. Okay, so from their own homes during lockdown, we were able to provide them. For example, you're talking about a beauty and wellness course. Okay, so we were able to ship at their home a kit, a practice kit. Okay, and we were able to teach them how to download Zoom, Meet, or Team on their parent mobile phone. Okay, and then they connected, from their homes, and was the topic today. For for a lot of period, they were homebound. It affects their mental health. And imagine for 1 hour, they're able to connect through their parents' mobile phone, do a live session on beauty and wellness or mobile repair and home appliance repair. So as a matter of fact, I think both from a mental health perspective and also from an opportunity perspective, it was actually a great thing to do. We were able to, as a matter of fact, take a lot of our programs online. For those who did not have an access to mobile phone, we were able to provide access to old mobile phones or, refurbished mobile phones. In some cases, there were donors who gave us 500 tablets. Okay, so we have a rotation model, so every adolescent gets a tablet for 3 or 4 months, okay, finishes the training, and then tablet moves from one beneficiary to another beneficiary, right? So there is a multiplier effect. So if you consider a 3-year life cycle of a tablet, one tablet is essentially helping almost 14 to 16, beneficiaries during the lifetime. Okay, so I think there are ways and means to do it, and I definitely feel that the COVID-19 pandemic as an opportunity has ensured that technology has penetrated at a much higher level. And when technology has penetrated at a much higher level, it has really brought a lot of opportunities, right? So it is not just about teaching someone Microsoft Word or a PowerPoint or Excel. Today, when a youth is able to comfortably do it, means, when they get into any kind of job, they will not be afraid of technology. They are so comfortable, about any kind of technology. And today, whatsoever we say, every job will have a technology component. So I would say COVID-19 also had an opportunity part to it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gaurav. And I'm seeing that we're kind of reaching the end of the panel. And in the interest of time, I would like to ask my last question and closing remarks together, because I think this is also something we need to talk about. I just want to ask, whenever we talk about youth, we always talk about employability and education. So, but that's not all there is to youth, right? I mean, so is there any conversation that we are not having that we should be having about youth and, young people and those entering the workforce, other than education and employability? And also, like, how can we, the people who are watching, how can we help and support your foundations? What can we do, and how can we contribute? And if you could just keep your answers a little short in the interest of time. I'll start with Gaurav, because you've been in Salam Bombay has been around for a lot longer, and obviously you've been in this industry for a lot longer. So could you please answer this question first? We can't.
Right. So I already spoke about. Yeah, is it audible? Yeah. So yes. I think I spoke about it already, but I'll say in a nutshell, 3 things you have to do. One, combine skills and education together. We should only have one ministry called Education, Skills and Entrepreneurship Ministry. We should not create multiple systems that really create lot of problems, right? So that's one. Second, create dignity. You know, unless and until you create dignity, no one will want to become a plumber, no one will want to become an electrician, no one will want to become a sweeper or a peon. You know, so you have to create dignity for them. And within, I think this new normal is not going to go away. Okay, so there are learnings. I don't think, you know, we'll go back to that old-fashioned word. So the new word will be a combination of the old-fashioned word and, you know, the word that was a pandemic. Okay, so I think we have to really think of another new normal that will happen after this normal, and you know, accordingly prepare ourselves for that. So yeah, those are the 3 points I would say.
And what can we do? What can the viewers here do to help support your foundation and your work?
So of course, you know, we as a foundation, we would want a lot of corporates to come forward and you know, basically align with this idea and kind of, you know, create opportunities. We want you know, supporters like Business World, you know, because they can really talk about this idea. You know, the magazine and you know, the online platforms can really talk about the idea, make a lot more people sensitive about it. Okay, so then we can collectively try and deal with these important issues.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gaurav, so much. Nitin, you know, same question to you. Employability and education seem to be the major concern when speaking about youth. What is a conversation that we are not having? And what can we viewers right now do to help your foundation and your initiatives?
So I think skills is the answer to improve employability. It adds the much-needed weight to your education to be gainfully employed. For example, if someone has done a graduation in commerce, so then he can do skills training in Tally, GST, etc. in accounting to become an accountant. So there are various diploma courses available nowadays in journalism, architecture, software, designing, engineering, hardware, etc., which provides relevant skill set to be better employed. So I think skills is the answer to improve the employability and to provide a bridge between the education and employability. Imparting skills education is very, very important. And as regards the help, I would request your viewers and the public at large to come forward to support the causes which our foundation is doing by sponsoring education, skills, etc. for the youth. Come forward as volunteers to create awareness, help them teach, etc. The more details about our foundation are available on our Facebook page, Sketch Soap Center, and website shantidevimittalfoundation.com.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nitin, and thank you, Gaurav. Thank you for coming here and speaking to us today about, you know, your initiatives and what you're doing to help the youth of this country and have a brighter future and contribute to the nation as a whole. Abhinav?
Thank you. Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, Nitin, for joining us. This was the last panel, ladies and gentlemen. And you know, Vasudha, what is very demotivating to know that in the last 2 years of the pandemic, you know, more than 80% of the rural kids did not have any access to online education. And we talk about producing the next generation of Elon Musk. You know, it's a pity and it's a very bad situation. So yeah, Nitin and Gaurav summed it rightly. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining us in this last panel. So ladies and gentlemen, along with Vasudha, we close today's day. It was a day of insightful sessions. It was a day on employability, creativity, entrepreneurship, sports, underprivileged youth employability, mental health. What do you think, Vasudha? How did the day go?
I think I learned a lot today because, you know, I mean, technically I'm part of the youth, but there's so many factors of life that even I did not know about. And it's so interesting about how privileged we are and how also disconnected we are to so many other people around us, because there's so many people from so many different backgrounds who are exposed to different things and we just don't hear about it. The sports panel was especially interesting because, you know, I'm in my 20s, but even I didn't have those opportunities available to me growing up. And I think I'm pretty privileged from where I'm coming. So it's really interesting how opportunities are distributed across the country.
That is correct. We are very privileged talking about this in the comfort of our rooms. And the real benefit will only come when this reaches the bottom of the pyramid. China and Japan are already losing the advantage of being the youngest. Their population is becoming old. We have this advantage of being amongst the youngest only for the next 20 or 30 years. And we need to utilize this to its maximum potential. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we wish you goodbye and see you soon on the very next insightful day where we will be having again a range of sessions and webinars. It's goodbye from Team Business World for today.